ready. I don't know exactly where that is, Alexis, I'll have to look it later. Don's not really ready to
No,
go
you're
yet.
fine. You go ahead.
Okay, well, we'll call the meeting to order and, please say the flag salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks, everyone. Well, first we're gonna go through some correspondence here we get, and right off the bat, I went to a web fund, disbursement meeting the other night. I'm on that board now. And I was just gonna have a quick question. There was a request, as you maybe know, Jim and Alexis, the schools districts get up to 35% now of the distribution from the web fund, which is more than it used to be.
It was none before.
It was none, right? So they're getting over 100-some thousand a year. And there was a request here on the web fund, which is just the interest. There's a web board that hands out interest money, but so much like we get so much like 400,000 a year approximately or something from the windmills. And out of that interest of that, we give part of that away to people who apply for grants or money, nonprofits usually, or schools. And there was a question here about Lincoln Elementary School requested $4,882 for some computers, new computer stuff, so forth, so on. And the question is now, since they're getting this 35%, which is a considerable amount, should we also
Give them the interest on
give
the
them,
income.
give them a request when they're, before they weren't getting that money, we would give them, maybe a grant from the web fund interest distribution for whatever reason. And now I'm saying, should we, I was gonna bring it to you guys, you and Jim, what you use as an opinion here. Since they're getting 35% now, and that's Sylvan District and Lincoln, right? Should we still also try to give them some money from out of this interest distribution group, or not, since they're already getting this 35%? And I said I would bring it to you guys. So you guys have opinion on that?
I'd say take it out of the 35.
In other words, since they're getting that much money now,
It would allow other organizations to
Yeah.
have a grab at that money, which means $4,000 to a small organization is a lot more than $4,000 to the school.
and I agree with you guys. I agree. My opinion was, since they're getting now 35% of that, that's for over 100,000 a year, and before.
I'm interested to know from the school boards, and maybe we ought to have some correspondence. Do they understand, and through Dawn's interpretation they do, but do they understand that that's not to be budgeted funds? They should be using that additional wind farm money for capital expenses, not for budgetary overhead.
Like operations, because it could be
Because
cut
it's not
off.
going to be guaranteed for any certain amount of time.
Yeah,
It's
at least long term
it's under the contract, but if something,
happens.
let's say a tornado came and ripped them all out, and they rejected the rest of their obligation to the contract, I don't see how we could change that.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Yeah.
So I kind of agree with you too. So since these schools now are getting a big chunk of the money, 35% directly from the windmill fund, then do we say we're not going to honor giving them any money out
So
of
then
their
they need
interest?
to amend their bylaws, because the bylaws state specifically that the people that can apply are nonprofits and the schools and local governmental entities, so they need to.
We would have to amend those bylaws.
Mhm.
But
That
do we want to, but on this, like this certain request, do we want to deny this then today? Okay. For that reason we just stated.
Right,
Do we
they
have a
received a
motion here?
substantial amount of money that,
Do I have a motion for doing that?
I move to request
Sorry.
the web fund committee to amend their bylaws.
I'm sorry. Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Oh, I'm
Maybe I
sorry.
should say what we want amended. To amend their bylaws to omit the schools from applying for interest now that they receive part of the principal payments from the web fund.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to modify the bylaws, edit the bylaws for the web fund distribution group that states that schools can apply, and the reason is they're gonna be getting now up to 35% direct money from the windmill fund, and where they hadn't before, so, all in favor say aye. Oh, I'm sorry, Jim, go ahead.
I'm not sure that we really need them to amend the bylaws. We could leave them alone, and we just turn them down every time, but if something comes up where they need to apply for it, then we have the bylaws, we'll let them do that.
But they are scheduled to get payments. I think this is actually, they did give money to the schools. I know I was on the board last year and we
You
did. I
guys
think
gave
they,
them 1.4 million,
well, that was that's an extra in addition to
yeah.
the principal payments they're getting. Plus they applied for web fund interest money where I think we bought, water fountains or something. That was last year or the year before. But they have applied and gotten additional funds since they've been getting part of the principal. But maybe this board ought to make it clear that you are now getting part of the principal money. So the interest should probably be, if we're gonna continue to spend it like this, it would make more opportunities community-wide
Yeah, but
if the schools were
well,
excluded.
I agree with that, Alexis, but I also I don't know if we need to amend the bylaws.
Well, it's good for 10 years. So if you don't amend the bylaws, they can amend them again. If the principal payment runs out to the school and doesn't apply later on, of course, if we still have interest to spend, they can re-amend the bylaws. That's 7 years from now, or 8 years from
I
now.
was thinking if some major malfunction or something occurred that would have cost more than the 100,000 or whatever the 35% is, they would be precluded from coming.
That's
and
not
asking
gonna
for
help.
money.
They've only been spending 40 to 50,000 a year total.
Yeah, this year we have.
So that's not gonna cover any, the
This year
web
it's
fund interest is never gonna cover a large expense. That's why we gave them the million. Well, it was like 800,000 and
400 or
Some-
500, it was like 800 or 900 to Lincoln, right?
it was 800 and something to Lincoln and 600 to.
It was like 1.4 million total.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, right, this year we have 71,000 to distribute to whoever applies. And the
Which
school-
is more than it's been in
Yeah,
the past.
right,
But what
right.
I'm saying is, if something major catastrophe happens, that web fund interest money, it's been split up into payments quarterly to multiple groups. It's never gonna cover a large expense like a new roof. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's why I think if they amend their bylaws, then it just shows that, because I was on the board when they were turning down churches. Now, in the past, they had distributed money to churches. Then, when I was on the board last year, they said, well, we stopped giving money to churches because then you're showing preferential treatment. If you have 6 churches applying, you have to pick 2. Are you preferring them based on their denomination? Or are we just gonna exclude all, so they excluded all churches as because they are nonprofits, but they excluded them as being religiously affiliated. That way you don't have to honor any of them. And I understand that, because then you get into the picking and choosing game. You know, is your church's water fountain more important than my church's water
No, I
fountain?
realize that. Like, in a way though, I don't know if they need to amend the bylaws, because in the future, we may go back to giving him some interest payment to the schools, then it's still there. But, you know, I know what
Well,
you're
then why
saying.
bring this to the commission at all? I mean, if we're not going to make a statement as to how we want them to run their function, then let them do whatever they want. Like you said, we can always disapprove it here.
Well, they wanted guidance from us because we were getting now that 35% is going to schools, and they wanted to know what we thought. I said I'd
Right.
bring it up here. But, what do you think, Jim? You don't wanna have it added to,
I'd give them guidance, tell them that we don't see in the foreseeable future any need to approve any more expenditure than the 35% they get, but then they wouldn't have to change the bylaws, we'd give them guidance.
No, well,
But I'm saying
they don't
that-
get the 35% to distribute to.
The
That
school
goes
direct
direct to.
that goes
the
directly,
county.
yeah.
They don't.
county commission.
Hi, I was trying to find out about, is this the appraiser's office?
What's their number? What's the extension?
Hello?
Hey, 1 second, please. I'll get you the right number.
I think I gave you the last one, the
Alright.
wrong one the last one.
Oh. It's still 785-524.
Pardon?
It's still 785-524.
Should be RATE.
Uh-huh.
Hang on.
1 second, please. We're making sure we get you the right extension.
Okay.
Of all days, the internet doesn't work.
Sorry.
Do 4190 and the treasurer's office can transfer.
Okay, 4190, and then there'll be that gets you upstairs.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. Bye-bye. Sorry.
I think it's
Just
4253.
figured instead of letting it ring, we'll answer it. I guess, whatever. I mean,
Well, I'm not firm either
if you
way.
don't, if you don't change the bylaws, then the schools can continue to apply and ask, why are we not getting?
And we would say because you're getting 35%.
Yeah, but it says in the bylaws that I'm eligible to apply.
You're eligible, but you're not. But,
Just
yeah,
like it doesn't say in the bylaws we exclude churches. They should probably add that too, because I saw at least 2 applications from churches come and get rejected based on the fact that they were a church. But it doesn't say in the bylaws, don't apply if you're a church.
I think they want to leave it open and then make a decision as they go along.
But then you have people applying quarterly.
You have to have a
knowing-
reason to deny them. And what's the reason if their bylaws say that they're approved?
So you're saying,
That they're eligible.
so you're thinking we should have the bylaws saying take schools out now that they're getting a 35%? I'm not against it
I
either.
feel like they could, you can always put a clause
We
in
could
there
al-
that if there's an emergency, or remaining funds left on October,
But
at the
the,
October meeting, but the point is they're already getting money.
and the point
Yeah.
is,
I
that's
agree. I'm
why
not
you
arguing.
amend bylaws. You
All right.
amend them for this purpose, because 8 years from now, they can be amended again.
Or
when they
even,
decide-
or even 1 year they could. if something
Well,
happened.
absolutely. I mean, you don't want to do them so frequently that you're changing your policy constantly.
Oh.
But I'm saying, right now, while we know that this money is coming in on the
Okay.
principal for them,
Okay.
why would we just continue to have them apply for interest when they're already getting principal?
I agree, and I see your point on the bylaws now that we got pretty much of we know we're getting this 35% coming in, we might as well take them out of the bylaws.
Let me explain it this way, if I may. If this commission in prior years had regularly established resolutions and policies that then the next commission amended, changed, or disbanded, it would be a lot clearer instead of going back to see who made one particular motion and looking at it like case law.
Yeah, like,
That's why you have a standard
set it, yeah, I know.
policy, and then you amend that policy as you go so that you know what you're working with. But that's my interpretation of
Okay.
how the process works. So
Well, we have a motion, and then what the motion was to amend
to
the.
suggest to them, they don't have to,
Yeah, to
but
suggest
we
to them to
suggest.
amend their bylaws, and Jim, you seconded, but we had discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried, none opposed. And I will inform them on this latest one we had, an application for that I recommend you rejecting it for the reason we stated that they're getting direct money now from the windmill fund. Okay, we'll go to the next, do you have any special preference here, what we go to?
No.
We got these resolutions, maybe we'll do them later.
What are they pertaining to? It says resolution 04 and 05 and 06.
Resolution of the Board of Wood County authorizing participation in rural opportunity zone
Oh, that's directly related to what we were just talking about.
student loan repayment program.
Maybe we should do that.
You wanna
So,
read one or look at it?
we've
What?
already
I think we each
already
gotta have a copy.
designated that there are funds allocated to there's a waiting list for students
Okay.
to, basically it's like a match program, and there's already an existing waiting list. So as those people roll out of the program, and I believe it's 4 years, then the new student can roll into the program. And so through the interest money from the web fund is how we fund this program. And I do think it's viable and has a good purpose.
What, do we wanna do these now then?
What are the other ones? The
There's-
05 is
There's so
transfer
four.
$10,000 to the bus fund, which we have to do for half of the budget. And then number 6 is transfer $29,322
Rescue squad.
from the general fund to the rescue squad. How is that calculated, by a mill?
Yes, they get a half a mil.
So they're all unnegotiable unless we want to stop the ROS program, which I do not recommend.
Or if you wanted to add to it. I did not realize that the ROS program, the resolution has to be done every year. Kelly had sent me the reminder and I said, well, I thought we did that last year. But apparently they're making us do that every single year. So what I thought is we'll put those together so then next year it'll be together.
Okay.
They'll all happen in the same cycle.
Okay. So Lincoln County shall allocate $6,000 a year for the purpose of matching payments from the state of Kansas to qualified resident individuals. Lincoln shall revise its ROS budget on an annual basis and inform the state of any changes. Lincoln shall submit their obligation in full to the Department of Commerce before the first day of September. So we approve this now, but we don't have to pay until September?
Correct. But what we do is transfer it out. So once you do that, then I'll transfer it out and we put it in a separate fund. So that way the web fund doesn't accidentally spend it.
Yeah, and it says, I'll just read here, as I was saying before, this match program. County agrees to pay in equal shares with the state of Kansas the outstanding student loan balance of a resident individual for, oh, it's 5 years, I said 4. In the resident individual, if the resident individual meets the terms qualification provided by the state of Kansas, the appropriate rules and regulations. The number of qualified resident individuals receiving such payments are subject to the availability of funds. So that's why we have a waiting list. So we do have people who have already applied and been approved, but are waiting for the people who have already been receiving to graduate out of their 5-year receivership.
Okay,
What are
So-
the requirements for the ROZ certificates?
The state approves them and it's out of our hands, so they have to reside and they have to provide proof of residency.
Was
It's
that
one
just
of
that,
them.
their
But I think-
financial?
I think I don't think you can qualify for certain fields. I think it's only certain fields, right?
I think it's any student, however, they have to physically provide a rental agreement or the sale of their deed, and they couldn't have moved prior to,
So Lincoln's only requirement is residency?
that's the state's requirement. It's,
Okay.
we have to abide by the state, so the state does all of the
It's-
selection, and they determine whether or not the person qualifies or does not qualify.
But is residence the only qualifier, or are there other ones?
I thought
I think that's it, and
So
maybe
it's a shoot on the dartboard then, right?
it's first come,
But
first serve.
it's a way, it is first come, first serve, and there's people on the waiting list that have been on the waiting list for quite some time. Because you only are funding 4 students, so they may have 10 people qualified. So once a student goes off, then somebody who's already been approved will go.
So you get 1,500 from the county and 1,500 from the state per year for 6 years, for 5 years.
5 years.
5 years. So you get 3,000 for 5 years.
And if you've been on the waiting list for 5 years and you've paid your student loans off, then you are done. Because you have to pay.
You don't get any
the calendar.
retroactive payment. They
No.
apply the payment directly to the loan. It's not cash to the person.
I believe so.
okay. Do we wanna vote on this? Are we ready? You got any more discussion?
Did somebody move?
I'll
No.
make a motion to approve resolution number 2020-04.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to approve resolution number 2020-04. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried, none opposed. And you have one we have to sign, right, Donna?
Yes.
Why don't
So
we
you
wait
can
till
do
we're,
them all.
let's do it, let's go to the next two here. We have another resolution 2020.
May I interrupt 1 second?
Yeah,
Just
go ahead.
To go back to this ROS program,
Okay.
how did this county deem that the money, the match money, comes from the interest on the web fund? Did we ever have the ROS program prior to having web fund interest? Okay,
Okay,
but there's no like resolution, or really we could pull that money from anywhere for the ROS program, but our county decided to use the interest money from the web fund to do this program, and we chose to up to 4
Well,
at a time.
we applied for the funds and the web fund agreed to it. Or the web fund committee
Okay, so
agreed
you
it
have
as
to
a good-
establish to the state that you're going to designate where your funds come from. But really, the commission could designate out of the general fund if they ever
Yes.
wanted to.
Yes.
But we've always had it coming from web fund interest since we started in this program. Okay. Thank you.
And this resolution also allows organizations and businesses to sponsor their own employees. So like, say for example, if, Yost Towers wanted to sponsor 2 employees, they could do that. If the economic development wanted to sponsor,
You mean that we would match instead of the states have?
no, that those organizations would match themselves.
But-
Because we put the language
In
in it
addition, so
around-
more people in addition to the 4 that the county uses.
we set up
Gotcha.
a policy, they can contribute.
They can apply to the state
They
to be
can-
their portion of the
They
match.
can contribute to it or.
How many does the state do per county?
Unlimited,
Wow.
based upon what our budget is. So like
Do you
some
know
of
what
the,
budget that's coming from at the state?
I don't. I think they fund it though each year.
Wow.
But it's a 5-year commitment. Once you agree to the first year, it's an automatic
5 years
for
for
5
per
years.
student.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, any more, move on?
No.
That's okay.
That kind of thing
Good
creates
discussion.
a lot of contention with taxpayers, but number 1, we're using interest money, and number 2, there is a problem with retention of people coming out of college, leaving rural areas. I mean, it serves a purpose,
Oh,
in my
yeah.
opinion.
Okay, we'll move on to resolution 2020-05. Be it resolved this 27th day of January 2020 by the Board of County Commissioners of Lincoln County, Kansas, in accordance with the 2020 Lincoln County adopted budget, to hereby authorize a transfer of $10,000 January 27th, 2020 from the Lincoln County General Fund 10-1-4372 into the Lincoln County Transportation Bus Fund. Adoption to the Board of County Commission, adopted by the Board, I can't read here, adopted by the Board of County Commissioners of Lincoln County, Kansas, the 27th day of January 2020. Anyone have any discussion about that?
I move we approve and sign 2020-05.
I'll second.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded to approve resolution 2020-05. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried, none opposed. And we'll move on to the last resolution. You wanna read it, Alexis? Please?
This is the county resolving to transfer $29,322 today from the general fund to the rescue squad fund, which is calculated by a particular mill that they are receiving yearly. So we really don't change that.
Okay. Any other discussion, Jim, on this?
Nope.
Okay. I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2020-06.
I'll second.
Motion's been made and seconded to approve resolution 2020-06. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried, none opposed. We'll move on.
Here's
Do
the
you need
originals.
to sign?
Yeah, we'll
This
sign,
one is
Just,
enough.
okay.
we'll sign these here.
I just find it hard sometimes to have the resolution and not give you guys a copy, so if we want to reduce paper, I can not
We turn it over and get started next.
use it for notes.
You have a thing that's left on the floor, so.
Is this what you just gave me, that correspondence we should go over today, or is that?
They're abatements, so you just need to do them
Oh,
sometime today.
Abatements, okay.
We have 5 minutes, let's go ahead and do those. They're usually pretty straightforward, no
Okay.
questions typically.
Okay, we'll look at some tax abatements. You wanna look them over,
Sure.
Alexis, go ahead, please.
Sure. We have, John, Paul, and Mindy Lewick, is that how you say that?
Yeah,
They did a payment under protest for a change of $171.64 as a correction. I suppose that's just for the appraiser to adjust it, right? If they approved it, they don't have to go to the Board of Appeals. There's another payment under protest for Terry and Kara, Terry DeWitt and Kara,
Riviera,
how do you say that?
Riviera,
Maybe it's Lariv, Lavier, Larry Veery, I don't know how to say
Law
it.
Revere.
Oh, Law Revere, okay, got it, thank you. $439.02. And another payment under protest, net change of $924.04 under Russell and Carla Frederick. And a second payment under protest under Russell and Carla Frederick for $296.62. Does Rhonda not make any notes as to why it was approved? I guess I haven't seen very many payment under protest, and I know they always go, we haven't really had any go through the Board of Tax Appeals, have we, recently?
If
Or I haven't
it goes
been-
to the Board of Tax Appeals, so it comes in as a, Board of Tax Appeal order, so.
But this is our own appraiser's office approving it, so we don't ever see any notes as to why it was approved,
I
just,
just know they have a
Like whether we know it's a miscalculation or if it was just an overinflated value.
You want to approve these one at a time, or have to read what it is?
I guess if we don't have any questions, we could approve,
All of them at once?
yeah, unless
I
anyone
don't
wants to
understand
discuss any.
Where's the amount here?
So here, when it says net change,
Yeah.
it's a negative number.
So they
So
have
they're
paid
getting-
296, are they getting back?
They're getting back $296.62.
Okay. The same one here, 924.
We could group these together. I move to approve tax abatements.
There's a third one.
Well, here's all four.
Maybe we'll do by person, that way there's no question.
Okay.
Number 2019 13 for $171.64. Net change in total tax dollars.
Okay, there's his.
So,
Yeah.
and here's where they code the land, so this is the code of the
Yeah,
land, and
sure.
I couldn't tell you what each code, there's like 32 different types of soil
Well,
or
yeah,
something, but
yeah, and it's
if,
township.
and this is actually in Beverly, so I don't even think it's farmland, but it's the change in the rate once
Right.
they calculate
Okay,
it, and
sure.
then it shows you the total down
The
there.
total's what I'm interested in. Okay.
I need a second for my motion.
I'll
for this
second.
one.
Motion's been made and seconded for which number was it?
2019, 13.
Dash 13.
Okay.
When you wanna
Oh, there
look
it
at
is up here.
the, is it up there?
Right there, right.
Exactly, yeah, and she
Okay.
always, I look
Okay.
at her hand marking in the top corner in
Okay.
the second page.
All right, motion's been made and seconded to approve, tax abatement,
That tells you who it is up here.
yeah. For John Paul Lilly for control number 2019-13.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve tax abatement 2019-13. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried.
I move to approve tax abatement.
I have Randy seconding it to
Well,
begin with, so.
Well, I
Oh,
did,
no,
Am
you
I
made
right
the
in a
motion.
second?
it doesn't matter.
Alexis moved.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I did earlier,
Put
yeah.
Randy down, he needs the money.
Okay.
I move to approve tax abatement 2019-14.
I'll second it.
$439.02 payment under protest.
I'll second it this time. Motion's been made and seconded to approve tax abatement 2019-14. All in favor say aye.
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 Motion carried. None opposed?
And then I move to approve tax abatements 15 and 16, both under Fritter King,
I'll second that.
$924.04, $296.62.
No, I'll second it, I'm sorry, it was early.
And I just combine those because they're under the same
Okay.
name.
Both same. The motion's been made and seconded to approve tax abatements 2019-15 and 2019-16. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried, none opposed. Can we sign these somewhere here?
Yes, you have to initial, just,
Down here.
Sign
Yeah.
at the bottom.
Yeah.
Signature.
oh, sorry. Maybe I've been doing it wrong for you.
No, I think you guys signed.
Okay.
Okay, I think it's about 10:30.
Yep.
Do you, Beverly, council wanna come up and we can get going with you guys? I know we have some more correspondence, but we wanna get you guys addressed here, okay?
Bring a third chair if you want all of you up here.
Yeah, you can all sit up here if you want to.
I'm good.
Okay.
I guess you did all these and all that stuff. Maybe with me.
Well, in the last city council meeting, we talked about a road grader. We talked about needing rock for the city roads. And there's no money there in our budget, you know, we are such a small town, we didn't know if we could apply for grant. Well, Katy knows that we can apply for grants and stuff like that we can get. Also, I wanted to ask if the county still had a road grader, an old road grader out here they were trying to sell, or what?
We did have, but we sold one to Sylvan, right?
We had two older ones. We did sell one to Sylvan. I don't know if we are selling that other or if it's currently going to be held as a backup. We have Brendan on the schedule next.
Yeah.
So in about a half an hour, he will be here. We do have a half an hour blocked off for you guys, so if you can stay, we can ask him that question. I really can't give you the answer. I mean, I know that we did sell into Sylvan and we gave them a really fair price.
What was
More than fair.
What was the price on it?
I believe they paid
16.
16,000,
16,000.
which was definitely under its
Yeah.
value,
Yeah.
its worth. But it also had a few issues that, you know, I mean,
Somebody had to work out.
exactly, we were getting rid of it for a reason, obviously.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
it was still
It was
fair
still
enough
up.
price that they could afford to
Afford
fix
to fix
it.
Now, when it comes to like rock and, oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
When it comes to rock and commodities, I don't know, does the county help cities out for stuff like that? Alexis, do you know, or Jim?
Well, what
do
I
you
wanna
know?
say
That'd be
is
amazing.
this web fund that we were talking about, I don't know, I think Beverly applied for something, we got you a computer system.
Yes, Tina applied for that. Our
Okay.
city lady.
So that could be something
She
you
is
could
from
explore.
For the
I
city
mean-
of, Beverly, they can
Yeah.
apply, city units.
Exactly,
Yes.
a governmental entity is eligible, and now I haven't seen us purchase anything like that, but we have 71, what'd you say,
71,000, and we gave away about, this last meeting the other night, we gave like 20,000 away, I think, or something.
It's minus the 4,000
Yeah,
from that.
but we didn't do that, yeah, because
Okay,
we
so it
were
was
waiting.
20,000 in addition to that?
Well, I think so. Well, I mean,
Either way,
I don't think,
it's
either
something
way.
you can definitely look into.
You could
Okay.
apply, yeah, for this web fund distribution like that.
How much rock are you talking about, James? Do you have any idea?
Last year we bought 7 semi-loads,
Yeah.
at, between 24 and 27 ton of load, so.
You want the same kind of thing, is that what you're looking at again?
Well, yeah, it was 3/4 or 1 inch course.
Did you get it from
From APAC?
APAC? here?
No, Chris Barron's was backhauling it for us from somewhere down south.
Oh,
He gave us a cheap,
cheaper price.
yeah, cause he hauled grain in and he was backhauling, so.
Sure.
But
So how much would it,
Yeah, what does your budget look like?
Yeah.
For that in particular?
Yeah,
Roads, I think.
I don't
I
know
don't have
exactly,
any of the figures.
but it's not a lot.
We
Yeah,
have a
not a
general
lot.
fund, and then, if something comes up, like last year, our lift station went out, and we put in 10,000 to put in a new lift station, so,
To work on equipment, is that what you mean, that kind of a lift station?
well, just our general fund, and we have a road fund or street fund and everything,
But
but
when
I
you
don't
say
know
lift station, you mean like a,
sewer.
Sure.
oh,
Lifts the
So
sewage.
it's
Oh,
about like
oh,
what- and
Pumps
it's
to
it
pump
into
the,
yeah,
okay,
pump lift
okay.
station.
Anyway, so when something unforeseen happens like that, it really,
Oh, I know.
really stresses the budget.
Do you want 2020?
My main question is, I was on the council or the mayor for 12 years before I stepped down and then took on the maintenance. But Main Street, as you come into town, I'm sure you've been to Beverly, the state maintenance ends right there at the water tower. And then Main Street is paved all the way out to the river bridge.
yeah,
But that's a county road, there's so much county traffic through there.
but the county doesn't do anything for you now, huh?
Right.
Right.
So I was always curious as to, is there a way we could work together or to get that like oiled and chipped, like when they're doing something, is that possible that the county's equipment or manpower, cause we don't have any of the equipment, we don't have much of the budget, we don't have the manpower to do any of that. And the county traffic is just destroying
It is
the
really
asphalt
bad
through
over there.
town.
Your Main Street.
Our Main
Main
Street.
Street, all in, and then all the way out.
Yeah,
to
it
the
goes out, I
river.
know, past the river there, yeah.
So like last summer, the county come in and they patched, 100 foot or 200 foot from between the river bridge and the city limits.
But
So-
you need a lot more when you come around Chris Barron's place, there's a lot of holes in those curves in the
Yeah.
road, you need to
I mean-
get close to a major rebuild.
Don,
Yeah.
Yeah.
in the past,
past, we have,
I was
and
wondering.
we just charged them our costs, not really making money, but our direct costs associated with it. But it's been a while since we've done that.
Well,
Long
I've
time.
actually been wondering,
More than
I would
that,
like
yeah,
our
at
highway
least 50.
department to do some research and find out if we tore up a section of road, like that stretch, how long is that? I don't
A
know.
mile.
Mile.
So let's say
Three
for,
quarters.
well, that's a good way to calculate then, per mile,
Yeah.
what's it cost to tear that up? Because we have places we can use that material, like we've used that, I mean, it was expensive to crush that concrete, but it has served a purpose in certain places where it's been so sloshy that we've packed it in to have a road base. You know, I would like to see a calculation as to what that costs, because,
You mean tear up the existing asphalt?
yeah, I mean,
And then-
Band-Aiding
And then
it.
what, put out new? Like chip seal new through there? Well,
Obviously, we can't afford to do every section of road that we have, but
Yeah.
we're already on a rotation of doing these repairs. However, we're not getting ahead. You know, there are 9 miles or whatever south of Sylvan. I'd love to see the same thing. You've got a mile in
we
Beverly.
go
I don't
through-
know what the
well,
Barnard Road is, but there are
actually-
stretches that really, can we
Bad.
recoup some of our money by removing that material, using it somewhere that we want a more permanent fix? For example, I'm thinking the landfill. I was just told at the landfill how much time they spend repairing their own little road right there. You know, could we not pack a base to the landfill and then up around to the scale with some of that type of material where we quit messing with it
You like that
on
ground,
a monthly basis?
that ground asphalt,
Yeah,
millings.
milling, yeah,
Milling,
exactly.
yeah.
And there's a
Can
big
we
pile
not
of it
find a
right there.
way?
Well, the worst part of the road is from where the old high school is at,
Right, going west,
south.
southwest.
And, yeah, that, I mean, it's bad.
Yeah.
James has patched it a couple of times and it's held, but we got semi trucks going through there, crop service is going through
The
there
crop
with their
service
heavy
goes in
equipment.
there.
Does that part include, is that included in the mile you said? Or is that in addition to the mile?
Yeah, that's.
No, that's
part of the mile.
included.
So
That
it's a
just,
total of a mile.
if we divided
It's
it in
even
half,
less than a mile.
say we could do this,
So let's say for the math, we need to figure it
But it
out.
should
A
go
mile.
from like the river bridge actually, then all the way up to,
Yeah.
State maintenance
Yeah.
there.
yeah,
top
Third
of it,
Street, or
right.
wherever it is, up the
Third.
top of the hill,
It's
And-
third.
Third Street, so.
I was
So
just,
what do you have in your budget for 2020 for patching that?
$22,000 is
For-
all we have for the entire year.
For the roads?
the roads
All
only.
for every road in town?
Yes.
Yeah.
For
In the
every
city
road.
limits?
And I'll tell you what, this is Christie. This is actually right in front of my house.
How many miles of gravel do you have?
Do we have any at the moment?
We don't have any gravel on hand.
No,
I mean, no, but the miles of road, how many miles
Oh.
of road you got to fix?
What we got, about 3 miles roughly.
Total.
It's
So,
bad.
a mile of asphalt and 3 miles of gravel.
Yeah,
In 2002, the city of Beverly paid us like $6,700, so I'm assuming that's labor and materials, it says, so I'm assuming that's to oil at one point in time, and I can like continue to look, but it's been a while.
Oil as in like just patch the,
Like they went in and chip sealed.
oh,
all
they
the
did a
Chip
layer
seal.
of chip seal.
yeah,
Chip
that
seal.
would've been,
So
what,
6,000
that's 18 years
at
ago,
cost
before
for,
I moved
but
back
that's
to
a
town.
long time
Yeah.
ago.
that was 20
I
years
can
ago.
look at people,
Yeah.
'cause I think we tried to do like
I always wondered how,
we did
like
like
little
on
towns
our
like Beverly and
roads every
Boulder,
3
if we
years
got
or
street going
before.
through, is the county responsible for that, or is that city?
No,
Well,
it's
Oh,
city.
city, huh?
It's city.
Well, if
But-
that was an argument that was brought up to me by a citizen, if the city's responsible for it and we can't afford it, we can shut it down and the county can go around.
And that would be completely inconvenient, and we don't want to do that.
I think
It's
something
kind
that
of-
everyone in Lincoln County needs to realize is that the viability of each small town
Yes.
results in the ultimate viability of the entire
Yes.
county. And I say that being a
Right,
proponent from Sylvan. I mean, it's the same concept. If you lose your bank and you lose your main street and everything implodes, and we've already seen that in the smaller towns
Yeah.
that are now non-existent.
Yeah.
So I would say we should try to do everything we can. I mean,
Well, especially the main road through
Yeah,
there,
the main
because
route to
county
do it.
people go through there all the time. I did when I was mail carrier sub, I
Yeah.
delivered you guys' mail.
Well, and you know,
Substitute, and I know right where you're talking.
rural farming community, and 80% of the traffic that goes down Main Street and out of town
It's
is
farmers.
all farmers.
Heavy
It's-
equipment.
It's a
Yeah.
heavy equipment.
Heavy-
Tractors.
it's hard on the-
Semis.
Semis with
Yeah.
loaded wheat and grain, which
There's
is
a milk-
100,000 pounds.
There's a milk truck that comes through town every two days.
2 days.
Every
Well,
days.
crop
We're-
service has a tremendous amount coming through there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh
In
yeah.
and out all the time.
Especially when it comes close
Right.
to like harvest time.
Right.
And,
Su- Summer months.
Yep.
where you got your material, you said Mr. Barron's was
Mhm.
doing, is that a possibility again? Can you do some pricing for us so that we can
We
see?
pay $25 a ton delivered. is
Yeah.
what
And I
we
talked
paid.
to, I
And what was
talked to
it?
Chris.
I think it was either 3/4 or 1-inch rock. And the
3/4.
same rock up here at APEC was 27 picked up. So that's why we went.
You just went ahead and had it
So he
delivered, of
delivered it,
course,
and it was a little
yeah.
cheaper. So that's that quartzite regular 3/4 rock.
Well, yeah, but it's not quartz rock, it's white rock.
Oh, okay.
I mean, but it's good stuff, it
Good.
mashes in good, and it's gonna provide a pretty good base for us, but
Is that what
there's
you
been
used
several years.
just on all your alleys and?
No,
The alleys are dirt.
So how
Alleys
much,
are
Alleys are
still-
totally dirt.
so what was
So
the
just your
total
throughway.
expense of that rock that Chris hauled for you, total price? Like 20 grand or something?
No, I think
Wow.
all we could afford last year was,
1,400, 1,500.
no, it was about 4,200, I think.
4,200.
Yeah.
And that was 6 semi-loads.
Seven,
Yeah.
I think 7 or 8.
And that was
How
about-
much did that do? Did that cover your
One
throughways?
semi-load
Your
did
ma-
about a linear
Not all of
block.
about
but
half.
I spread it thin.
So do you need to redo, or are you gonna do the other half, or
Well,
what's the
what
plan?
we'd like to do is do the other half, plus put some more on the rock
Go
that
back
we've
and
already
patch a little
got.
bit.
And we can borrow a packer from Chris Barron's, and he told we could borrow it and we could pack it in, so then we're getting a base to when we get ready for it, we can put a lighter stuff on top that will stay there, we can grade back up. And that's what, another thing, we need a grader that works really good, that we can grade the roads back up and keep a crown. We don't have a crown on the roads.
No.
We have the Mississippi on the Colorado street down there. I'm serious.
Yes, we do.
It's not
awful.
funny. It is.
I don't mean to
wa-
laugh. It's not at you. It's just I get it.
And the guy, everybody asked me about it. I said, well, when are you going to fix these streets? I go, okay, yeah, we're on a dollar budget and we're trying to get $1 million project going.
Right, and it's deterioration over a long period of time. This didn't
Long.
just happen.
No,
I mean,
this
we
did
have the
not just
same-
happen last
Oh
year.
yeah. It's
Well,
a
the
long
lack
time
of
neglect.
support for infrastructure, and I
For-
hate to say it, but
for
the
years
greater
and
support
years.
of social programs on the external of the infrastructure. I mean,
Yeah.
we do a lot of long-term damage that costs way more to repair in the future than doing the immediate needs.
Yeah.
So,
And it's like James, we've always, he started running grader more. Well, the guys before him only running a 1020 tractor with a little blade on the back, and that's how they were doing the roads. Well, eventually, your road is a dip in the,
it's a trough.
Yeah, there you
Exactly.
go.
What about if we talk to the highway department and see what we have equipment-wise, what about maybe we could talk about a payment plan? Because I think we had mentioned that to Sylvan.
The lease arrangement.
And that way you could afford more of a payment out of your budget over the next several years, rather than
What, for the
making-
road grader, or
Yeah.
yeah.
One thing that I was kind of thinking about too, like until we can get that figured out, would it be plausible to have one of the county guys, like maybe in some downtime, come in and blade roads in Beverly? Like, of course, it'd probably be a monetary fee, but I mean, it's something for now until we can get that figured out, because we're in dire need.
What you have right now is inoperable.
Oh, it
It's-
works.
I mean, it's not doing the job you need
It
it
works
to do.
like I work.
Can you sell
Doesn't.
it? Does it have a resale value of anything? Does anybody know?
Scrap value.
Well,
Scrap value, pretty much.
Yeah.
The same year and model, I think Beloit had for sale 6 or 8 months ago on Craigslist, and they had a $1,400 bid on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a 1950s model.
Is it that new?
Might be,
I'm serious. Is it
No.
that new?
Yeah,
You know?
It,
It-
I would
it's-
think
it's-
that
It actually-
a lease arrangement with an operator would be the way to work this out. You could buy a grader, but I don't think you'd ever get that much money out of it.
And also
But
then
if
you
you
have
had
to
a
do
lease
maintenance and
arrangement with
repair
us
on
for a
it.
certain number of hours a year, or whatever we want to work
I don't
out.
know that we want to tie ourselves into something long-term, just.
We could turn,
We
okay, say like for a year, do it a yearly
A
thing.
yearly lease or,
Yeah,
or
something like
contract.
And you
contract.
guys come up and say, hey man, we're really busy, we can't do it this year. Okay, we understand, we just have to,
If you have large projects come up, like
Yeah.
Or-
everywhere in the county's gonna do.
I'm only saying that because I think we have enough of our own loose ends to tie up with
Well,
our
we
own
do.
roads.
Yeah,
But equipment-wise, we could do a lease arrangement if we have something that we're not using and planning on getting rid of. For our budget, the resale value isn't nearly as valuable as, in my opinion, helping a small town
Yeah.
to sustain itself.
Yeah.
What do we need the cash for when we can invest it essentially
Yeah.
in
Resale
your
value,
operation? I mean,
Yeah.
equipment-wise, and if you have an operator, eventually you'll be able to get to it. But in the transition time, you're saying you need something done there are some roads that need graded now.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's bad.
yeah.
It's really bad.
Well, and also, what you discussed earlier too, Main Street, I wonder if the county could cooperate or deal with them on that too, since that is a tremendous amount of county traffic.
Yeah.
Going through there all the way out to
I
the river.
hate to see us keep putting these teeny layers of chip seal on these roads that are
Yeah.
deteriorating the
Well,
base.
That road isn't gonna be a chip seal road, you're gonna have to rebuild that road.
Yeah, you're gonna have to
South
rebuild, even all the way up from the top of the hill, you can see the cracks starting the pavement. You know how things get, asphalt gets cracks in it, water runs in there, and then it gets soft underneath.
Right.
And
Well,
it's
you gotta
just,
do ditches and reshape the whole road, that's a real mess down there, I'm pretty familiar with it.
yeah,
So,
You've got culverts and everything to fix it.
yeah, that's
It's
what
a
we've
major-
gotta look at.
Projects.
what
so-
are you guys doing with your budget? I mean, I've never seen it. Obviously, like the 22,000 that you have for the road infrastructure, that's probably your largest portion of your budget,
That is.
besides payroll. I mean,
Yeah.
I assume your payroll.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
This year,
yeah,
our sewers are in dire need of cleaning too, you know.
Yeah. nobody's
We're doing
cleaned them.
that.
They haven't been jetted or cleaned in ever.
Uh-huh.
Not that I've ever known.
DJ does that, don't they?
Huh?
Well, I've talked to Bruce up there and got a bid, and
what is the bid for that?
too much. It's hourly.
Oh, hourly.
I went with a company out of Nebraska, Johnson. They specialize in sewer cleaning. It's by the foot. So
That way
we
can
have
actually
$6,000 in
stop it
our
off.
budget this year.
But that's not gonna cover it.
No, we'll get about a third of the town done.
Yep.
Can you do like your main collectors?
Right, I'm gonna
and-
start at the lift station and work up and go east and anyways, and that's a 3-year plan to try to get the whole town done on that. So I walked into what you call a crap storm when I took over this position. The valves haven't been exercised, the sewer hasn't been maintained, the roads haven't been maintained, all of our equipment and tools are gone, disappeared. It's a mess.
It's
and,
been
and we're
bad.
trying to climb out of this hole.
Wonder, is there any like neighborhood revitalization money?
So
Better
we're gonna
federally and
look
stuff.
into like the Geo Hewitt grant and
There's
stuff
some
like
federal
that.
money
We're
for
gonna,
like
yes.
revitalization for like these little towns and stuff,
I-
isn't there?
I actually have a list of
Okay.
grants that I'm gonna be looking into, and I'm gonna go as hard as I can to try to get as
Yeah.
much as
Yeah.
we
Because
can.
you know what,
Problem is,
there's-
most of those grants are 50-50 match.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and we
you
don't
gotta
have the
You have
match.
to have
And we
that
don't
funds
have
to
it.
allocate.
You don't have the money to match.
So
We don't have
there
the
is a
money or the
perfect
manpower
opportunity to go to the
match.
web
Right.
fund.
Yes.
Yeah.
You can go to
Yes.
the web fund saying that this money is gonna be used as
For
our
a match,
match
yeah.
funds for what we're trying, I mean, you can try to
Yeah.
coordinate that
And
together.
also maybe Post Rock Community Foundation
Yes.
grants too, and maybe Dane Hanson
Yeah,
grants.
and you have,
See,
yeah.
there's money out there, but you just gotta know how to get it.
Yes.
Well, we wanted to come and,
come to our county.
Yeah, no, it's
come
good.
up here and, let the need be known and see
Yeah.
what is available and how, if it's even possible to work together or to get some assistance.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean,
Yeah,
Well,
especially with that main street
yeah.
out to the
equipment-wise,
bridge.
during the summer, the county works Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And the equipment sets idle Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So if you're willing to do some of that, I don't see why we couldn't lease the equipment out. Now, I understand the equipment has maintenance time, but we have enough that we could probably rotate graders around.
Well, once it gets, we don't have a lot of traffic, but
Yeah,
I'm just saying, over the period of 20 years or 30 years, everything's deteriorated down to where you drive down some roads, you better be in 4-wheel drive.
well, and you've got ditches all the way through, you don't have any curbs and gutters at all.
Well, just a few
Well,
of
on
them.
the main street, but.
Yeah, there's off,
So you
off
got a
on
lot of
First
work to do with the grader, just cleaning up and crowning roads,
Yeah.
and cleaning out drainage and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But I think we could probably work out a lease agreement.
The employee has to operate the piece of equipment.
Yep.
Yeah,
You can't lease them a piece of equipment, our employee has to
I,
operate.
that's what I
When
said
I
earlier.
said lease, I meant lease to purchase, just clarification.
Well, I just
But
meant
you're
rent it
talking
to 'em.
about,
Yeah.
continuing.
He's probably gonna let them use our equipment like on the weekends when we're not using it,
But
but.
no,
like,
Is that a
we
county
can't do
policy,
that.
Don, or what's
No, the
the?
equipment comes with an operator. If it's your grader, you don't want somebody else running it. No matter whether it's a formal association or informal.
So really what we need is we need a Beverly cleanup day
No.
on a Friday. when the county's not working.
What the city of Barnard does is ask our equipment operator to volunteer.
His
So
time.
Johnny Wiltie normally volunteers his time to the city of Barnard. I don't know if we have somebody that would do that for Beverly.
Barnard, grader operator in that district.
But
does
ideally,
that.
if you could get 2 or 3 people out there
Commissioners.
on a Friday when
Yeah.
they're
And then
not at work
drip, drip, drip,
anyhow.
done.
Right, I mean, it's
Yeah.
only a few miles. We're not
Yeah.
talking
You
a whole
know.
quadrant of the
Yeah, you're
county.
not talking,
If you
20
had
miles.
several pieces of equipment for
Yeah.
1 or 2
Maybe
days,
if-
you could get a lot done in a
And
short
maybe
amount
if,
of time,
Don,
get it
if
shaped
our
up.
Yeah.
operator
Before you
could
get your new
volunteer,
application.
yeah,
Could
for the
they-
new rock.
Are you
on top.
trying to purchase
Could we
that
pay
same
him
way?
and then get you reimbursed from Beverly?
Where are
to
you
us
looking
for
at
his
rock? Through Chris
time?
Barron's again?
That
Yeah.
way maybe.
Well, it was only like
Some people don't
$20 a
volunteer,
ton.
but if you give them their
I
regular
mean, we
pay
talked to
for
him
a
again,
Saturday.
and we were gonna price it up here too.
Yeah,
What?
where we can,
Ideally, you would want
time
your
and a
own
half.
millings
Oh.
on your own side streets.
Well,
Yeah.
and-
They would
Yeah.
have to pay that.
But you're not talking.
But you're not talking
That
that
many
long.
days in
We
a
were just
year.
talking here,
See,
but
and that's
Don
what-
just brought up that Barnard has, the regular grader operator up there donates time, but you guys have an operator around Beverly district
Yeah.
area.
Right.
We could talk to them, they may not wanna donate their time, but maybe they would work for their regular wage, say on a weekend, maybe plus overtime, but you guys would maybe have to pay their wage.
What- yeah.
Reimburse us, we would pay it, but then you
See, and
reimburse.
that's what.
That way then, we could maybe do that,
then maybe we could get the roads fixed up, get a crown put on
yeah.
them, and.
Then you
Yeah.
wouldn't have to
Material.
buy a grader
Yes.
and try to maintain a grader and
Yeah,
all
they,
that.
they want the road shaped properly before they put more material on it.
Yeah.
Right.
So
And
there
our-
needs to be a.
Our grader, let me put it to you this way, it doesn't tilt. Like, it's actually been
well.
So you're
welded.
literally just scooping as you go.
Literally,
Yeah.
it does not tilt.
It's just a big
It,
scoop
yes.
shovel.
So I would
So-
think you probably wanna lease them a grader and get stuff set up before you start building on roads.
Yeah,
Yes.
We can do that in-house, but
Well, we could, well,
that blacktop road, particularly the south end, that's gonna be a major work.
yeah,
Because there
maybe.
are potholes that go a foot deep down on that corner by Chris Barron's and the other corner over
Yeah.
the bridge.
like that main road that
And
runs
that's,
from,
that's not
that's a
something
high,
you can
that's,
fix overnight.
that's a state highway, goes through Sylvan, isn't it, 232
The state maintains it until it turns to the lake.
But like
And
the
then
Westfall
from there
Road-
South. it
Westfall
goes-
Road runs through Westfall, and that's obviously the county takes care of that,
Right.
but that's the Westfall,
Well,
that's a
we-
county
we-
Westfall
road,
blacktop.
We've been doing Sylvan, Barnard,
Westfall.
Westfall in a rotation,
Right.
but just layering like the top layer of chip seal. I don't know when the last time
You know,
anyone
and I
dug
could
up
almost
any
see,
road was.
I could almost see Beverly could have a claim to have that done for that, from 18 highway to the river. I could almost see Beverly qualifying for that. Same thing that we do
Well,
Westfall.
you know, the state highway from north side of Beverly out
Yeah.
is pretty good.
Maintained. It's
Yeah.
very
Does that go
well
clear to 18?
maintained. Yeah,
The
so
state-
it's
state
from the
maintains
city
that.
limits
It's
to
232.
18.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
is
that is an
is
actual
state.
state
Okay,
highway.
so it's just the
Yeah.
mile you're talking about
The
is from
shortest
where the
one in
state
state,
stops
actually.
Yeah.
through the
City
south end of
starts,
town
yeah.
To the
down.
bridge.
Roughly about
Okay.
where the water tower is, in
Yeah.
between the water tower and the bar,
Yeah.
on
Yeah.
south and west out to the river bridge. It's
Because
about a little under a mile.
I could almost see county
I'm just saying, if
provide,
it's that bad,
it is.
we really need to dig it up or
You really
or
Yeah.
get a bid to have that done.
So-
Have that tore up and redo it all,
You-
well, that'd be
you're gonna have-
expensive,
that's-
you know.
Yeah.
But what do you do? Do you
Yeah.
keep? I mean, what do
You
you
can't
do?
just put chip sealing forever.
Exactly.
I know.
mean, you either do it once for 20 years or you do it every year for 20 years.
Well, that's
Weigh
something
the
we can
difference.
discuss
Still the
more in the
same.
future here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
But I think on the short term, what Don kind of brought up about Barnard, they volunteer and we could lease a
we can at least
grader.
get your side streets cleaned up
We could lease
to be
a grader
graded
to
and
you.
ready for material, and you have money right now. You can purchase some. You can do your
Yeah.
other half.
We could have to,
Right.
just there's our highway.
He's not doing anything, let's send him down there and have him take a look, tell us what he thinks.
Where's it at?
What, this guy?
Yeah,
Where's
Beverly.
it at?
Beverly.
the main
Yeah.
road in Beverly, the blacktop from the city limits on the north to the bridge on the south.
Okay.
We think it probably needs a major rebuild and a lot of that, because there's potholes and you don't have any drainage and a lot of stuff. But before we get too far, we'll probably have an expert eye take a look at it and tell us what you think.
Yeah, I could go look at it, take some pictures and stuff.
So, question for you, Mr. McCade. What are we doing with our grader situation right now? We sold the one to Sylvan. Then there was another. Is
It's
that
a spare. It's a spare. Currently have two spares. One is on the line to be sold. Like was told it had transmission issues.
okay?
Or filings in the transmission.
Okay. Have we tested it? Have we done a
Not
fluids?
that I'm aware of.
Has it
So that's
stopped?
something I wanna do before we get rid of it, cause it's an '04 Komatsu,
Okay,
2004. The spare we have is a 1995 Cat,
okay,
similar to the one that we sold to Sylvan,
Uh-huh.
just a different year.
uh-huh,
We've utilized it recently when our John Deere was getting the turbo and air-to-air
okay, so,
replaced in it. Basically, between the two of them, one of them will likely go this year.
what do you believe the resale value is on the Komatsu? If you're trying to sell it relatively soon?
If we were selling it private party,
Yes.
your 30 to 40 is what they go for that year. If you're selling it like auction site, that year will generally bring around 50, but if it's someone local, I think we could 30 and possibly even less. I'd have to do a little bit more research on that. I'm more familiar with the CAT equipment.
Okay, so we
30,000.
sold Sylvan our piece for
15.
15.
And I sold a 1991 that was not running, that was missing doors and components for 58,000.
58? Just
58,000.
recently?
This was last year.
Wow, really?
1991 that was missing a door. The windows were cracked out in a lot of it.
But mechanically, that was good, probably, yeah. No?
No,
Surprised it
Apparently he needs to
surprised
go
it
into
brought
solar.
some money.
that age of equipment, it doesn't stay here in the U.S. It goes
Mexico or something.
jungles, deserts, places where the older it is, it actually changes because it doesn't have all the electronics where it can be
Right.
fixed
Someone
out in
can
the
work
bush
on
a
it.
lot easier.
Yeah,
A lot of them go, they basically go right to a port
okay.
and go overseas.
So Beverly would like to talk about potentially purchasing from
Okay.
us, and I would like to see us treat them as we did Sylvan.
Yeah.
So if you could get that fluid test done to
Okay.
see where we stand with that Komatsu, if that's the one we're looking to sell, and maybe that's what they're interested in.
And it's newer, so I don't think it'd bring as much resale, but at the same time, it's got a lot more electrical components that could go wrong. I think that's why Sylvan bought that one, because of the older system on it.
It would be more easily maintained.
It
Yeah.
looks like a straight line road versus the new stuff, the electrical wiring maps look like this. And it's a lot more complicated to
Yeah.
maintain it and make sure it's running. You need to have computers to plug into it. Basically, when something breaks, you have to call a technician out to plug the computer in to see what.
Is that why
is wrong.
we're keeping the cat that's older
Yes,
and selling the
for the most
Komatsu?
part. And because potentially there's a transmission issue with that Komatsu.
Well, let's do process of elimination and
Yeah.
see if there's anything wrong with it, and then we
Yeah.
can start talking
Well,
about
also,
Okay.
prices for
the
repair.
Beverly Council people here are asking, Don was stating that the Barnard currently, I think, you guys, lease your equipment and the operator donates time like on a weekend or something to work up
He
Barnard.
probably hasn't been a
Not
part of
that I
that,
know
cause
of.
it's probably in
You
the
probably
spring.
don't know that.
They mostly do that in the.
Well, what we're
Yeah.
saying is Beverly's needing, they don't have much resources and but they need some work done. We were wanting them possibly on a weekend when we're not using our equipment. If the Beverly operators in that area could help do their roads, they would pay a operator.
Okay.
But we would pay them, but they'd reimburse us. And like on a weekend, Friday or Saturday, just to help shape up Beverly's gravel roads and side roads. And we were wondering if that, wanted to bring that up to you, what you thought about that. And, that would help them a lot and, you know.
I mean, we can, but we come into the issue of, just like the Westfall area too, those are not county roads, and you're not supposed to use county property for the benefit of private individuals, because it's not a county road. That's where the legality.
Well, it's governmental to governmental, so it's
Yeah.
for the city.
If you're fine with that,
I-
then
yeah.
It's county to city,
Yeah.
and it's always in the county,
Yeah.
and they're all taxpayers
No,
to the county. I know, you got a good point, Brendan, but where's
Because it's just like the side streets in Westfall, we don't plow those in winter time. We don't plow those off because, I guess, when they've done it previously, they damaged the road surface. And legally, those aren't our roads to maintain, but I understand this.
Okay,
I
but
wanna help everyone.
But I do want to
Yeah.
go back to the statute. Yes, it is criminal to use government property for private benefit. But the city streets of Beverly are not privately
Okay.
owned. That's all I want to
Yeah.
clarify.
That's-
If it's in the city limits, there's city. No, you can't go on someone's driveway.
Correct.
but the actual side streets and alleys or whatever
You
needs.
can go on someone's driveway, but you're gonna be held accountable.
Well, I'm saying that is where that applies. You
That is-
cannot use government-owned property for the benefit of personal gain, which does not include publicly owned property, which would be city streets. And we just like to see us be available. First of all, we have Fridays open. We've kind of created a situation there where if it can be utilized, then that's probably a benefit for everyone. And if someone's willing to either donate their time for the operation of the equipment or to even be paid their regular wage because it's an addition, I mean, I don't know. We technically probably can't do that to
We
Hyundai.
gotta pay them overtime.
If they're being paid through the county, they have to be paid overtime if
Yeah.
it's over 40.
Yeah.
They'd have
So
to
maybe
reimburse.
the city though, it's cheaper for the city to pay time and a half to someone to come 8 hours on a Friday than it is to try to hire it out and get it done some other way.
And they only have like 2 miles, probably, right?
Yeah,
it's-
So, and once you did it and cleaned it up, then you probably wouldn't need to do it that often, maybe,
The idea is they want to purchase new material. They did last year. They could only afford enough to do half of their roads. So if we can help shape the roads
Yeah.
to get a new layer put on sometime here in the spring, I assume.
If
Then-
if we did it right now, moisture's good for mixing material together, but the problem with doing it right now is the freeze thaw. So that moisture you pack it down, I could run all the heavy equipment I have on it and get it nice and tight, but once temperature drop below freezing, that moisture, just like a can when you throw it in the freezer,
Yeah.
explodes because it grows. So then basically it fluffs all the material and all of its interlocking is gone. So then it starts really, people call it fluffing up, it'll just start rutting real bad. That's why you generally do spot patches in winter time, just to help people get through.
Well, they're
But
not even going to
yeah.
purchase their material yet. So I think the
Okay.
idea
Right,
is
it would be like the
So it'd be
Start-
something-
spring.
start
this spring,
prepping.
Yeah.
talk to your people who are in that area and see if they're willing to do that on a
Okay.
Friday and Friday, Saturday or something. And it shouldn't be more than a 2-day project, I wouldn't think.
I wouldn't.
It's only
think.
2 miles of.
It's only like 2
That's-
miles,
Three.
and once you did it, you probably wouldn't
Yeah.
need to do it very often, maybe every
Right.
once a month or once every 2 months.
I'm not suggesting that we continue that. I mean, that's, if you guys wanna do that, I'm not advocating for that. I'm talking about
No.
prepping your roads one
Yeah,
time.
just prep the road.
Right.
Sorry, I mean, that's,
No, yeah, totally.
I don't think
And
we
then
want
we'll-
to commit ourselves to maintaining your
No,
roads.
Yeah.
but do it like a one-time thing.
That's my
Or-
personal-
or-
that's my personal
Or 6
opinion.
months from now, if they need it again, maybe do it then too. But
Before next
occasion-
winter, if we don't have
Well,
something.
every time you're gonna make a large purchase of material
Yeah.
and you
Yeah.
need to make sure that it's properly shaped,
Yeah.
that's different than committing to maintaining
Yeah,
them on
right,
a
yeah.
anyways.
Not a, not
In
a,
fact, the less you touch them, if they're crowned properly, the better.
Right.
yeah,
Yeah.
I agree with
Because
that.
I would also need truck drivers and a loader operator to load the material, or would it already be
No, they're
No,
going to
we'll do
potentially
that
have that,
part.
haul
We'll do
but they
that.
don't they don't even have a grader,
to
right,
shape
at
it,
this,
lay it? Yeah.
exactly.
I mean, you can lay it off with a box blade, but you can't set a crown very well with a box blade, and I've been through Beverly, it's not like it's gonna be, it's something that if the employees, whether the ones in the district or a different district want to help out.
Yeah.
I'll talk with them on it and see.
Are you willing to pay the wage, because it's obviously gonna be time and a half, and you could do
Yeah.
some calculations to figure out 2 people at 8 hours apiece, or whatever it takes for
We just need to know
Yeah.
the pay wage, and then that way
probably,
we
you're
can
averaging
do-
probably
Then
about
the
16
council can vote
times
on it
1.5.
down there.
right.
You're about
Yeah,
20,
like,
20-something
yeah,
bucks an
Tanner,
hour.
if you and Brendan and
14.05
James
is most
can
of
get
my
together and go look at the blacktop and give us kind of a plan or an estimate on that. James Peterson, I don't know if you've ever met him, he's
Right
the
behind you.
maintenance guy in Beverly. And,
What if they'd apply for web funds, like
I
figure out
don't-
what the project is and then apply?
Yeah, yeah,
Maybe not 100%, but.
but yeah, you
Yeah.
could apply, although I guess you don't wanna open a can of worms applying for wages for, I was
If
thinking
they
more
did
along
a
the lines.
project though, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, they
what
could just
the
apply it to the
project
project,
is.
that's true.
Yeah.
Because when they did the water stuff. they
You could
applied
call
for
it the
project.
Beverly Infrastructure Project
Yeah.
and get a total amount and just say, we
Yeah.
want this much, because you know that that portion will at least cover your wages to get the roads prepped for new material, or
Yeah.
your new material purchase, whatever that may be. You could get your you could say, we want matching funds, we're putting on half, this is how much we bought last year to do half, we're gonna do that again. You could get a whole nother half potentially and get all that material coming in at once this
Yeah.
year.
That'd be amazing.
January, February, March, April, next meeting's in April,
I think it said April 26th.
Oh, yeah, for
so
wind,
you
yeah,
could get
wind
your
tower.
money in May.
Really?
Yeah, you could apply to the wind tower,
Let's say you ask for
Yeah.
5,000,
Distribution.
if you can spend 5,000 and get 5,000, you can have $10,000 worth of material to be ready by the time we have that
Yeah.
portion of it done.
That'd be
We
amazing.
can shape it and then run equipment over it to
Pack
pack
it.
it down. For that type of stuff, might have to pull a flat roller instead of our grid roller.
Do we have a flat roller? I don't.
Yeah.
They said they had one.
Oh, you guys have a flat roller?
Yeah, we could borrow one from
Chris Barron.
Chris Barron.
Okay. Do you need equipment to pull it with, or?
What have you been?
We've got a little tractor that'll, we think it'll pull, Chris said it would.
Okay, we can hook it up to a piece of our equipment too. Otherwise, we have flat rollers through a couple different spots in the county.
Well, if you can get 2 to 3 guys at a time, that's
Yeah.
that many man hours you can do in one day. I mean,
Yep.
it's not like it's a huge project. You
Yeah.
can consolidate the time
Right.
by using
That
multiple
would be
people.
If
at once.
the loads are spread in front of my, two blademen goes the quickest. If there's trucks continue coming, spreading the load out, we would flag it and show how best to lay it out in. We could have it probably 2 days, and then
Yeah,
that second day would just be a lot of one of the operators pulling a roller of some sort to help consolidate the material.
so where are we at with
Why don't
this?
you guys go figure out what
What are
we
they
need to
gonna
do
do?
at Beverly, and then come back in and with a plan, and then we'll figure out, you guys can get the money, and we'll give some money, but I think, at least as
And we
far
can
as I'm
just-
concerned, we're in concurrence with fixing the roads,
That'd be
one
amazing.
way or the other.
And helping you out with.
Really
So we're not
appreciate
asking
that.
for compensation for equipment time.
No,
We just want to make sure that the manpower is
Gets
paid.
paid. Yeah, gets paid, and absolutely.
And it'll be overtime because I would ask that you would suggest whoever's gonna do it on a Friday and Saturday as a
Yeah.
team. And you can pay their wages for that, and you can apply for project money
Yeah.
through the web fund. Randy's on the board now, so
Yeah.
he will know ahead of time kind of what's going on.
Got it.
Yeah, and I think that's a good cause.
And then if you would please follow up on that Komatsu,
Yeah.
make sure we know what's wrong with it, and then
Yeah.
if you guys, you could also apply for money, you could have a down payment, we could make a lease arrangement, you could
Yeah.
have like a 3-year, 5-year payoff or something. And I would like to see us treat you the way we treated Sylvan. We
Yeah,
gave him
that's-
a
I
good deal.
appreciate that.
Yeah,
That'll
Really
be-
and you know, I don't know if you talked to Kelly Larson either. that can be
Oh,
relevant.
yes. I-
Because she's has a lot of contacts with getting grants and funds and help matching, or, you know, I know
She's been
matching.
amazing.
Well,
in
good.
helping.
Okay,
but
she
I
did,
think you're gonna find your blacktop is gonna take a lot of money, so you need to be looking for some serious grants on that.
yeah, if you're, especially if we tear it up
Yeah.
and put on all brand new, that's expensive, isn't it, Brendan? How much is that a mile? 100,000 a
Doing
mile?
a full rehab, that,
Full
are we
rehab
gonna
is,
do a cement sealed base, or putting 3 down, and then how much overlay, we're gonna 4 inch or 6 inch?
Well, you probably don't
Yeah,
have
it's
more than a
expensive.
quarter of a mile that you're
Just
gonna
throw
have
a
to
number
do
out so we
rebuild.
know what we're
How
looking
much
at.
would it be, Tanner? A guessing, just
For a
approximately.
mile, I think
Yeah,
it's
per
about
mile.
250,000 a mile.
That's
That's cheaper
with
than I
the
thought
new-
it would be.
That's like a brand new.
that's new base.
Like a brand new
New
road.
base and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
And
how
it'll
do you
last
determine if it
forever.
needs
Well,
a
that'd
new
last
base
for a
versus
long
just
time, yeah.
fixing the base? I mean,
So is there a lot of map cracked areas that,
Yeah.
there's a lot of that?
Yeah.
So
There's
makes
a lot of-
shot.
Quite a bit of it.
Shot.
The base of the
Could you
road's
patch
gone
it
a lot
and
of
do it?
places.
so are we talking
go
like
look
a
at it.
removal of all the materials that are there and then a relay
It just
from the bottom
depends.
up?
On the condition, but yeah, if it's all map cracked, then you probably go out and mill out the stuff that's there now. and then-
Uh-huh.
When you tear up that old asphalt, can we use that then as millings, grind that up ourselves and use that as material or not?
That's
So
a good
certain asphalt designs will utilize like
wrap.
state, yeah, they call it RAP, recycled asphalt, and RAS, recycled asphalt shingles. But a lot of times their mixes for like the state projects is under 20% that material with all new material and oil being added as well. So it's basically, that's why states have big mountains of it sitting around, because you can only hide so much of that in there.
Well, I about cried when I drove down to 18. They were burning it off. I was thinking,
They were
just
trying
stack
to
it
reclaim the
somewhere
aggregate out.
here.
Well, what they were doing was reclaiming the aggregate out of it.
How? Is that
Burning off the oil so then they could use the aggregate itself.
okay?
It's an option, not the most environmentally friendly option.
Well,
But
probably not for this particular project because the
Yeah.
cracks and the potholes are down through.
yeah, that's- we
everything, I
have-
mean-
you take that material out, you would take the base and rehab the base, bring new material in. And AB3 is not a product we can get here locally in this county.
What kind of a company does that? Not what kind, but where? Like who?
Ham Quarry, Woodbine,
How far is that?
100 miles.
Okay. So I would suggest that you start getting some per mile bids anyway,
Yeah.
just to see where you are on that part of it. But I think your side streets are a separate project from your main street.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the side
Like,
streets are
you
with the
can do
gravel.
Yeah, we can do
Yeah.
the
Relatively
gravel.
soon.
We could plan
Yeah.
that and we could coordinate helping you with that.
AB3 is a spec stone by the state standards, that's what it is. The classification and gradation of it is AB3. So if you call Hams, their woodbine quarry, I think is the closest supplier of AB3. It's a limestone, generally it's a limestone material, softer, not the hard quartzite rock. Quartzite has tried to make some AB3 before, and they have some AB3 on site they've shipped in from their other location, but I don't know if there's any left there. There was just, they had something from Mackay.
Yeah. All right, in a issue of time here, can.
Gotcha.
Well, we
Yeah.
got
Yeah.
big,
You
big
have,
agenda
you
here.
have some research to do and to
Yes.
get back to us.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks you guys for
Absolutely.
coming.
Guys.
Yeah, and hopefully we
Thank
can
you.
help you guys out over there.
All right.
Can we do a 5-minute recess before we start with the highway
Yes,
department?
yes. 5-minute recess, please.
Whenever you guys get down there, let us know.
Yeah.
If you have names and just right there on the city hall office building, just all their names of their council members on the mayor, so.
Whose phone number should we get?
Yep.
His, probably.
Get mine.
Yeah.
Go ahead first.
No, you're fine.
We're running by.
He's on iPhone.
Oh, well, yeah,
So,
him too.
yeah, James, get James too, so.
We're all leaving. See ya.
All right.
Thanks for coming.
Bye.
Thanks for hearing us
Yeah,
out.
hopefully we can help you guys out.
Okay.
James, you wanna write down your number?
I feel they should do the same, if they do decide to sell here, give you the same deal that they gave
So,
us.
I would really.
Even though
appreciate
it's worth more, they
Yes.
already set a precedent.
that. Right, I know, but, yeah, yes,
But I don't think they knew what it was that they were selling originally.
got it, so they went low.
Getting tired, so.
Well,
The-
because
the
it's an
one- yeah.
in-county entity.
Yeah,
Makes
that's-
sense.
The one I sold, it did not run, was missing a door, the entire turnstile was broken.
You need to come sell our road grader.
I figured 20,000
Really?
would be perfect.
It doesn't tilt, like, that's how bad it is.
So that was sold through Iron Planet, which they are a large heavy equipment and government dealer. And basically, you get a lot of people that are just middlemen that ship the stuff directly overseas to them. And you can see all previous prices of things.
What was that?
Iron Planet.
Iron Planet?
Yep. .com. You can see the previous prices of what this equipment sold for. So I
Okay.
wanted to see what our grader got.
Uh-huh.
And I saw one 58,000. I came, I'm like, that can't be us. And I looked closer, I'm like, so starting price 20,000. I'm like, that's probably what we should have gotten. And I was going through it. Well, that was our grader.
Wow.
And I figured 20 would probably be an all right price for it in
Right.
that condition.
Good bit up.
We went up to 58,000.
Well, that would help our budget.
So some of the older stuff surprised,
Why?
yeah, some of the older stuff surprisingly the value starts going up because they'll use it somewhere where there's not regulations and they can,
Do whatever they want with it.
and they will do whatever they want with it.
Yes, they will.
So it's a funny changes. Once you get to the 2,000 area, that's when prices go back down again because it has all the electronic components.
Call
Yeah.
James.
Okay, need to get, what is, I did have one in my pocket. What is your email address?
Just write it down.
Oh, okay. Really bad about my hand becoming my notebook. Pizza orders, right on the back of the hand.
This Jim? Yeah, what you got?
That's also-
Yeah, and there's a
Alright.
gate right in front of it, electric fence and other, and it's the DC case sitting there, yeah.
Not nice. It's one that's-
Yeah,
Did you get my message on Facebook? No. Yet.
yeah, dump that, I don't need any calcium in there. It's gonna be a show tractor. That'll work. Yeah.
Special election versus getting it onto the ballot.
Yeah.
Getting the question onto the ballot. So I was wondering if I could take an email breakdown of how all that works.
That's fine. Yeah,
It probably won't be
Whatever you want, yeah, holler when you come out tomorrow and I'll show up with a check then. Yeah, okay, well, thanks a lot. Bye.
So, go on this tomorrow. So, hopefully I remember to help me out.
I'll try, if I remember.
One day I won't have to be so stressed, but.
Yeah.
I think there is a deadline though that you have to meet
Okay,
to get it like an August primary, but for you guys, it might be better to have it on the general.
that's what I was kinda thinking for the general.
That's what we did with the city of Mackay, but I'll pull out that stuff
Okay,
and see what all we have to do.
perfect, that was amazing.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Let's see if I can figure out how to turn that down. We're off. Just Hannah will.
You guys should come on up if you want to.
Come bearing gifts. I didn't know the highway department gave everyone calendars, so new
Who?
calendar for you. We've thrown all of ours out because they've been sitting in our shop for about 6 weeks.
What are those maps?
No calendars.
Oh,
We've thrown them out because they're sitting in our shop for about 6 weeks. And then all the other departments said, well, where's the calendar you guys give us? So we went and got new calendars.
All right, I just spent $1,000 right there. One phone call.
that's easy to do. With these cell phones, you can buy a lot of stuff quick, can't you?
I believe it's advertised that 232 that runs from 18 to Beverly is the shortest state highway in the state.
Beverly?
232 from the highway to Beverly. They say that's the shortest state highway.
You know, the Beverly Road to the Westville Road was supposed to be a highway, but the voters didn't like it, or the residents didn't like it, so they told the state not to do that.
Did the same thing in Denmark years ago too.
At least that's what my grandma told me.
It should be nice if that was good.
That used to be blacktop.
It used to be gravel, and then it used to be asphalt.
From Beverly to
They built it up.
Westfall Road, yeah.
Yep. And then they just put the millings back in straight, and that's why it's kind of fluffy through there.
So I'm sure you're gonna be busy this week with these roads, huh?
If we can, if the weather, if we get more moisture like we are, we're out there now trying to do.
Tonight it may snow or rain again.
Tonight and tomorrow.
Hopefully we don't get any more for a while, so you can get
It'd
out
be
there.
nice. Yeah, we're out there now doing what we can.
I know,
We've got a house moving
I know.
that was scheduled to move today, so we didn't have the full meeting
House
today.
moving.
Yeah, there's a house going from Ottawa, Russell County area, or Russell, Osborne County area through down to Ellsworth
Coming through here.
on Iron Road to, basically Green Valley Road to Iron, all the way to the Vesper Road, south,
They gotta get a special permit from you to do that or
from
something?
Dawn's office.
Oh, yeah. Do you charge them a bunch of money for that?
$25. I think that's the state maximum, but it could be wrong.
Per truck
$25
for the permit. Oh,
Yeah, just for the permit.
But then you gotta be out there to direct traffic and everything, don't you?
Not necessarily.
No.
No, take down signs, put signs up if they're not already moved, or they sometimes do that themselves, or they have in the past. These ones, the signs, we moved them out, but with all this weather, I
Oh,
had them going
today.
down trying to clean up ruts and things like that.
Oh, I
Because
know.
Did they go ahead and move, or did
I
they?
don't know yet. I know it was scheduled for today, so I had them, instead of having our safety meeting, I had them out on the roads. And we'll have a safety meeting when we get this moisture and can't be on the roads again.
Hopefully it dries up so we can get out there.
That would be nice.
Have we got the bids for the Tuckpointing? They come in?
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
Or we're
today.
gonna open them at 2.
I mean, but we haven't,
Have you
they're
got it?
physically present for
You don't
you.
get it? Hopefully people show up at 2.
Before Alexis gets back, I'll just bring up, Ellsworth County has hired you guys, I guess, to evaluate roads ahead of time. and then evaluate after. The wind farms, restore all roads. So do you do that for Ellsworth County then? You're gonna evaluate the roads ahead? Are you gonna do that for us too, or?
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah.
policy.
And I've got that one of my items.
Okay,
I'll
we'll get
discuss
there.
with you.
We'll wait for Alexis here. I just brought this up here.
Yeah. So, yeah, Dale Houston and the commissioners want us to do the same thing that we're doing here.
Okay,
So, but I've got a contract contingent upon the RMA,
okay.
that I can present to you guys, and then I provide some comments on the RMA. But, yeah, and discuss it. Here, a little bit.
Well, wait, I guess I can hand these. The employee satisfaction surveys, I did not fill them out myself, and I also know our operator that isn't here didn't fill them out. But since these were done anonymous, they're meant to be anonymous, I had Steve hand these out to the guys Tuesday while I was gone. But I don't have the same number of employees as I have these, so I don't know who didn't fill one out.
Some people didn't do it, huh?
But there's those. And then all the employee evaluations, except for myself and my operator that hasn't been here, or been on leave for a little while.
You don't really wanna review those in open meeting? 'Cause
No, it
that's
just-
not an open record, so.
Just delivering them before the due date.
Okay, we'll put these here. Okay, we'll start up again here. While you were gone, Alexis, I just asked that Don gave us that, Ellsworth County had wanted to know, hire and evaluate the roads ahead of time and then evaluate, after you do it, after they're done too,
So we
right?
talked about a pre, a mid, and a post.
Mhm.
And so I've got my comments to their comments on the RMA, and also got contract to do all that work.
I think that's what we were interested in. What was the correspondence between the entities? Because we had asked you to just do that preliminarily, say you were gonna do a pre, mid, post, and then what did they respond?
So I haven't done the pre, the mid, and the post yet.
No, not performed
Oh.
it, just that was gonna be part of the RMA.
The plan,
Yeah.
the plan.
Yeah,
So-
so they were gonna write it into RMA,
Okay,
and I think they left it, they had some comments and they left it in there,
okay.
to do all that.
We're just
And-
interested to know what are their edits and what is your rebuttal to their edit?
Yeah, and I emailed my edits, and I sent them to Jennifer, so there's a place that she has to sign on there, so I sent them to her, cause usually I'm not an attorney. Usually
Yeah.
the attorney does all the legal language, so I sent my edits to her, and I think I CC'd the
Yeah,
commissioners.
we have the, yeah.
But we haven't got a response back from her yet.
Okay,
Okay, but they wanted that signed here by February, I think.
That's
is
when
what
they were wanting to start
Yeah,
work,
wanted to start.
the infrastructure work.
Trying to talk to Jennifer and see if she has any issues with anything.
can you wanna do that, or you want us to, or what?
I think the commission needs to give some directive here,
Okay.
because we've been waiting for some responses in that department for a while.
Yeah, but I think,
Okay,
I'm sure you guys had got an email. So like they had some comments, I think it's in purple and then mine are in red. But then again, I'm not an attorney, so I like her to make sure the language I put in there is legally accurate, I guess. and
Okay.
stuff, So,
well, we'll try to get with her then. I'll contact her when we can.
Yeah, do we wanna decide on a commission delegate to push that forward? We need to know that that is approved, at least
You
from
mean
her
for
end.
Jennifer?
Mhm.
Well, I see her every day.
You
Well,
do?
tell her that we're waiting on her to finish up with the highway department's RMA for the wind
Yeah.
farm.
Yeah, Jim, can you,
Yeah, this-
God is good to me. I sit next between Jennifer and her mother.
okay. Well, if you could, yeah, discuss it with her and, yeah, if you wanna be our delegate, that's
talk
fine
to
with me, is that fine with you?
I'm saying,
Yeah.
yeah, someone needs to,
Yeah.
I'll talk.
that's, if you're.
We need to get going on this because, the when people want to get going.
yeah, cause it looks like
Is this your
signatures,
Ellsworth
and
County
she's supposed
note?
to sign it too,
Mhm.
the attorney, so I would assume she'd probably wanna review it before she signs it.
Okay, well, Brendan gave us, job performance evaluation.
Just turning them in, cause
Is this everyone?
Everyone except for myself.
Okay.
And also
So-
employee satisfaction survey.
Just for a future note, anything that is private information,
Don't
don't,
turn it.
don't provide it in the open meeting. I'm just gonna go ahead and put it in our little filing cabinet. No one's gonna look at it. That way we're
Yeah.
deeming it private and not public.
We didn't look at anything.
No, I'm just
You look-
saying,
yeah.
if
Yep.
there is
Technically,
information
somebody
presented
could
in the
do a
public
quarter
meeting,
on that.
technically, information presented in the public meeting needs to be public. So that's
Okay.
just, I know you're new to
Yeah,
that
I just
process. I got it.
Turn them in.
We just
for
turned them
deadline.
in.
So
We're-
next time, just ask for,
Would-
actually, next time you can hand them in to Dawn and she
Okay.
can put them away until we look at them, or give them to one commissioner.
Gotcha.
We will do, we wanted them on the 6th because we wanna have them done before the payroll period on the end of February. So what we need to do is make sure you allot a time to go over those with
Okay.
us. How
You
many,
said that you would do it February 10th from 1 to 4:30.
everybody's?
Yes. That's what
I
you
feel
had me
like we-
put on the agenda.
Okay, I feel like
Or
we
somebody
need,
had me put on the agenda.
I feel like we need a little bit of extra time, cause we still have to do our evaluation for the department heads too. So,
And next week is pretty full.
The 10th, you say?
Well, you could put the 10th as your guys's, and then the following week you could put the,
or split half and half. I'm just thinking, tell me again how many,
There are a total of 20 people in my department. So
including.
mine's not in, yes, mine's not in there, and then my employee that has been on leave
Okay, so there are
is not
18 in
There
there.
should be 18 in there.
Okay.
Okay. We could do it, the week after then, you said, we'd have time?
well, I have evaluation review on February 10th from 1 to 4:30. Your next option is to move it to February 17th or to block off time.
Just block off
Again.
another,
Well, we
1
booked
to
the
14.
10th all day for doing that.
no, only
No.
1 to 4, or
I
1.
know, but we have a meeting in the morning, it's an all-day meeting.
You start at 10, that's right.
Yeah. So
You've
we'll
already
finish
got-
the regular meeting and we do those in the afternoon.
I know, but I'm telling you from doing them last year,
Um,
18 is gonna take up,
At
that's a
least
third
good
of,
hour.
yeah, well, at least, I mean, that's a third of the employee force, or give or take, so
Unless you guys do a whole nother day where
That's-
it's just set
do a whole
aside.
nother day.
Personally, that's what I think you should do with the handbook, because so many people have a terrible time getting down here, that if we would set out 2 or 3 weeks down the road
You mean a special meeting?
and have just one full day so that people have time to work their schedules around it.
Besides Monday, another,
Well,
just another
let's do
special day.
Friday, because you don't have crews on
But I have
Fridays.
to have my office open on Friday.
That's what Caleb does.
He's only there for in the morning for a little bit on Fridays.
Anyway, we need to have a meeting pretty soon on that thing, a final meeting, a final draft after today,
You mean for the handbook?
yeah. I mean, we can keep doing this every day for 2 months, but we need to draw the line and say, this is it.
Well, I think we got to the meat of the changes that
Pretty
we
much.
wanted to
I
make,
think
so,
you guys really need to send it to an employment attorney to make sure too that
I don't
it does
mind that,
not.
but I'd like to have it final before we send it, and then whatever changes they make, we can do easy enough. You got one in mind?
Well, we've used Folsom and Siefkin in the past, and they have an employment law section, but you don't have to use them.
We probably could.
You can use
We
any.
better do that, that's good to have it legally correct, so we don't get sued for doing
well,
something.
let's skip the handbook discussion and
Yeah.
go back to the evaluation.
Okay,
Let's at least block off the afternoon again on the 17th.
Okay.
That way we're sure, and if we have extra time, we have extra time. We can go back over the handbook. But for 2 weeks,
and if
we
we're
really
not,
need to hammer down on the evaluation so we aren't late. We
Right.
don't want to put a deadline on them and then
well,
us
we
be
have to
late.
get this done before that end of payroll for February coming on.
And we will set a special meeting for the handbook then. How about that?
Okay. Yeah, we'll do
Sometime
that
here in
like
the near
in
future.
midweek or something, yeah.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep.
Okay, Brendan, what else you have going now?
I just want some clarification on the county vehicle use. So I apologize. I've been driving it since I got the minutes on the 23rd. The commission was in consensus that only sheriff's office drive it home. So Thursday night I walked home in the snow, and I'm fine walking back and forth to work or taking my own vehicle to work. So that's fine. I will continue to do such. The Homeland Security Council I'm on, that I go to tomorrow, am I allowed to use the county vehicle for that purpose?
Yeah, for business, that's business.
Okay.
Yeah. The only thing is it's personal, and it's
But,
not, that,
and I
it's nothing
apologize,
against-
I wasn't, I just appreciate
No.
if you guys
Well, it's
change
nothing
rules
against
or
you.
expectations,
You
inform
were
me of it.
hired with a vehicle,
yeah.
and we did say that. And now, being that you live so close, I don't really feel guilty.
I'm happy
That's
walking.
terrible to say.
But even if
It takes me longer
it's
in the
not-
morning to walk to my second driveway, start the truck up, let it warm up, so I don't drive it while it's cold, drive to the office and open the office. It takes longer to do that right now than it does for me to walk out my door and walk to the shop.
Well, your wellness program demands.
Exactly.
you do
That's fine.
Yeah, but
I
I
just-
do think we have been very wishy-washy, and that's not fair.
No, that's why if you change something like that, I'd appreciate if I was informed so that way, because now it basically, for 10 days,
No one's
I
gonna
went past
penalize you. No one's gonna
That's all right.
penalize you
your
for that.
wish isn't direct.
No.
Okay.
No.
That's just what I want to pay attention on. Russell County, the RMA, according to their records, their whole side over there is all private. Those are not public roads through there. So they're going to meet with their HOA first before they come to us.
You mean where we've agreed to do the maintenance on the dirt road? We've
Yeah.
been doing that, and it's been a private residence?
In their tax parcels, it is not listed as a public road through there. So we've been potentially maintaining something that is private. So they want us to hold off signing any RM or the agreement,
Mm-hmm,
the one we proposed, I
Mhm.
proposed to you guys, the one they sent to us,
mm-hmm.
until they meet with their HOA first, and then after their outcome of that, because I met with them, 2 weeks ago now, out on site to tour it, to see
Mhm.
both areas, and they're like, well, you need to get our commission involved, and their commission decided they want to talk with the HOA, Russell County first.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm asking for it. Do you want us to stop touching Russell County side over there?
I would hold it in abeyance until we find out for sure what
Okay.
their position
Even
is.
snowfall, if we get a foot of snow, don't touch.
Cause if it is private, then
Okay.
you're getting into the,
Exactly, in where we cannot.
I would recommend we stop all further business until we get that clarified from Russell County.
But do our sides, not Russell's side.
You better inform
My operators.
You better inform the Russell County Highway Department that we're gonna take this new policy, because we used to do that, right?
Right, and they'll be calling.
Yeah.
saying
They're gonna be
there's
wondering,
snow.
hey, you used to do it, why did you stop? So tell them this is our new policy now, we're not
Because
gonna.
you said it's private road.
You said it's
can't be
private,
road.
so we're gonna change our policy, and I would inform them of that, and then, so they know what's going on, okay?
I'll call Alan.
Okay.
And then you'd asked me to look into roadway markings. Mitchell County, they sold their equipment, they used a company out of Nebraska to come down. Ellsworth County, their highway department director said he thinks that they'll be able to do 60th Road when they're doing theirs, if that's the direction we wanna go.
Mhm. Mhm.
He said, and then at a later date, when they need to have more time to think about it, to see our other blacktops, if we want to do that.
Well, I'm bringing my concern from my district. You guys can say whatever you want about your own, but it's the fact that we now have a lot of weekend and night traffic.
Yeah.
And it is semi-dangerous. I
So-
mean,
And Tanner, you've had other counties that dealt with this. The reason a lot of counties stop doing that is because then you have to maintain them, and it's an additional cost.
You get some counties that do the pavement markings, like I know a couple years ago we did a project with Rice County. We actually used the Highway Road funding, and it was paid for by the 100-0. Like it didn't cost the county anything. Where we went through and we put pavement markings, actually chip and sealed all the roads, and waited to do the pavement markings, and then we got on this project, and then a contractor came out and put the pavement markings on all the roadways. So that was something we were talking this morning, is like, we can maybe, because the Highway Road, those applications are due February 28th, so we have about a month. We've previously been doing signing on our minor collectors. So we had all our major collectors to sign, get replaced through the project at 100-0. But they're not really, or they're just starting to award signage to the minor collectors. Their focus is on the major collectors. So I think this may be we would probably get selected if we did a project to do pavement markings on all of our paved roads. And our paved roads are major collectors.
what's it called? High risk rural?
Yeah, HRRR, high risk
And
rural
what are
road.
the qualifications for, I mean, what are the project opportunities if it's not sign? We did stop signs and bridge
So anything
signs.
safety.
Safety, okay,
Yep,
safety.
And that's
What
part
about,
of the local road safety plan that contract we had to sign and submit.
Uh-huh.
That's why we're on this group,
Mhm.
because if going forward, if we are not in the stages or have a local road safety plan
You won't.
completed, we will eligible be selected for any projects.
So
What
this is
about
the-
guardrails?
Guardrail. I don't know if those, cause I know signage, pavement markings, rumble strips, those are 100-0. Guardrail might potentially be, but I
Signage
think it
as
may be
in
like
like
a
road
90.
curve sign,
Road
any
curve
caution
signs, street
sign?
signs.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh,
So,
marking,
streets-
so
yeah.
can we look into that too, though, cause we had
Well,
done,
so it's kind of an either or. That's what we were talking about. We either submit for roadway
major,
marking, roadway
Oh.
markings. They're on a major collector. It's not going to be a massive cost compared to other programs. So we are more likely to be selected for that.
okay.
But then we will bear the cost of maintaining those and continually reapplying.
Right.
them.
I think it's the county, the blacktop that goes, what is that, X-ray, or what is that road that goes into Hunter? It's like,
Probably
Yeah,
X-ray.
it's in Mitchell County.
it's Mitchell County
It's
road,
like the
but
last
it's,
one to
yeah,
the,
it's
of
in-
the alphabet.
and I think they only have the center line. I was on there not too long ago, and I think they only have the center line. Anything would be better than nothing at this point. As far as maintenance, it would be easier to maintain one marking than all of them, I suppose, going into the future,
So
but,
some counties, cause you put them down, well, you're supposed to maintain them. So some counties choose not to do them because
they don't wanna
they don't
have
wanna
to keep
maintain
up
it.
with it.
Right, so then they gotta.
Is that right, Howard? Isn't the blacktop right into Mitchell County just have a center line? I don't think they have edge lines.
Does it have no passing?
So like the
lanes?
Westfall Road doesn't have anything.
Well, it has like,
None of ours.
Like a double yellow or?
yeah,
None of ours.
and then,
Westfall has some if
dotted
you
when
look
it's a
closely,
straightaway.
but
they're
Yes,
like
but I-
this.
I don't think there are white edge lines.
It doesn't have any lines,
Nothing in the middle?
no.
Okay. Anyway, I've had
Yeah.
that question come up for 3
So,
years now
he
about
said-
Sixth
said-
Road.
He thinks they'll be able to, but basically they'll do it after they finish their chip seal when they're out painting.
Yeah,
So if it would work in the same time, they would just keep going straight up that road.
yeah.
But he didn't know about. He had to still check on it to make sure it was all right.
Yeah.
But he didn't know about coming out special to do our other roads as
That's
well.
fine. I'm just concerned about that for right now because we have a lot of out-of-towners coming. We have an open restaurant in the evenings when it's dark, whether it's summer or not, they're still open past dark, and then it's weekends and evenings and people who aren't familiar with the area, which is a huge liability for us.
What-
It really is.
And on the funding again, what was that you
It can
said?
be 100%
Yeah,
covered if
so
we
it could be
qualify.
covered.
Signage and payment markings.
We have to
are
qualify
100.
and apply for that.
Yeah, so the application's due at the end of the month, and I'll do that
Can you
application
do
for
that?
free if you
Okay.
want me to, and then,
Well, or,
That'd be
So
great.
we originally were going to do the minor collectors because the major collector signage had already been done. But then with the pavement marking, we would be more likely to be selected for
it's
it.
a major collector.
The only
because
thing
they're on
that
major collectors,
really
not
is a
minor.
setback is we didn't do the chip seal project on that road this year.
So you chip seal over it if you were to.
Yes.
If we pick up where we left off in our rotation, it would be that road this year.
Well, if we get selected,
Yeah,
so,
when do you have to use the money?
yeah, that's what I was wondering about the schedule.
be
I
done in
think
the
it's
fall.
a year or two before you would even do it. So
Okay.
you guys would probably have time.
Can you apply for all of the, can you do, when you do that application, can it be for all
the
of our
paved
chip sealed
roads.
roads?
Yeah.
Which would be the three main ones that we do, Westfield, or where's the fourth one?
Missile Base Road, 260th, off of
Okay,
18.
okay.
And it's a major collector.
That's
Yeah, we
concrete,
could.
though. That's a little easier to handle,
It's got a lot of chip seal on it,
does it,
Or we could,
on top of the
Yes.
concrete?
probably.
we could schedule it so you guys get your chip seal in the summer, and then we just put in the contract docs that
Paint
they're done
after, that would be great.
The problem is our chip supplier is in short order of chips. If we get the same that we generally get, they think this fall they should have enough on the ground for it. But I had already received a call from our chip supplier that just to see where we were at to make sure they had enough planned. So if they have run into any major stumbles out there, we may have to go somewhere else for our material and pay a greater cost to haul it here.
Okay.
Next Monday, I'll be rolling out 311 training to all my employees. So I've known enough in there to be dangerous. I've been playing around with the system. I've contacted them. For them to come out and do training is $7,000. It's not free. For them to come out for one day only then, it's $1,200. But they will do an online training for myself for free for like an hour. so that's what I've elected to have them do.
For $1,200?
No, for free.
Oh.
If I wanted them to come out here for a day,
Okay.
show my employees, it was $1,200
Okay.
to do the initial training that they recommended, because it was never done, apparently, according to their record.
Are you allowed to have more
It's
than one person
$7,000.
sit in on that? If,
Yeah, I can. But we don't have a projector or anything, so we'll be watching it on our small screen.
yeah.
If you could get trained at Caleb or
That's
something,
exactly
then you
what our
guys
plan
could train
was.
the other guy.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what our plan
We'll
was.
get someone else in there that's tech savvy too, no matter what their position is.
Yep.
Because the younger people are more apt to utilize it. And I know there have been some complaints, some people don't want to use it at all. It doesn't matter.
We are going to use it. That's the end
It's
of the
not
day.
that
We are
hard.
using it.
Well, it's not that hard.
No,
I know
it was never rolled out.
But even if one
Right.
person utilizes it less than the next, the more using, the better.
Yeah.
I mean,
And
and
it-
it will eventually.
And a lot of
Fill it
some of
in.
these older guys who aren't computer savvy, they can be taught to. It isn't that they're scared of it first. Once it's like a smartphone. You're scared of it until you use it a year or for a month, and then it's no big deal, right? So,
My whole push for it originally, and it wasn't even for that program necessarily, just a mapping system, is because we have to establish more prioritization.
Yep.
You know, when you say major collector and minor collector, that only means so much to certain people. And we need more people on target with what the prioritization actually is. And I see that just in, you know, right now we're having an issue everywhere with mud and slop and poor material, and it's raining, it's seeping in, everything's a mess right now, everything everywhere. I've gotten calls from every road I can think
Wow.
of that people travel. So it's not just one operator, it's not just one road, it's
No,
everything,
it's
it's weather
the-
conditions.
well, we had the perfect storm with this last few storms with coming in slow and then melting slow and soaking in slow. It just made everything, even the best gravel roads are sloppy because it's just soaked in.
Yep.
Didn't run off, you know.
But there is a way to have expectations as to which roads get serviced first, or which roads get
Oh, yeah.
material first.
No, I'm for
Versus-
311. I agree with you. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, and I agree.
It gives
We-
it gives you guys then you can schedule. You can prioritize. This is
Yep.
need first, second, third.
And
Right.
when we make a job order and put it in our book, I can print that off there, and I can even go back and enter in all the equipment I use for it, and
Right.
put estimated costs. We already do that with our star system, so I'm not going to do that in the 311 as well, because it'd just be
Yeah, don't duplicate
double
the
entry,
work.
No.
because
You don't need to
but
duplicate.
You
I can give
pinpoint
my employee, okay, so this is the job we're doing today, here you are, write down what equipment you need, so I can double check that we put everything
Right.
in correctly.
And then you have a record of everything.
Correct, and
So
I
when
have
you go back
electronic
a
record.
year from now, you know what you did when and
Exactly.
how you did it.
I imagine that the mobile 311 is more of a future planning project tool than your star system where you have all the retroactive.
That's where I put my
Documents
costs in,
to-
yes, so
right.
this is
So this
where
isn't
we
to
find an
analyze
issue.
prices, this
Nope.
is for everybody on the crew to say, oh, next week that
It
job's
can analyze
priority.
prices, and that's a function of it,
But we don't
but we
need-
don't need
What-
it.
No,
On that,
because we're using the
when
star
you
system for
do you have a tracking system like on the grader drivers and that? So can you call up on the computer? You can see where so and so grader person's at on some
Yep, and I can
exactly
see
at any
historic
time.
routes.
See when they're moving or not moving, all that, huh?
Yep.
That's good. I'm just curious how is that part of the 311 or is that just GPS?
Something different.
That's just your GPS.
That's
system.
GPS Insight that we'll probably be switching to
Okay,
Verizon here after this quarter. I've
okay,
gotta do final cost comparison. Verizon is cheaper, but I need to make sure that
okay.
there's no test, I can't get one as a tester, I'd have to purchase one. Cost would be less than GPS Insight, I just have to factor in how many pay periods it will be, because there is a setup fee to show you, the commission, that it's going to cost us this much in order to switch.
Right, right.
And it'll take us this many pay cycles before we start coming out ahead of it.
Yeah, all right.
But we're running short on time. A couple questions I had, and my employees had, 'cause a couple of them watched last meetings. It's like emergencies. What determines when I can call someone out to help clean off a roadway or something like that? That's what I don't know, and the way to change.
That
changes
has to be
is-
at the discretion of the department. I mean, we cannot possibly.
Because that was what a lot of other department heads were saying they were having problems with, was that my employees would get overtime. And
But on emergencies, we need you to be out there for clearing snow or some bridge failure, like you came out on a weekend, I think, and fixed that one little bridge that crashed in, right?
yeah,
Over by me, south of me. You gotta be, so I think it'd be up to your discretion. Obviously, try to, because you do have emergencies. So,
Yeah.
And,
So we were
don't you
talking
guys think
earlier.
so?
Yes, and we were talking earlier about Beverly. So obviously, you're going to be able to get pre-approved overtime
Yeah.
for your crew, whoever you deem and whoever volunteers for that particular project. That's something that can be easily scheduled and pre-approved by the commission. If you get a phone call on a Friday evening that you need to have some people go out that night or first thing in the morning on Saturday or whatever, that doesn't require an act of the commission to
Okay.
get that done. I think I would like to speak on behalf of infrastructure in general. There are some people in departments that see everyone as equal. It's not really like that in the real world. I mean, there's a reason that your budget is $2.5 million and no one else's budget touches that amount of money. There is a reason. It's resources, it's need, it's based on real time. So I don't agree with the problems that are being had by other department heads that there should never be a discrepancy between how you run your ship and how they get to run theirs. It's very different when you get there at 9 o'clock and leave at 4:30 every day because you're running an office versus needing to respond to something that's in real time.
This is just a copy of my hours worked for this pay period, and bear in mind the first 3 weeks, once I hit over 50 hours, I would not bother clocking back in for any overtime because I was over 50. So if you look there for the period total, it's 259 hours. A 40-hour scheduled employee is 170. 40-hour week. And the first 3 pay periods in here do not hold the extra time that I was putting in as well, above the 50, way above the 50 when I would clock in after picking my son up from school on preschool on Fridays or out on the weekends. Just so you guys are aware. And I'm fine doing this. I took this job because I want to benefit the community. I want to help. But just so you're aware, because I know there are some complaints that I'm not here that have been brought up to you guys. So I wanted to show you that this is what the pay period was. So it's 90 and a half hours more than the other department, any other regular 40 hours we scheduled a person. And then the other thing was, because we have a lot of volunteer fire department people on our crews. Previously, the policy was on fire and emergency calls, they were allowed to leave for 2 hours to do that. Is that continuing?
You mean your crew, your employees?
Yeah, if
If
there's a
they get
fire
called
call,
out.
yeah, if they get called out for a fire or emergency, they were given 2 hours to do that.
Paid?
And then after the 2 hours, they have to use leave time.
Are we going to continue that, or
I think so, why not?
that's,
Any reason not to?
Well, the only reason not to is because now they're getting a 4-day work week. I mean, not to not pay, not to not allow them to go, but to, I mean, you could require compensation time. I mean, they could come in, there's a whole day not being utilized, they could come in.
No, but you
But
got a fire
you'd
on a
have to schedule
Thursday.
something.
You have to go on a Thursday if you got a fire out there.
No, I'm saying if they're gone for 3 hours, they could comp their time on Friday and put 3 hours in, but I'm not saying you can schedule the fires, I'm saying they can come in.
Oh, you're saying to make up their time on a Friday?
Yeah, I mean, I don't wanna discourage anyone from volunteering.
I don't think it
That's a necessity.
I think we would still do it. I mean,
It-
I don't think it happens that often.
it
does
wasn't clear in any of the handbooks, so
But
that's
it's 2
why.
hours, yeah, it's not in the handbook.
It's
That's-
not in the handbook?
It's in the motion,
Okay,
It's a commission motion.
commission action.
so.
Is 2 hours even enough time? I mean, I guess if it was under
Some of the
control
calls,
and they
some of the
could
calls,
leave
yeah,
and-
they get out there and
Well,
then
if you
get
get a
turned
big
around.
grass
Yeah.
fire, you might be out there all day.
Well,
The thing you have to remember is they're getting paid by the fire department to respond, although it's not minimum wage, they are getting a paycheck.
Compensation.
Yeah.
I feel like if it's more than 2 hours, maybe they should be required to at least comp their time, not necessarily take time off, but we have a 5th day during the week where things could be done. I mean, I don't know.
How many do you have?
I suppose that's a interdepartmental.
quite a few.
So in essence, if we had a couple big grass fires, you'd be shut down.
Well, if we have a couple big grass fires, we're probably gonna be out with equipment trying to create fire breaks too, depending on severity.
Take a tank full of water.
I'd leave it alone.
Okay, so I didn't see it in the handbook and I didn't know, and I wanted to make sure we're doing it right.
Well, maybe we should have that in the handbook.
take a look at it this afternoon.
And the last two things, so I have a District 2 meeting Friday. Is it alright if I attend and my office is shut down during that portion of that meeting?
Yes. Just check your answering machine.
Yep. Well, I come back afterwards and that's what I check.
How long is that?
It would probably be from about 10:30 to 1:30,
Oh, yeah. And Caleb's gone after what, noon?
around that time. I've
Okay.
had him attend these with me so he can meet his counterparts and other direct
Yeah.
people, so that way when he's on the phone asking them questions, because we're not reinventing the wheel with anything.
Right.
So this is a good way to network and get connections, so that way if we have a problem or he has a problem, we have someone we can turn to that probably has already dealt with this before and vice versa.
Yeah, no, I think that's good.
Okay. And then a fuel station that we're having an issue connecting again, might have done to the power outage or the internet outage. I'm still in talks with Eagle and then Fuel Master, the programming itself, in order to get the communication. We brought the computer out there Friday morning to try and hardwire it directly from it. Still would not connect, so there's something in the program or with,
It was
Service.
working though.
it worked twice,
Oh, it worked twice, but now it's not.
yes.
Well,
So I went and power cycled it today, this morning, and after all the meetings today, I was gonna go back to the office and check it again.
We gotta call them up. And you got some warranty on that, don't you?
They say they can see the modem, but when you try and ping the IP address, which is what we have to do to connect to it, we cannot find that IP address, so it's acting like it's not there. So,
They'll have to reload it or something.
yeah,
But do we have any warranty, so it's gonna cost us again to have them come out, or what?
if we do it over the phone, it's free. We already have we have a maintenance plan with Fuel Master and Eagle over the phone, trying to reset and stuff like that is included with our costs.
Okay.
The other thing was the emergency contact line there still has Larry Meitler, I believe, and
Well,
Donna.
Out there,
Yes.
Well, put yourself on there, and Caleb, or whoever.
just replace it.
Okay.
What is it?
It's a
like
big reflective sign.
laminated- Yeah, get rid of it and order a new one.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll put
Who
you
do we
on
want
there.
on it?
You and Caleb probably, and maybe your other,
We'll give the office number and your work cell phone.
Yep.
yeah. Office, right.
That'll work. And we'll do the pay scale stuff. What I'd sent you, we'll do that at a later date. I take it then, because I won't talk about the review stuff. I didn't.
I'd like to see us try to implement the pay scale after like the first quarter.
Okay.
You know, we're doing evaluations. That's
Yeah.
going to at least give us room to work with the budgeted increases for the salary line items.
Yep.
Then we may do some manipulation for each department with the pay scale issue, but I don't think that's gonna get done until
Okay.
we get through this quarter with the rest of the handbook, the evaluations,
Yeah.
and some more budgeting talk.
Okay, and that
I
was
had-
format you wanted it in and everything. That's what
Yeah, that's
okay.
fine. I think that's a great place to start, what we talked about.
Yeah, and I think you had your grades and then your levels. Yeah, I think that's good. That's the way a lot of businesses do it.
Yep.
And that's what I got from our talks, but I wanted to make sure that
Yeah, that's fine.
meet your expectations of it.
I had, like I said, received a lot of phone calls, of course, over the
I
last
did.
couple days.
I have to.
And I actually, I have a picture I want to show you anyhow. And
Well, I
so,
don't know where this is.
I don't know, that's not, that was just in my old, I was trying to file some stuff, so I don't even know where that is.
All right.
This is the intersection of Union and 50th. Remember, I had told you he had still been,
Yeah.
I mean, it's rutted up pretty
Union's
good.
complaining again. you
Union
know.
is bad. The school bus would not go west to pick up from Whackers, which,
They're on motor routes right now, and correct.
and I didn't even make it as far to see what's happened with that one culvert that we talked about, that you guys had gone out there and done something, recuperating some of the material that had washed down.
Yep.
I don't even know what that looks like, because I didn't make that far, but I did send Brendan some messages just as I was learning some things and getting some phone calls, and I think we're going to have to remove some material from that area. I don't think there's a way to add anything to it that's gonna be beneficial. It literally is like pig slop
You
that
mean
needs.
Union going to Mr. Wacker's
Yeah, but
pheasant farm?
that stretch of Union, especially on the west side. Now, I didn't make it out towards Wehrman's. I suppose your intersection's pretty rutted up right there too, by going to Ash Grove.
Union going east is not.
But what about when you get to that intersection after the bridge, after the Stone Arch Bridge? In years past, it had always been an issue there. And I don't know how much we fixed that correctly, but is that rutted up at all, or?
Yeah, which location you talking?
Just past the double arch, or not double arch, I think it's only one, but past that arch bridge.
Right by
It's your
Ash Grove.
intersection where Max lives to the south.
Just south of Ash Grove.
Well, yeah, that, it's passable, but not very good.
Yeah.
Well, they're
But
all-
mainly on that west side, it's so, I mean,
Well,
the bus will literally not go. It is a bus route.
yeah, I don't know what we do about that, Brendan. I know we've talked about this 5 times and 10 times, and we get, you know, those same individuals are got a complaint.
Tear it up, start back over. I mean,
Or-
that's,
Maybe
Yeah,
we should
I
put
hate
some
to
of that
say
out.
that, but it's really to that point.
but it would not be beneficial to do it this time, right now. We
Well-
would need to wait for the weather to turn.
To
and
dry up.
To dry up and to no longer be in freezing temperatures.
Yeah, but I noticed this morning my road's already getting graded. So what are we doing with the graders? Because that's not really a grading situation. I mean, to grade the mud back on top of the mud is not gonna help
They
other
were
than
grading and smoothing it out for the house that's moving on that route today.
what on my road?
On going from Green
What's-
Valley Road or 30th down to Iron, all the way down to the Vesper Road south. There's a house that was permitted to move today.
Okay, well I
So I had them on the,
That's
I had
fine.
them
I
out there
wasn't even-
trying to get,
I didn't even mean that. I just mean
yeah.
if Mr. Winkler is out grading Union today,
Yeah.
we're better off with ruts that trucks can just stay in than mushing that all back out and then restarting our trailblazing. It really needs, some of that material just needs to be removed. It's not, it all came from that Zaco pit.
I know,
In
clay.
one period of time, it was all placed
They
at
put more
the same.
material on top and then we put additional
You
material
put
on
sand
top.
and rock with it. but
There was
it's-
stuff done before me,
Yeah.
additional material, and
Yeah.
you've
We
had
have
me
too
put some
much-
on there.
Too
It's-
much thick stuff there now that, yeah, it's just, I know, a mess. I
and
don't know what to
it
do.
needs
Maybe
drainage.
we should put milling, how about we concrete it for about 2 nights of Whackers, chicken
I mean,
run.
we can.
Concrete, I think we should do that, and then concrete that road over to Mr. Snyder's, hunting lodge, and I think maybe that would solve the problem. Of course, that might cost $1 million, but,
50-pound shape charge will
I
take
know
care of it.
some down that direction that need it too.
oh, I know.
When you get tired of listening to them bitch, you ought to drive my road, 'cause it's worse than theirs. And I'm a county commissioner, for Christ's sake.
We don't play favorites though,
I
Jan.
noticed that.
Thank you.
So I make your road just as bad as everyone else's.
That's what I'm saying.
That's why I live in the highway.
We spend a lot of time on that particular road because those people holler a lot.
That's why I live in the highway.
Yeah, you don't have to get under your
I don't
car
have to deal
with a
with this
spray
crap.
wash every 3 days.
I just call the state when I'm mad.
This was the CDL class that myself and Caleb took last week. That was what the letter we also had to sign there, which was the reason why we had gone to the class. So February 7th, the law changes for how to get a CDL. And that was why we had decided to take it then.
Did you took the written test or anything?
No, I
You just went to a class.
went to the class.
Now what do you gotta do after
I have to go take the written test.
written test, and then you gotta drive a truck back in semi, right?
We'll go back up there and do the driving portion, the training, it's 15 hours, and then the test.
How much was it a person?
$800.
Yeah.
Is the commission all right with that, or would you like me to reimburse? the
Yeah,
county
I think
costs?
so. You didn't have a CDL before?
No.
I thought you did.
No, I done all the training. I was going to get it through APAC, and I had.
Well, I
shoulder
think it's good
surgery,
you
and they
have
said-
one, and I think Caleb too, because I know he's office manager, but sometimes he could maybe help out in the
Are you willing to
yard.
run out there and drive something is the question.
Absolutely.
When you could help in the yard sometimes, I mean, you don't need to be sitting 9 hours a day maybe in
And
the
in
office.
case, yeah, in case of
If you
emergency.
could go out and help an hour out here.
Well, yeah, when you're short,
Why
you have
not?
people
And in-
vacationing
And in
or
case of
whatever they're doing.
emergency, like we get a
Right.
whole heaping of snow that falls on here, I would have 4 people with CDLs in the city limits of Lincoln that could potentially get to a cloud to start opening roadways up.
All right. Well, you've done it now, so that's fine.
I know there's some questions on it, and I felt
Well, and I think,
I would.
but I
take it out of pocket.
know Caleb, you're an office manager, but I still think it's good that you can help. We need to cross train, because we're not gonna I don't think we're gonna hire a lot more new employees. I think we have less. And that means everybody needs to help everybody else more, and I think that includes you,
Yes, sir.
in my opinion.
I agree.
As long as your office work is completed,
Yeah.
that's your priority.
And it wasn't like I told Caleb, you have to take this class or you're not going to be in a job, because his predecessor didn't have to have that. We had discussed it because he was looking for ways to help us out. And the cross-training thing, and I'd asked him if he had ever had experience. You were working on it when you worked for Lowe's, correct?
Yeah.
And that was something you were...
I worked for Lowe's. I was in process of getting my CDL. Prior to that, I worked at APAC for a year and a half, doing similar work, not exactly the same, but I'm familiar with heavy equipment. If I can be of help, I'd like to be of help.
Yeah, as long as the office stuff is up to date, and I think you're fine running that right now, Brendan. He's, okay.
Yep. But I know I'm running a little bit past my time. Is there anything else? I've got the LEPC.
You guys have anything else, Jim, Alexis?
Well,
You
I
have to
was
leave right
thinking the
now?
other day, it's kind of off the subject, but it's not. When you talk about safety training, for example, a bulldozer operator,
Yes, sir.
does he know the environment that that bulldozer will operate safely in?
Well, that's when we do on-site training.
Like
You
on
know,
how
the
steep
specs
of
on
an
that?
angle you can get?
It can be, a dozer can almost climb up a 90-degree rock wall.
Oh, you go sideways on and make tip over
You
too.
don't, you never put a
Well,
dozer.
somebody did into a
I know.
mud hole
You
up
never
in
do that.
Uzaka.
That's exactly why I talked with the guys,
Okay,
our dozer operator, the one that's on it. You never run parallel with a high wall like that.
right,
That is the first thing, before you ever hop a piece of equipment, you never run parallel like that high wall. You can work alongside it, but you need to be perpendicular. So that way, if you start to go over the edge, you can drop the blade and ride it out, or potentially back up out of the way. And that was the one thing I told the excavator operators, or guys riding our excavators.
Are
No.
we operating the new excavator right now?
We have it.
And who's doing that?
Stephen Weber and then Greg Nye.
you think they're proficient at it now?
Yes.
Good,
The controls is a lever to move
It
from
takes practice.
excavator to backhoe, and they've all run backhoes.
well, it takes
I
practice
told them,
like anything
the
else.
I don't care what road you run it in, go with the mode that you're most comfortable with, because I don't want you to go in a position where if something bad starts to happen, you're gonna revert to whatever controls you're used to. That could make a bad situation worse, so just run it whatever mode you're comfortable in. The only thing I require you to do, whenever you're working by a high wall or a drop off, is your tracks are perpendicular to it. If I see your track sideways, you're gonna back up, and we're gonna stop the job right there, because you cannot do that.
Yeah, okay,
You need to have your tracks perpendicular so you can ride it out, slide going down, or potentially back up and catch yourself. You never, ever, ever run parallel with a high wall. If you do have to run parallel with a high wall, you stay 2 equipment length widths away from it. That's the only time you would run parallel with an edge or drop off of a high wall.
okay, good. Anything else?
Are you staying
Tanner?
around, or are you done?
Yeah, I just
You
said
got
some
his
which
section.
Tanner's
ones,
we got him right now.
I had-
Okay,
'Cause I've got the LEPC meeting that started 5 minutes ago to get to.
You gotta go?
Yes.
Okay,
I'll be back though for the handbook stuff later on after that
okay,
LEPC meeting.
okay.
And the video brings up too.
thank you.
And the bid opening.
Hopefully we get some bids.
All right, Tanner,
So reminder, the bid opening's at 2. I've been getting some calls
How
from,
many did we get?
I don't know if we've got any yet, but they still have up until 2.
None?
I know there's been one, the Blue Stem Stoneworks guy, Lucas, he's been calling me about every day with questions and stuff, but I think he's pretty interested in it, so hopefully we'll get some from him.
I went to a state fair, there was a guy doing all that type of limestone work from Great Bend. He was like I can't remember his name, but,
I think one of the issues is the big plan in the whole bid document, because we were less formal before. I think the other issue is one of the bridges is completely underwater.
Oh, the Denmark one, yeah, it's got some.
And I think they don't really, like, the one had said he wasn't sure how he would ever do it with water being underneath it right now.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's
We'd
kind
have
of
to
a no-brainer.
And to even be able to get under and really look at it.
Okay,
That's the few comments that have been said in
We'll
my
see what-
office, and probably in the future, we should not have them coming to my office, because I can't really answer their questions.
So all their questions are supposed to be directed to me, so you just told them to call me.
I did,
Okay.
and they didn't. I
Okay.
told them to call the highway department, and they wouldn't.
Okay,
I told them to go down and see them, and they wouldn't.
okay.
I think that's,
you're gonna have to learn how to say I don't know more.
The only thing
Instead of
I-
I'll find out.
The only thing I did for them was like the map wasn't very clear as to where exactly the projects were at because of the busyness of the map. They couldn't really see the pinpoint.
Okay,
So I would maybe suggest the next time a big
Red dot.
big red dot, okay.
Or, yeah, or something colored or something.
Yeah.
But, so I
I guess
the
you-
only thing I did do was get out the rural directory and we found the bridges by the numbers off of that big map and then
yeah.
I copied the pages out of it.
Yeah, it doesn't need all the excess information on there, I guess. That's probably one of the
Okay.
most overlaid detail. Did you
It
get that
just-
from the,
It's KDOT.
oh,
We usually put a KDOT
yeah.
map here and we show the project location.
yeah, we
So
could
that's
have
how
just
we-
probably used the
You were a
county.
lot more formal than,
Okay.
so, which is okay, there's
And
nothing wrong with that.
Are you saying like the bid docs scared them, I guess? This is how we do most, all of our stuff.
Mhm.
So we
But
could have
the one-
dummied it down.
The one
We'll see if we
person
can-
that normally does those bridges around here, that's a little overwhelming for him. Not to say that he can't
Well,
do the job.
here we have some smaller businesses that are just they're
Oh.
like family owned.
Right.
So I think that's probably, they don't have the resources to respond in the same formality as the company. We were actually surprised, we got a lot of bids on doing the architectural work for the courthouse to get the steps and things looked at and the tuckpointing there and the stonework. So it'll be interesting to see then who replies to the bidding process for that, because that architectural firm will have the same
Right.
type of requirements for the project, you
Yeah.
know? But we can amend it. I mean, if we have to change, let's say, like, deadlines, or, I mean, that's just at the commission's
yeah.
discretion.
We wanna open it up for longer, or give them more working days, and we can
Yeah.
rebid it.
If someone needs flexibility, especially if we have a water issue, I mean, we can't say, well, you have to have the project done if you can't even get under the bridge.
Well,
That's kind of a no-brainer.
and the one was asking, can I just bid on one or two of the projects? And I told him to call you, but I didn't know why he couldn't, if the one was a little bit bigger for him. But I also think the Blue Stem guy was contacting him to see if he would,
Like, subcontract
yes,
with the...
if that makes sense.
Okay.
So I don't really know what ended up happening, but
Well,
they've
I was told...
both been in several times.
I was told in the past that the county was doing 2 a year, that we just would select 2 in any given year. I don't know what line item we were funding it with, but just that was kind of a historical thing that we would just do 2. And for whatever reason, since I've been on the commission, we never did that. But I had been pushing to do something like this, where there's a project and we can say, okay, this particular area has a concentration, let's do these. So if we have to break it down, I don't see what the difference is, other than it's less that we have to fund, honestly.
What was the plan again? I forget. We had 4, we picked 4 of them, right?
Yeah.
Well, but were we gonna do like bid one at a time, or bid all
Bid
4
all
at
four.
The
once?
package.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we
then
did-
that may be almost too big of a chunk for somebody to bite off, saying, I don't know
Well, we
if I would.
figured they'd have all their equipment and stuff out there.
Yeah.
all the time,
That's
and
true.
in and out.
I realize
We did.
that, but that makes it a bigger
For a
project.
small
It's-
company, it's,
Well, it's something like a Dennis Cross, he might think that's too much for me to handle, so he
of
may
course,
not bid
that's a
it.
one-man show.
And he's good at doing that stuff, but that's a lot for him,
Cause
man.
we did the Denmark structure, we did, that was our base bid. So that's what we asked you to bid on.
Right,
And then we had some add alternates, so if, bids come in low and we wanna add, 1 or 2 other ones, then we can, and it's up to you guys on which one you select and all that stuff. But that was
Well,
kinda
I
on a
did
major.
receive a couple phone calls and questions about it, but we didn't really go through that, and I don't have access to it to like read to them, well, page 6 says da-da-da. So I just I actually advised them to call you too, so.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens. I guess we can always break it down a
Readdress
little
it.
bit. Now, did you put that together as part of our retainer on you for
Yes, that's what
Okay.
we did, cause it was kind of a quick turnaround.
yeah, no, I appreciate that.
yeah.
It's something that we can't do in-house. I mean, we can't ask the clerk to be getting bid documents ready how did you pick a list for,
So I took, Dawn sent me a list, and then she also sent me an email with Blue's, he was interested. So I took that list, and we had a list from a previous project in Barton County. So we
Okay.
sent invite to bids. So the first page is the request for bids or invite to bid. We sent that to all of them.
okay,
And I think only one of them came back that it didn't have the right address or something.
Okay.
So I think we found
so
their
do you know how
address.
many total
I would say probably 15.
wow,
contractors we sent that to, and then we put it in the newspaper,
Okay.
so.
Well, if worse comes to worse, we just extend our bidding.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
could maybe
time frame.
revise, could we put some working days, so maybe we can make the working days longer, cause.
We can even just send out a notice that we're flexible, that some of that
Okay.
can be negotiated. If we're really not gonna get any bids, I mean, we need to just make ourselves available, I think.
Okay,
Is the one that was the primary project, is that the one that's underwater?
yeah, so that one's, guys, got like a foot of water down at the base, and the water, it kinda sits there.
Doesn't
and
drink
so we-
right
Is that
off
something
of
where we can go in as the county and create a little more of a channel to,
So the water's backing up, there's usually something that's causing it to be backed up, so I don't know if you could go downstream, or
Okay.
I don't know how, if you'd have to chase it all the way to the, the main river here in town.
Trucking down private property.
Right,
That's what
right,
they
then
do.
again, you'd have to get permission from landowners to do that.
You got running water, you gotta talk to the engineers too, probably Corps of Engineers.
yeah, but it's also just a pure volume issue. I mean, if you create more of a channel to absorb the volume, then the volume is not up, it's
Well,
down.
maybe block like with a beaver dam or something.
So that's what,
Log jam, trash in there, that blocks it, Our creeks are full of
But I'm saying if you
trap
channel,
jams,
if you create a channel and remove some silted material, it would,
Well, you can, but you gotta dredge the creek out?
well, I
Would
mean,
that be in watershed 43?
that probably should have been done
Rivers filled.
15 times by
That's a
now,
good
and it's
question.
never been done.
That's probably
Have to
illegal,
look at the
probably
map to
against
If
some.
it's in 43,
Federal
you could
Water
probably
Act.
get them.
Well,
up
it
to
silts
some-
itself in. It's not like
They're what?
I know, but you're breaking some law if you do anything with that streams
that
now. That
watershed
water stuff's
district
really
over
touchy now, it is.
Well, they took
I know.
over
We
we should be
watershed
more concerned with the
44.
water table
You're
instead of
talking
the
Marion
flowing.
Town.
You're talking common sense, so, yeah.
So
Yeah,
I think they
exactly.
got
Forgive me.
half of the
Forgive-
county.
Forgive me, yeah.
That's what I'm thinking.
They got
Forgive the
38 dams
government.
and waterways up
I
there,
know.
so
It's scary.
so what the, one gentleman, he was talking about building a little aqueduct and just pumping the water.
Yeah.
He said he had it figured out, but yeah, hopefully he bid it today.
the watershed folks have to keep those channels open too. And so that might be an opportunity
Reach
for
out
them
to
to come
them.
down and dig a channel out.
I'd say the one came in the lift and talked, and I made copies, and then he came back, and he had said when he came back that the other guy had also
Reach out
talked to
him,
him
he was,
about maybe doing some of the projects, so
Okay,
hopefully,
yeah, we'll see what we get, so, yeah, but if we don't get any and we need to revise it, we can discuss that.
I think the rule is we need to be flexible to see if we can get it done, whatever we have.
Yeah.
Right,
However
Well, let's see what
we have to
happens at
approach
2, and we'll just make a decision by 2:15.
okay, so I'll be here at 2 and I've got estimates and yeah, I'll just go through it.
Okay.
And the next thing I had was the wind farm repower. So I took a look at, there were some of their comments to my original comments. And I emailed, you should have an email copy, I think I put
We're waiting
that
on
down.
Jennifer for that, right?
Yeah, so I emailed her and asked
You
if she would
Talk
come
to
look
Jennifer
at
about
it.
this windmill, contract too, okay?
So it talks about doing the pre, the mid, and the post inspection, and then they're gonna reimburse up to, I think $50,000 for,
So, excuse my interruption, but they wanted to change your wording from payment in lieu of taxes to voluntary payments.
so yeah, that's what,
Is that a change in the statute though? Because in our prior agreement, it specifically says payment in lieu of taxes, which is, they've even coined this term around the county, PILT or pilot money.
Pilot.
Yeah, so I find it interesting that they specifically want it to say voluntary, when really it was created with the assumption that they would do those payments, as opposed to be land tax.
so that's highlighted red, and that was
Yeah.
my exact question.
Well, that's
Like, is that
what I got
what it's
questions.
called, or why are they calling
Well,
it
because
that?
this is based on the first agreement, right?
Yeah,
this-
so they took
So our first agreement specifically says payment in lieu.
Yep, yep.
Now, they want that changed, which,
Well, it's like they don't
It
have to
changed-
pay us anything now. It's like. we
but
don't-
did that change in the statute, or
I
is
don't
that
know.
just their policy? Because I've been told that the same attorney that Marion County hired to represent them when they came up with their original agreement was also then back hired by NL to revise their own same agreement, so that concerns me.
Well, and this came up the other night, we were talking about now that our schools are gonna get 35% of the payments from our regular payments, the pilot money. And we go, well, how did that determine it? Did the commissioners back, I asked this years ago, did they agree to that and said, no, the wind tower people said that's just what they're gonna do, right? Or I think maybe the school boards went to them or something, I don't know. But doesn't the, I didn't know what the agreement was on that with these wind towers. I thought it was instead of paying taxes, they would pay us pilot money. But I heard now that they don't have to pay us nothing if we don't like it, that's the way it is. But they're giving us money out of the goodness of their heart type of a thing. And I don't think that's right, is it?
We'd have to look at that pilot, and I haven't seen the pilot agreement.
There has to be a statutory link to how they're getting their federal money and then using it for these projects, because
Is there a requirement they have to
ultimately,
pay the county?
it's everybody's
taxes?
income tax paying for that company to install their equipment and run their business, and then give us a portion of their proceeds,
Right. And it's-
potentially.
Really, I've seen it's negotiable. It's really, all this is negotiable.
All
Yeah,
of it.
because an individual contract between two people or two entities supersedes anything else unless it's a violation of your constitutional rights. And you can still sign away that. I mean, if you're entering into a personal agreement and signing, that's why you hire a personal attorney, because your word and you're bound to whatever this agreement says. So this one doesn't have to be the same as the next county over.
No,
But
it
I'm
isn't.
interested
It
as to-
isn't. Yeah, everyone, just
Yeah.
like these people now making these windmills northeastern Kansas, they're making a lot more money than we get. I think
Okay. Part of this, Randy, is when we installed the wind tower, the state of Kansas exempted all wind farm development from property taxes.
okay.
They have now reenacted that, and they give them a 10-year grace period, and then after that, they go on the tax roll. Where we will never ever see them go on the tax roll ever, because they're grandfathered in.
Okay.
But the state of Kansas made that decision for us.
So then it still should be payment in lieu of tax, because if the state is going to reinstate the
Thank you,
necessity
Don.
for them to pay property
Thank you, Don,
tax,
for that update. I didn't
then
know
we
that.
need to argue that point. I mean, I just think that putting the word voluntary on there is pretty brazen when what
It
you're
is
saying
really
is,
voluntary, though. There is no state guidelines that says what they have to offer us.
no, but we're allowing you to utilize our space
Lincoln
based on the
County's
fact that
land.
you're making a payment.
We theoretically could zone them and say, we don't want wind towers, shut them down.
Exactly.
Because now that's the power we have,
Not
right?
during the contractual agreement,
I'm
but
just saying-
when it expires,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Well, I mean, I'm not advocating that.
Yeah, I
obviously,
know,
But I'm
you're
saying that we have the
hypothetically.
power for that, because it's our county. We don't have to just let anybody come in our county and do what they want. We have no control over that. In my opinion, I don't know, I'm not a lawyer, but I would think that.
There's a lot of other counties that have like setback requirements and that kind of stuff that we've been working with.
Yeah, you know, we should almost consult it if we ever do a renegotiation, we could consult almost
Well,
a
the issue is
specialist
they're
wind-
not adding more, and they're not moving any. So we're kind of already grandfathered into where they exist.
Yeah, we are
It's
now, we're
just
grandfathered, they're
We're
there.
worried
yeah.
here about road usage and road repairs, and then, as I explained in the meeting when they showed up, we had a lot of upgrades to roads that had been the same as every other road. Well, then once they started to deteriorate, people were all aghast, saying, why is this still not upgraded to the specs that it was improved to when the wind farm came in? Well, so now we're hopefully gonna get back on that track a little bit.
But whose responsibility is it, theirs or ours?
Well,
keep those
it was
roads- keep
only
those
theirs
roads
during the
maintained.
project.
Yeah.
After the project,
That's our responsibility.
right.
Yeah.
So,
We're
and
gonna do maintenance, but
Okay.
once the project's over,
it's over,
Yeah.
yeah.
All right.
so they're pretty much, in there, have us do the pre-inspection, and once we do the pre-inspection, then they're doing the maintenance on the roads. And once we do the post-inspection, then the roads pretty much get turned back over to the county.
Until they get ready to come in and do it again, yeah.
Yeah. And so for us to do that work, I put together a contract for that. It's contingent upon a signed RMA. So we started writing.
And their cost and their
Yes,
expense,
and
at their
it's-
expense.
Yep, so they put $50,000 up to $50,000, so I put a max not to exceed of $50,000 in here.
And then you're gonna have billable hours? Is
Yeah,
that-
so it'd
okay.
just be by the hour.
Okay.
So,
My only other question was the way we're gonna get paid, or use the fund. Remember, we had that discussion briefly about, Dawn, you had suggested, you said there was an issue getting so many parties to sign off on the escrow account.
Yes, so like our biggest issue was when we thought, based upon the agreement, that if there was an emergency, we could repair it, send them a bill. So we sent them a bill or sent the bank the bill, the escrow agent that was holding it, and they wouldn't issue
They're not just gonna
payment.
pay a bill out of our account because they're not a payment service, so.
Then they would not, and we could not get anybody, because what they deemed an emergency and what we deemed an emergency was
Everybody
two
had to
different
go
things,
round
and
and
then
round,
become, yeah.
So
a
what did
nightmare.
he suggest? The one guy here across from me suggested doing a billable system where we do turn in our bills. What did he say?
He said that then they would pay it, but again, you about have to get pre-approval. Or them to say that if there is an emergency, we deem the emergency, not them.
Is that in there?
I don't know.
There's,
Because how are we gonna make them pay?
This still says
We can send them a
escrow.
bill,
Right.
but that doesn't mean that they'll still agree.
And then we are essentially footing the expense until it gets paid, which costs us
Right.
money ultimately. I mean,
yeah, there's some language in there about emergency repair. I'd have to look at it a little.
Can we have that copy, or is that yours?
Yeah, that was just a copy I brought.
Well,
I'm
let's-
gonna take that to Jennifer.
Take that to
oh,
Jennifer.
oh,
Yeah, I
O'Hare,
would have
Do you want me to
her
make a
and,
copy of it?
and, I would
Yeah.
let her know, and then, if you guys read through it and have any
may I have
concerns.
that, and we're gonna make a copy, and
Then we'll give you can give one and talk to Jennifer about it.
Tanner, do you know if Ellsworth County is charging moving permits?
oh,
Because
good
Shelley
question. I
told
wanted to
me-
discuss that.
So this is kind of the issue that we had. So we had a vendor who was bringing in a crane, and he was sitting at the county line, and he wanted us to issue, not necessarily moving a permit, but they kept calling it something like an equipment permit. And we said, we don't have anything like that. And so they were like, well, Ellsworth County does, and we got one from them, we just called the clerk's office, we didn't know what they were talking about. So when we called Ellsworth County, Shelley said, or told Hannah, well, they insisted that they needed to pay for a permit, so I just did something up. And charged them. And she had contacted somebody else, but that's kind of the gist of it. But we never really did charge them for a moving permit, and technically, they would be overloaded, they would meet the guidelines that they would need a moving permit previously. But he kinda made it sound like, what if they just gave an overall blanket dollar amount and called it a moving permit for all loads?
Right, and that's what some other counties have let them do. They just fill out one permit, and then it's pretty much a blanket permit, and then they list, the trucks and all that stuff with it. And then every truck, I think they charge $25 or something. But as far as what Ellsworth is doing, I'd have to talk to Dale and Shelley to see exactly what we haven't really discussed it.
I didn't know if it was in their agreement. And I didn't even know if we want to, but it just seems like they're probably paying a quarter of what they would be if they were on the tax roll. Like, why are we constantly giving?
And we had, I think the county bumped that 25 up to 100 for wind farms. So, you could say, well, for component trucks, yeah, they bumped it up higher. Cause then it
It's
also
not like
applied
we
for-
can't utilize the money. I mean,
Well, your highway guys are spending their time,
away from their typical duties.
those roads are being shut down, so general public can't travel them, and they have to force to go someplace else during the time that they're moving that stuff in.
Well, plus 120th, which I understand is the main route that they're coming through to do the repower on the west side for the new, that's getting the most stuff, the blades
Right.
and whatever. That is an issue for us to begin with. Could have been, or maybe not exacerbated by the last time that they were up and down that road. I mean, there's no reason to not think that we could utilize that money to then sustain what needs to be done there.
It's all negotiable.
I think we need to do that. I think we need to charge the permits per load or per truck or however you word that, and go with a higher dollar amount. That's my opinion.
And I've seen different approaches. Some counties do take like, okay, this is what we want, take it or leave it. Other counties want wind farms, so it's kinda however you guys wanna.
Well, being that it was divulged in the discussion that they've already committed to a contract with GE to do something that is not actually repair, but a replacement project based on needing to use the grant money, I say we take our fair share. And that's where I stand.
Which would be to what, a permit, $100
Permit the $100 fee.
for each truck
per-
coming in, per load. So if they bring in one of them big
Per-
semis with with all that equipment, That's $100 each time they do that?
Yep.
And how many times will they do that then
As
again?
many as they need to do
A
the
lot,
project.
a lot.
Yeah.
6 times a mill.
Replacing blades, that's 3 per
Through there.
turn.
That's what Ellsworth's gonna do, $100 or?
I'd have to talk to them and see what they
Okay.
have in theirs.
All right.
We didn't, yeah. We didn't discuss.
Well, they are.
Is that an addendum to the RMA, or what is the permitting process, or do we just do that separately through our?
So I think our RMA they have to do all the appropriate permitting necessary to,
But it
do
doesn't
this.
say specific.
It doesn't
okay.
specifically say, and if there's stuff when you know, maybe you guys go ahead and look at that now, and then you can bring up stuff to, Jennifer and, that you'd like added.
Well, the two things I'm worried about, the payment, the escrow payment is in here multiple times about the $100,000 for us to be able to utilize.
What's that for?
Who deems it an emergency that when we send out our crew to do something, because they're gonna take care of the radii and all the, is that how you say it? What the things that
Turning radius, yeah.
that they wanted to fix for their size of equipment. But when something arises where their contracting company isn't on site to fix it, then we get called out to do it, then we charge.
Okay,
So they're gonna pay for our cost of doing those things.
okay. How much do we get?
Yeah, how do we determine the rate at which we bill? Just whatever we bill out of our STAR system for hourly and
For damages
Uh-huh.
or emergency.
Or
repairs.
emergency
maintenance or
repairs.
Emergency repair.
That's how they've done it before, or costs.
So much an hour or so much a vehicle or something?
Whatever vehicle is used, that's why they're supposed to be tracking each of their vehicle usages
Okay.
and their,
We have a
So-
rate set up.
so, yeah.
here.
And I think it's based upon the federal guidelines.
Oh,
but-
okay, okay.
So like if
It's
we did a
still-
FEMA project, if we get declared as a flood and we do a FEMA, they'll pay you X amount of dollars based upon the type of equipment.
Okay.
Two
So
that's
now-
got emergency.
So I have a question here. It says escrow payment, section F. On or before the commencement of the construction of the project, Smoky Hills shall deliver to a qualified escrow agent defined below a payment of $100,000 to be held in escrow pursuant to the terms of this subsection. An escrow payment, together with any interest or investment income with respect thereto, shall be subject to and available to the county upon the terms and definitions as set forth below. A qualified escrow agent means an escrow agent mutually acceptable to the parties that has entered into an escrow agreement with Smoky Hills pursuant to which Smoky Hills has authorized and directed the agent to deliver a portion of the escrow payment to the county upon the county's written certification to the agent that Smoky Hills and the county have conducted an emergency repair in accordance with subsection of this agreement, together with the invoices for the cost of the emergency repairs evidencing the amounts so requested by the county. So what determines what an escrow agent is? Can that be our own treasurer?
Previously, the escrow agent was the Bank of Tuscan. And that money was held there, and that's where we kind of hit the problem. Now, after the project was completed and the road maintenance agreement kind of went away, Smoky Hills contacted the county and asked for that letter of credit that they were talking about instead. And so the board authorized the escrow account to be closed and the letter of credit to be issued. And so that is what he's wanting to go towards, is just the letter of credit.
That's that one from the bank in Milan. Okay, yeah, we got a copy of that somewhere. If we establish a permitting process for them to move their loads in, are we gonna have to do that for everybody else?
No,
Why not? Can we single out one
because it's
particular company?
pursuant to this project.
Well, we currently do though.
We have, but he's saying if we change the rate. Is that what you're saying?
Well, do we require, people with an oversized vehicle to come in and get a movement permit that we charge for?
Like that house moving to
Like
there.
if you're talking about a farmer that's hauling a piece of equipment
No, I was
through,
thinking a commercial
no.
operation.
But if we have houses come through, yes.
Well,
And I'm not sure really what the difference is, or,
what about a construction company that had a giant excavator he needed to move?
technically they're supposed to contact us to get a moving permit.
Okay.
So I want to say, very, very long ago, when APAC brought in that last big piece of equipment, yes, when they hauled that in, we,
So somewhere we have
Issued a moving
reference in a motion or something that establishes that?
I'll have to look. Cause I don't know, I've been charging $25 since I've worked here, so
Well, I don't have
that's
any
been
problem with that.
25 years, so I'm assuming it's something prior
I
to
think
that.
we could eventually get into trouble if we just
You're
charge
saying,
the wind tower people, not everybody else.
yeah,
I know.
I see what you're saying. But like Alexis is saying, it's per the one
This is for
project.
this
I don't know.
particular project.
But they
And
may
you would just put language in there.
I would just say, in
I
an
think-
effort to help maintain the future, integrity of the roads that are being affected, we are requesting a permit be issued per load or per, what's the,
Yeah, just per.
Trip or whatever.
per, what did you
Yeah,
call it?
component truck.
Component
Guys like Rod or
vehicle?
Gordon Kruger that are moving oversized equipment all the time.
Well, I think it has to do with whether or not they have to be permitted on the state to enter their highways. So like, a house mover can't move the house without getting all of the permits that they need. I'm assuming that larger equipment is the same way, but I would have to do some.
But,
Yeah, I think
the
they gotta get-
excavators, by and large, bigger than the one that we bought, you have to be permitted on the highway. Cause they're oversized and overweight.
Yeah.
And you'd have to have an oversized vehicle and I don't know what all you gotta do, but, so, that wouldn't be a one-time deal, that's a continuous operation for a commercial business.
No, it's part of this agreement.
I can tell you the grain
It's not a change in county policy, it's this.
Well, I was just asking, do we
Yeah,
have a
The
county
crane
policy?
operator did not want to cross the county line without something.
Yeah,
And so I finally sent him a letter that said that he wasn't required, so he would have
Is
something
that
if
when we
somebody stopped him.
subcontracted for them to do that?
well, I was just,
Is that this?
I don't think
The
it was
filing
that,
thing?
he was doing something for
Oh.
but
wind.
somewhere back in our doctrine by them, we ought to have, and I'm sure we do, some little note that says if you got oversized equipment, you need to get a permit.
Well, somewhere they set $25.
Oversized
We
loads.
just ought to know what that
Originally,
is,
they set $25
and
somewhere
then we
along
can
the line.
apply that to this. Say, here,
Smoky
do
Hill
that.
will notify the county at least 30 days in advance of all oversized transportation and crane movements along any county road, including perpendicular crossings. Smoky Hill shall provide axle configurations with loading diagrams for any oversized transportation cranes or other construction vehicles prior to construction. Hills shall notify the county when it is necessary for a road to be scheduled for closure for more than 15 minutes. So right there on the oversized load,
Well,
we
but
could
somewhere
say,
in our doctrine, in the county doctrine, years ago, we established a permitting process for that very thing. So we can quote that process and says, you owe us $100 a vehicle.
okay, so Dawn, would you be able to look that up, please? Get our-
Yes, but not this week,
That's,
but I will highlight
Really,
it
I don't
and
think
have
there's
it.
any rush on it.
Okay.
well, there is, because if we want it in this agreement, we want everything,
You're
wrapped
needing
up.
this
We
RMA
can-
signed by us.
No. This is just my comments and I give it over to you
Yeah,
guys.
but isn't there a
and-
timeline, we need to get this completed, certainly?
Just between you and the wind farm.
We
following
have it, but if
completion
you
of
can
the
just-
post-construction inspection, Smoky Hills shall have no obligation to provide regular maintenance other than to repair damages directly caused by Smoky Hills. So that's where I'm going with it. For us to be able to keep maintaining the roads to the specifications that they've been brought up to, we can utilize those fee permits,
Yeah, but in
permit
there,
fees.
we can say, in accordance with Lincoln County policy, without specifying the policy, there will be a charge for
Yeah.
oversized vehicles.
Yes, it can be vaguely, or,
Right.
without a dollar specific amount put in here, and then you'll be charging them as they come in for phases of the project.
I think they have to have it before they can actually cross the county lines.
We have to
They
get
have
them,
do
we
it
have to pay
yeah.
before, probably.
Well, that 30 days in advance is when they want the permits to be processed.
Which we need to do now, because they were talking about wanting to,
And normally what they do on these
Yeah.
moving permit applications is they tell you when they are intending on moving and you
staple
issue
out,
that
but
out
she's
there.
to
and
lunch,
then
so we can't get a
notify
copy
if
yet.
That's
they
all you
plan
need.
to change.
we were gonna run it
That's
through
all
the
you
copier.
need. But I just
For him to
would
do
like
one
to
at a
say
time.
we have.
Jim
a
wants
county
one to take
policy.
to the
Hannah,
Jennifer.
I can get you a copy, just go talk to Hannah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I sent her up, but she's at lunch right now.
Okay.
So when do we, on the scheduling for all this, we have deadline dates here, do we need to approve
We're
and
already
sign?
lagging behind, because they mentioned wanting to start things in February. That says they need they will give us a 30-day breakdown of all the, specifications of what they're bringing in and when, so that means Dawn is also gonna have to do the calculating of how many loads and how many.
Yeah.
I mean, that, we're already pushing a deadline here. There is no,
So we need to get this stuff
Was-
signed off.
Yeah.
here.
Was there a deadline set? I know they're wanting to start in February, but
No.
that's their schedule. I would say don't, I've seen some when they come in and
Don't worry about
pressure I would make sure you guys read this, and if you have any comments,
We need to figure out the escrow account language, because that can all be changed in there. There are several sub-paragraphs under the
Right.
escrow account that may or may not apply if we do what she was saying, which was just go to the letter of, what?
Credit is
Letter-
what I thought he was calling it.
Okay.
Yeah.
But, and you guys kind of approved that.
Yes, oh, we definitely, I
right?
prefer that, after you said that there were
What's the
issues with the
letter
escrow.
of credit for.
He gave us a copy, $100,000 letter of credit, and that is,
To
in lieu of
to
the
circumvent the
escrow account.
need for
Yeah.
communicating with the
Yeah.
bank who holds the money in escrow, because they're not a payment, they're not an authorized payer. So we're the payee, we're gonna ask them to pay us, well, they have to get permission from the people who deposited the escrow.
No,
letter of credit,
And
you
then
don't
it's
need that,
three-
it's just, you write
you have a
the
letter,
check.
like a line of credit, you can just
Exactly
sign
right.
on it, and they've approved you for a line of credit, okay.
Which, in there, it did say, could you flip to the emergency repairs section? It's relatively soon, county and Smoky Hills determine, or no, Smoky Hills notifies the county of emergency repairs needed. So there's the issue. Do they determine the repair, the extent of the repair, blah, blah, blah? I mean, they're supposed to notify us if something has gone wrong, but do we
Right.
also have the authority to
so.
respond to an emergency?
So if you guys see an emergency out there, because if an emergency happens and
It's
Yeah.
basically
And they're
saying
saying
there
that-
that they'll notify us.
Right.
Come and do this emergency
and if
repair.
they feel that they caused it,
Right,
because they may see, okay, a grain
Right.
cart went there, they caused the damage, it's not us.
exactly.
So it's like,
So it needs to go reciprocate, it needs to reciprocate the same language, only, Smoky Hills shall notify the county, what does that say?
of any road or bridge emergency conditions caused by Smoky Hills or its contractors.
Likewise, the county shall notify Smoky Hills when they deem necessary to come out, and, because
Yeah.
something could happen on a weekend that it was a result of all the traffic, but they may not be reporting it to us,
Right.
in other words, we're reporting it to them, so just put a
You
little.
could add some language like
Yeah,
that,
just a little reciprocating idea there. Then you can cross out the escrow and write in,
You got one of those too, right?
we're gonna get the copy of this as soon
Okay.
as we,
Yeah, I'll run up there and get some copies from Hannah before the 2:00 bid opening.
please.
So,
So that, the escrow changed to, letter of credit, and then the fee.
Yeah, permitting fee.
Under oversized loads, there was a subsection.
In accordance with
Okay.
Lincoln County policy, there will be a permitting fee.
What is that under, Dawn? Do we have a policy or a resolution or a, do you have
That's what I don't know, that I'll have to research, and it will not happen this week,
a, yeah,
just gonna be
You
honest.
call it policy, just whether it's a resolution, whatever, it's the way we do business.
oversized loads.
Policy would cover both of those.
okay.
So oversized loads, you want to add,
Under oversized load, in accordance with Lincoln County policy, a per unit, what are they called?
Fee,
We call it moving
Mo-
permit, but I think that's what the statute.
A
is.
per unit
moving.
moving permit shall be issued.
moving permit shall be issued.
At a rate set by the county commission,
Right, set by county commission.
particular to this project. That way,
Does it?
then we'll just approve it
Specific
with
to
mention.
this project.
Yes, please. Because then it's not gonna apply to anyone who potentially comes through Lincoln County.
And they don't have a bellyache about everybody else moving heavy stuff around that I can't get.
Okay, and you said you wanted what'd you say about the letter of credit?
Oh, just put an X through the word escrow there, like a big X through that first paragraph on escrow, and make sure we change that to wording pertaining to a letter of credit.
The Bank of Milan.
And you can put something like, in the interest of timely payments, the county opts to utilize a letter of credit. And it can be the same dollar amount. I don't think we have a discrepancy over the 100,000. I think it's just the way we bill is our concern for
Right,
timely
okay.
payments.
Okay.
So we'll go ahead and make a copy of that,
Mm-hmm.
and then you can take
Yeah, I want to take that to
this,
Jennifer.
just leave the edits in it. So
Right.
there are a few times in there where it says Smoky Hill. and is it plural? I think it's Hills.
Right,
If you just
Smoky
look-
Hills, it does have an S.
There are quite-
Referred to as Smoky, pretty much Hills, so it is plural.
There are a
Smoky
couple in there
Hills.
that need an S then,
Okay.
just for grammatical.
You have a color copier, or should I take it over my place?
Yes, ma'am. You just gotta remember to
Need
turn it on.
S.
It's top of the line.
It's the biggest piece of crud I've ever purchased, but
So it's got a blue sheet with wax things in there.
But let me-
Little pencil.
let me tell you something.
You do a hand roll like this.
Leanne did tax statements on it, and she was done like within that
Yeah.
compared to the old one that took us about 3 days to process tax statements. So she likes it.
Do you need anything else from us?
So, it talks about
Yeah, I got
us
plenty
doing
of
the
that,
pre,
but
the
mine's
mid, and the
all
post
slow.
inspection. I've got a contract, or actually 2 contracts for us to do that. If you guys wanna review it or sign it, it's up to you. They mentioned not to exceed 50,000, so I just pretty much copied
Uh-huh.
that. I don't think it's gonna take that much, but,
Who are you giving the preliminary reports to? Us?
so it'll go to you guys and also the wind farm.
Okay.
And then I did, and if you wanna take this to Jennifer and have her review it too, it's not a problem.
I would like to, yeah.
Okay.
Sure, just give her.
And
the-
then-
Get her to sign off. on
Yeah,
it.
anything legal and money, we better have her.
Okay, and then, I did write the notice to proceed for this work is conditional on an executed road maintenance agreement. You guys are off the
Right.
hook for, once this gets approved, that'll be our notice to proceed to start working with them and figuring out what roads and all that
Yep.
stuff. So, I'll put 2 copies of that.
Now, did you get a copy of the map that he had at the meeting?
So this is the copy of the map that I
Yeah,
got.
yeah.
And if you,
We all got
Yeah.
copies of that, didn't we?
Yeah. Well, they took them back.
Online maybe.
No, I didn't get
They
this.
didn't.
I looked at this.
They let 'em look at 'em.
I
We
printed
get-
them, I printed
Oh,
them.
okay, no, I
got
didn't
'em.
print
printed
anything.
them off of an email, because I had to resize everything.
I have
printed
copies
off a little
of it
bitty,
somewhere.
but I got a
So we
copy.
almost need an overlay with this to know what.
so I took it and took a county map and pretty much
Uh-huh.
highlighted it,
Uh-huh.
to come up with, to
Routes,
see if
some
50,000 is
routes.
gonna be enough to do it, and it should be enough. But, that's what I did.
Okay.
So, here's right here.
Are you driving the route and videoing it like we did last time?
Yep.
So
Yep,
that's
so that's
Westford
what,
Road.
so it's gonna include, doing the videotaping, and we also
Mhm.
take pictures,
And that's
document
over
like the
here, west-
crown, the amount of
that's
gravel,
70.
da, da, da.
That's Westfall Road, probably.
Look at all the structures to
Wait,
see
do I
what
have this
condition
the wrong
they're
way?
in.
No, there's I
And
seventy.
also
Oh, okay, yeah, yeah,
evaluate
okay.
each structure with
This
the
is probably
component truck.
Westfall Road, yeah, there's
Yeah.
So
Westfall.
this
No,
is
you
Colt.
can't.
That's
Colt.
cold,
Westfall
yeah,
Road.
see, that's
No,
the
you
one that
can't,
was
and they need
bitching
to
about what.
upgrade it so they can.
That's the main drag
So it's the
there,
whole
and
shebang.
that's where they're gonna go up here, that's
So
right
I
there where
think-
Richard White lives there, and up here they have like a yard up
This year
there.
Westfall
You
Road
do the
there.
turn
Yeah,
radius.
I'm
Yeah.
no, this is where Richard
He
White
meant
lives.
this portion.
so
of
this-
Westfall.
This is
County
cold,
Road.
here, there's Westfall Road.
So actually, the
Right.
pre will be
Yeah, going
before
I-70.
they.
So
But
is-
right there's that
is
main
this
yard.
Is
Turning
this our
radiuses
chip
would be
seal
put in
here?
there.
Yeah,
Is that
yeah,
what
we
this-
chip sealed all that
okay.
last
Take
year,
the turn
Yeah.
radius
or,
off
I
the
mean,
last
2018.
one.
How many miles
They
is that
should
one?
have.
Oh,
I think
geez,
Five,
that's,
6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Ellsworth, because we helped in Ellsworth.
Almost
and
14
Flaherty
miles.
and
So
you
that's
know,
probably our
helped
longest
them.
section, huh?
Oh, I'm sure
what's,
of
how
that.
long is that for you?
9 miles on
Nine
Sylvan.
there.
From Sylvan north, south?
What's Barnard? Not that long.
Barnard going from
To the
what?
county, probably 6, 7 miles, no more
Yeah.
than that.
That's probably the longest one, yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, yeah, there's the Colt, yeah,
Okay.
okay.
So.
I can make copies of those too, I'll make copies of this.
Well, if you could, maybe just for reference.
Well, yeah, I mean, eventually we need a full packet of information for Dawn to store, but right now, while you're still, I don't think that's, I mean, unless you guys want
No,
a map
I
right
don't
now,
need
I don't need a map right
No,
now.
we had, well, I think when them guys were here, I thought,
We kinda know where it is now.
yeah, I
mean, it's-
have one of the copies at home.
Okay, so here's our contract to do the pre, the mid, and the post. You guys can review it, or what do you guys want to do with it? Sometimes we try to get ahead of it a little bit, because once this gets signed, they're kind of pushy, so it gives us a little time to, then we have to do a contract, then come to the county, and then that takes a
You
little
need
time.
this today?
Not today, just,
It doesn't trigger until that is finished, but,
Yes.
I mean,
correct.
he was going to take this
Yeah, and that's,
and that to Jennifer,
Yep,
and,
I'll get her today if she's not in court, if not, we'll do it
Yeah.
tomorrow.
yeah, and then we need this, we need to definitely be signing things next week, I think. Unless they don't wanna agree to what we send them.
Right, okay.
Then they take their damn windmills and go.
They can take our federal tax dollars and go.
Yeah, you can have Jennifer review that, and I'll go get some copies of this and bring them back to you guys. I'm trying to think what else I had here. The Harris Road application, you do want me to move forward with doing the application for the pavement markings for the roads? Okay.
And you may as well include our stretches, which is what you have highlighted there, ironically, that the beginning of that Westfall Road, that's
Okay.
one of our chip seals. And then, I'm just saying, if you're gonna apply, you may as well make it a package deal.
Yeah, I
We
was
have-
gonna do it with Brendan and pretty
Yeah.
much put down all the paved roads.
Yeah,
Okay,
Okay, all paved
figure
roads.
28 miles or
Who
something.
does the marking on 14? The state?
Yeah.
Our state guys?
yeah.
They're very clever about it. They had a dead coyote, and so they went up and they picked it up and set it back down. There's a 10-foot gap over the coyote.
Right.
And then another part of the road has got 6 inches of chipped off, so they went over 6 inches and then come back. That's very clever. They also have 3 peace signs in tar on my road. And on your road going to Hunter, you'll find their names on tar on the pavement, which indicates they're not supervised and you got a lot of extra time.
I
And then
can't
just
even go there.
a couple things real fast. The road out west of town, we're moving the road. Southern Stars asked for a site map, so Brendan's asked if I could throw that together real fast. So I called Southern Star and he said you can pretty much just put an aerial and show where the road's gonna go and give that to him. So it shouldn't take too long. And then
Over that pipeline, right?
right. And then we went to, Brendan and I attended the local road safety plan meeting. So that's if you want to utilize Hollister Road Fund in the future. So they asked him to provide a map of all the major collectors and showing the roadway width and the type of if it's gravel or if it's asphalt. So I think he's going to be working on that to get some more information. And I think that should be it. So, and then we'll get with Beverly maybe this afternoon, if not next month or something.
Well, yeah, that's, well, yeah, if you can, that's good.
Yeah, yep, we'll do it.
Thanks.
So, and the bid opens at 2, so that's all I
Okay,
have.
we'll try to get back. You need these signed here pretty quick here, don't you, by next week, but you don't come back only once a month here, right? To visit us.
Yeah, and I'm close, I'm only in Elver, so.
But
if
we
you
need to
come
get
by-
these documents that Jim's gonna have, we know we wanna have Jennifer review them, but we probably you need this stuff signed, don't you, to get going on it?
I'll just need the agreement signed. for
Or
us to
your contract
start.
between us and you guys,
Right,
right?
right.
By next week or today, or,
Just, so it's contingent upon this road maintenance agreement.
okay.
So, if you wanna do it after
We
this
can
is
review
signed,
that ourselves
or-
and sign that, or should we have Jennifer look at that too?
Yeah, we're gonna have Jennifer look
Okay,
at this.
very
We'll
good.
just give her the whole packet.
Yeah.
He's gonna
As
follow
soon
up
as
on
he
that.
makes a copy.
Yeah, I'll go get
Okay.
copies.
Very
Because
good.
after she looks at it, it needs forwarded to them, to
Yeah.
the Smoky Hills
Right.
team.
Okay,
With her comments.
Okay,
or
very
our
good.
comments.
sounds good.
I'll just call her, or call you when she gets done with it.
Do we
Okay.
wanna
We're
take
running into lunch,
yeah,
but
we wanna take off?
I would like to do 5 minutes in executive session if we could, before we have lunch.
If we take a 2-minute break first.
Sure.
Okay.
While I'm thinking about it, 'cause I know I'm gonna forget, do you guys have those agreements for the courthouse assessment?
Yes, right here. I brought it.
Okay.
I have one. I only had one though.
That's
It was
Well, Jim
different
has the
there.
others.
No, this one.
Oh, yeah.
Bring
Thi-
it.
I did not bring it.
This, I
have to go
did.
get it.
Okay.
Is there a sign page on this?
There should be, because we need to.
Yeah, there
do
is.
that and move on.
I think it's just for the. It's just for the.
We need
chair.
that and that pretty quick now too, don't we,
There's just
today,
one
probably, huh?
signature.
Yeah, let's just, we agreed to this,
Yeah.
it's just.
And I looked at them. There's nothing in
Yeah.
there. This is the project that we already
Right.
looked at, and then these are their agreements.
Well, we'll bring that up and sign that here. Thank you,
I'll get
Tim.
those copies.
Yeah, thank you very much.
You can go do your break, sorry, I didn't.
Let's
I
do
don't
our
need to-
break
yeah,
and
I'm
Oh.
good.
then we'll take a lunch too here pretty quick. We'll come back, go in executive session for a few minutes and go to lunch. And I know we're about a half hour behind here. I guess we were supposed to come back here at 1:30. Do we wanna start that later, say 1:45?
Well, I think you're gonna have some department heads show up, so.
Yeah, yeah. All right, well,
We can do a little recess during there if we need to.
well,
No,
we'll,
Latanya will not be here, because cause she said that her schedule was full today.
Okay. Well, we'll just try to go here and take a quick lunch, I guess, or a half hour off or something. Not long enough anyway, yeah.
Is it gonna be personnel?
Yes,
I'm just gonna
yes,
pre-type.
prepping it, yep.
Howard, they haven't approved, but I'll go ahead and give you, I'm sure they won't change too much.
Okay.
This
But maybe something.
is what I thought.
I always think I'll just have this like pre-typed and then all I have to do is fill in the blanks, but it just never happens.
You need a little, you need a document with paragraphs that you can just cut and paste. Then you can keep that document open and just transfer them into your minutes.
What I have found, like, a lot of times that's what I'll do with the minutes, is go back and see what I've done before and keep it consistent. But then I'll forget to change.
But what if you had one document just called templates, and then you had your executive motion template, all you have to do is type in the subject, and it already has KSA,
Yeah.
75, whatever.
That's what I need to do.
Okay, we're back here, and Alexis, you was want to go to executive session?
I need 5 minutes, please.
Okay, you wanna make a motion to do that, and,
Yes,
Okay.
I move to recess into executive session for 5 minutes for the purpose of discussing, county personnel and related potential civil actions. Justification pursuant to KSA 754319 2B. Number 1 is personnel matters of non-elected personnel, and with the commission to reconvene in the commission room.
We need county clerk with us.
No, I just wanted to talk to the commission.
I'll second. Motion's been made and seconded to, recess into, or go into recess into executive session for how long, 5 minutes?
Just 5 minutes, yeah.
For 5 minutes, for the purpose of, what Alexis stated previously. All in favor say aye.
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 Motion carried, none opposed.
I think I might have just plugged it with a lock on it too. It apparently didn't stick this time. Okay, are you done or do you need more?
No,
We're
we're
done.
good.
And, I guess,
No action taken. We'll
Do
do
we
this
wanna-
as soon as we get back.
yeah, well, how about we take a lunch break?
Yeah.
I know we're half
We're
hour
half an
behind,
hour,
but
yeah.
still try to keep on schedule for 1:30 because we may have, other
Department heads.
department heads coming in. So 1:30 we'll back, take a recess till 1:30, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And it was actually 12:54 by the time we got out.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
The door, so give it to,
We'll just bring it up that
and do our due diligence.
we
of
have
what we're
new
supposed to do.
business here,
Did you guys do minutes?
No, we did not.
yeah. We didn't do a lot of this,
Correspondence.
correspondence yet because we wanted to try to stay on schedule. Do you wanna do that now, or I guess we better go to the
Let's do-
handbook?
No, let's do this, rest of this
We
now.
can do all that stuff at the end of the day, 4 o'clock. The minutes and
What do you wanna do
correspondence
I was just gonna, I'm saying we don't have very many department heads, maybe we could just go through this real quickly.
What's that, minutes? Yeah.
Mhm.
First of all, I'll bring the, meeting back to order back from lunch, and,
I read the minutes as provided, and I make a motion we approve the minutes.
let me just glance at it a second. I did too, on the internet, but I'll review them real quick here.
Did, Delisa schedule themselves on the agenda?
Yes and no. She sent an email and said she was on the agenda, but she hasn't called, but I don't know, or said that she'd be available February 3rd. So basically what we did is, I think they were gonna have LaDonna call her today and just tell her this is the time she's supposed to come. So I hope that's okay, but so that way it would fit with Derek and LaDonna's schedule.
Okay.
Are we in session?
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you find errors and omissions?
No, I didn't see anything.
I'll second the minutes then. Is that all right with you? Any more discussion, Alexis? We have a motion and second to approve the minutes from the January 21st, 2020 meeting. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried, none opposed. Now we'll go to the employee handbook.
Let's just do these, right? I move
Okay.
to approve.
Okay, we'll do a little more correspondence. Is that all right, Rhonda? And well, I know we scheduled 1:30 here.
I just figured we'll give them a couple minutes.
We
move
have a
to
little more
approve
correspondence yet.
The bid proposal from,
Kirkham,
the bid proposal agreements, from Trainer.
Trainer, yeah.
This, we had already, I need a
Yeah.
second for the motion.
I'll second.
So we had already reviewed, this is what we received when we went over all the bids, and it's all the highlights of their work and
Right.
where they've done work, and we can leave this out for anybody to review.
Right.
This is gonna be the architecture firm that
They're gonna
does
review
the planning.
the
for
planning and review of the courthouse to
So then,
what's needed to fix it.
I think this only needs the chairperson's signature,
Okay,
cause it says owner, and then
Okay.
sign and print.
okay. All right, we have a motion to approve this trainer bid document. Any more discussion?
I'm good.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried, none opposed, and I will sign it here.
I think there are three,
3 of them, okay.
or no, maybe
Do you
more.
guys have to sign here? or do
No, that's all you.
Okay.
Sign, chairperson, and date.
you? All right,
You'll see it in a big fat envelope like that if they screw it up. We don't have to look at it.
And then, Jim, if you could bring your copy back, we'll have him sign it, and I'll keep that for our records, but I'll mail
Okay.
that one to the company.
Okay.
Hey, it's
Right.
finally not me taking home important documents and losing them. No, I didn't lose them, but I had them on my person.
What'd you lose?
I just had a habit of collecting the paperwork at the end of the meeting and then stuffing it in my bag, and Dawn was missing half of her documents that she needed.
Okay, can I tell you something like really, really bad on me? Normally, if I can't find something, all I have to do is tell Hannah that I can't find it, and it miraculously appears right there. So, this weekend I texted her, and she said she started to laugh because normally if I text her and say I can't find something, then poof, it appears. And it's like, I don't know, she's like my little magic wand or something.
But you always find it.
I always find it, yes. I did not find what I was looking for yesterday.
Oh, no. Okay.
But I found it today.
Oh, you did find it?
And I kept looking over the top of it.
Okay,
At least
so-
you found it.
I call her my lucky stick.
All right, those 3 are signed.
I don't think this one.
Anything else?
I don't think this one has a signature page on it.
That trainer has one, doesn't it? Or this is down here.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, anything else? Well, we have some other correspondence here. We will, from the Supreme Court of Kansas here, I've got a letter, appointment of non-lawyer members to the Judicial Nominating Commission. Letter to Dawn, here it says the term of office for the following non-lawyer members of the 12th District Judicial Nominating Commission will expire the first Monday in March 2020. Carol Good, in accordance with provisions of KSA, blah, 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 it will be necessary for a member of your Board of County Commissioners to appoint someone to fill the vacancies created. The member who is presently serving may be reappointed, or you may make a new appointment. The term of office for the new appointment will be from March the 2nd, 2020 to March the 4th, 2024. As soon as the appointment is made, but no later than February 15th, 2020, please notify the office of the full name, address, and telephone numbers of the person you appointed. You wanna look at that? So that's another, I guess we need to advertise that, Don, or can we reappoint Carol Good out and just do it, or do we have to go through the process of nominating them or go advertise for it like we have these other positions?
In the past, they've just found somebody willing to serve and appointed them. Hal Byerly did it for years.
I was gonna
Carol's
say,
been doing it since Hal Byerly.
Carol Goods, we could ask her if she would continue to do it, I guess, but I don't know, do we need to go through the open process of,
No,
That
it's
is
just an
you
appointment.
guys. That's-
what do you think, Alexis?
You can do it if you want to. But you need to find somebody willing to do it.
Well, we need to maybe ask her. Where is that? Do you have it? Yeah. What do you
I
think?
think the only time they
Ask
serve
Okay.
is if there's a judge that is vacant.
Yeah, it's a nominating commission, so it's not the regular meeting of the 12th Judicial District, it's just the nominating,
Appointment for,
Yeah.
yeah.
so it's, yeah, it's a specified need.
Would-
Why don't you just ask her?
Okay.
And see if
I
there's,
can ask her.
yeah,
And, yeah, you wanna go to the next ones, Alexis, there? Or,
Sure.
Yeah, well, if you would read them, please. I'll
a
look at
door
them.
lever for $125, Lincoln Park Manor, and then a forward balance from Access Control Systems. Do you know what that is, Dawn? $125.
I
Or,
think-
oh, maybe it's the same bill. 113.20. Go back.
Oh, it is.
116.
One is a bill and
Oh,
one is
it's
a
an
statement.
invoice. Okay.
1-0, it was 0.
One's an invoice and one's a, okay.
And that's,
I think we can. You can.
yeah, I'll
that.
sign off
Fixed
on that.
property.
That's hardware.
And
for-
this is the faucet thing from Phoenix Supply.
That's what I was gonna do, yeah.
And we'll prove that, right, yeah.
Mhm.
And that's what you brought up before,
Uh-huh.
Alexis.
Yeah, so we
I'll
have been
give
talking
these-
about the purchasing policy many times, and
Yep.
this
These are
original
good,
one
Jim.
Yeah, I'm good.
said that any purchase exceeding $250, this was signed in 2001. So I think what we talked about was increasing this to 500,
Yeah.
and then making the county department
10,000.
10,000.
Highway department, we should be,
Or highway, yeah, I said
highway
county.
department,
Mhm.
that's okay. Yeah, I
So-
think so, because,
I move to amend the Lincoln County purchase policy, replacing all county departments $250 with $500, and replacing the highway department $500 with 10,000.
Second.
motion's been made and seconded to amend the, Lincoln County purchase policy to what Alexis stated. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried, none opposed.
So then we will just,
And this-
Dawn, if you get the chance to reprint that and we'll sign it with the new date.
I thought you guys had told LaDonna and the highway, or the law enforcement something different than 500. Is that not?
Yeah, that's,
Oh, it was 1,000, wasn't it?
I got it.
I think she had said because there was that window repair or something and she couldn't even get a different bin, it was $700 and she wanted to be able to make the decision.
Put 1,000 in.
Okay, I moved to edit the original motion, change 500 to 1,000.
How about sheriff's department?
We don't have control over them
No.
anyhow.
We don't have to policy there? Okay.
I
I'll
mean,
amend my second.
okay.
Okay, motion's been, this,
You must have known that I couldn't remember who seconded the original one.
So,
Well, so,
we're editing the original
we'll
motion.
edit, the original motion's poor Don here has to type 10 times over. We're amending the original motion,
From
Alexis stated, to make it what,
250 to 1,000.
250 to 1,000, and then still 10,000 for the highway department. And Jim seconded it, so we have a motion and second for this amended motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried. Not opposed. And I will try to contact Carol Good and see if she'd be interested in continuing on this, being on this board. Yeah, the 12th Judicial Nominating Board Commission. Okay, you put the file that, Jim gave you this back, were you gonna keep that?
Yeah, we'll keep that until we
Okay.
get approved.
And I'll bring
for
up
the new
one more thing here, the county has been, served notice that we're involved with a lawsuit, even though it's not directly at the county, we're just listed as part of the defendant group and not the main, person being sued. I don't know if I'll say any more
I'll
at
just
this
read,
time.
I'll just read
You
the
want to?
section for us.
Okay.
It actually states why. Where's that?
Here, this right here,
Mm,
that's all came.
no, okay, sorry, I found it. Defendant Lincoln County Commissioners is included in this petition due to unpaid real estate taxes and may be served at our address here.
Okay.
It's, so,
There are other defendants.
see, Don, I think that's why it just has to do with personal property tax on the personal property that might be owing for this year, so that if something else happens to someone's land and they owe the property tax, it goes along with the suit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know, you're probably right.
Or no, like, and then what did she say? Or someone said if it has been paid for this year, and the property transfers, then we owe back what has been paid for the
That's
year.
what I think.
But
You want me to give that to Jennifer,
that
the
makes
rest of this
sense.
stuff, or you
Yeah.
wanna,
Yeah, why don't you, yeah.
so she needs to respond.
Yeah, right.
If you don't show up, we could introduce the judge.
And Don, wasn't you?
and that is correspondence to the commission, so it is technically, I mean, public information, but I don't think we need to discuss it.
Okay.
There's nothing for us to discuss, so.
Don, wasn't you stating in an email that also we get with KDAT, Kansas Association of Counties or something, you notify the
We'll just notify KCAM, normally they'll say
KCAM,
it's not
KCAM.
part of their,
Okay,
but we'll notify them. so
all right, thank you. Okay, anything else? I think we'll go, we're ready to go to our, we've been modifying our employee handbook. And Jim, yeah, I'll let you go,
I wanna
Jim.
go to paragraph 1.1. I've added that initial paragraph in there. We need to discuss that, make sure we're all agreed on that. And then we need to talk about residents, and those are the two things that I think we need to nail down pretty soon.
Where are you now?
First
Okay.
paragraph, very first paragraph.
Okay.
And I'm happy to say we have a bid.
Have a
Oh,
what?
one.
We
Okay,
do
we have
have
a
a
bid
bid.
to open it too.
Okay,
At two, sorry, at two, they'll have to,
So we're going to 1.1.
Okay.
now I have copied this paragraph. I've made it generic because it was sent out to each county, elected county employee had a paragraph in the law 19 dash whatever it was that said this, and I just made it general. The BOCC does not have the authority to hire, fire, demote, or promote individuals within an elected official's department. However, any personnel action taken by an elected official shall be subject to three things: personnel policies and procedures established by the BOCC for all county personnel other than elected officials, any pay plan established by the BOCC for all county employees other than elected officials, the budget of the financing of the operation of the elected official department as approved by the BOCC. All right? And that joins with the page before that that says elected officials. This is the introduction. Elected officials in Lincoln County receive all the benefits of full-time employees and so forth. You read that before. But what we're trying to do is make it clear the status of elected employees with respect to the employees in your department, what your responsibilities and obligations are, and what ours are. The issue is pay, and I'm going to let Madam Alexis talk about pay.
Well, I'm just going to contact the attorney for Kansas Association of Counties so we can get a real legal opinion. But from my discussion with other commissioners who have had runaway elected officials, you can establish a pay plan by which they must obey. I mean, to which they must adhere. In other words, if we approve a blanket budget for a department in there are any absorbable funds. Let's say you get 3/4 of the way through the year and you look at your funding and you realize a portion of your salary line item or your commodities line item is absorbable. You can then evidently increase your own pay rate to absorb the rest of the funds in your budget by the end of the year. In order to prohibit that, you would establish a pay rate approved by the county commission so that any changes in pay throughout the year would be notified. I'm not insinuating that at this time we have overpaid elected officials. I'm saying that there's always the potential for any elected official to absorb unused funds out of their budget instead of rolling them over into a capital outlay, using them on other purchases, or letting them be absorbed into the next year's budget, which then reduces the tax burden on the following year's expenses. So there are a couple counties that have already done this. Marion County is one that's going through it right now. I sent you guys an email of 2 other counties, I can't remember what they were. And so it basically, when you establish that pay rate, it establishes it for everyone who's getting a paid check. And the purpose is when we have our payroll at the end of the month, when we issue checks, we're approving those. Even for elected officials, we're still approving them. So there is a question still, like you're saying, does the county commission have the authority to control the paycheck for another elected official? And I believe the answer is yes, but I will get back to you with the actual legal
Yeah,
thing.
and that's where we're disagreeing. We need to get, one of the other things it talks about is bonuses. County employees, elected officials, I guess I should say, cannot receive bonuses unless we specifically talk about bonuses in our pay plan. The rollover of funds would be called a bonus, so if we don't address that, they can't do that.
But we've already had it done in 2019, is what I'm telling you.
Well,
There were
yeah.
elected officials that increased their own wages. The only reason they were able to do that is because their budget could afford it. So why could their budget afford it? Were
I
we not
understand that.
were we not
Yeah.
providing oversight over the line items and we gave them
Yeah.
way too much in commodities? Or did they have unused salaries because they had a reduction in employees, so then they personally absorbed that amount? I don't know, because we
Yeah,
were never
that's-
notified of how that
That's where we
happened.
gotta go. I think it's clear that we, at least it is in my mind, we cannot set elected official salaries. They set their own salaries. And that comes in as part of their budget submission. And that's,
But they submit their budget with their own salary identified, okay? And the resolutions that we pass in the beginning of the year, they have their salaries identified.
exactly.
But
We
you're
can
not
approve
addressing
that.
a change. What about a mid-year change? Because we had
No.
that happen in 2019 without us even knowing it.
If we don't say anything about bonuses in our pay plan, they cannot accept a bonus by reprogramming funds.
But what about just getting a bigger paycheck next month and the month
No,
after and
they
the
can't
month
do
after?
that
How do you know?
Because we have approved that in their budget,
Well,
and their
then
budget's been approved.
it's already happened.
I'm not talking about 2019, I don't have any control over that, but, subsequent years, we need to figure out, we need to go to KAC and get a legal,
Well, there's the
definition here.
misunderstanding, you know, can that happen or can it not happen? Because it has
Yeah.
happened, so
well,
where do you
and
go
as
from
I
here?
read Nylander, there's a lot of things in Nylander that I don't really understand. So we need to get somebody to figure this out.
Yeah,
Well,
I
I'd
would
like to
agree
go
with
back to the point of contention we had prior, which is if we have no authority over who the sheriff, let's just use the sheriff's department, okay? We have no authority over who they hire. This booklet says still their people have to abide by this handbook,
Yes,
which is technically not true then. Because if that elected official does not have to adhere to any of the board of county commissioners' policies, then, I mean, that's debatable.
the official doesn't, but the people do.
Okay, can I talk about the residency thing a minute?
That's where I'm going with that,
Yeah,
so.
we're going there.
Okay, but I need to find the section out of the book for the class that I'm taking. Because this is, you have to listen to my reasoning first before you start choosing whether or not you agree or
I
disagree.
wish we had the sheriff or one of his representatives over here.
I do too.
I wonder, would you mind if I called him and asked him or
Sure.
Dustin to come over?
Yeah,
Okay, I
Don't
got
tell
number
if you
three
want to.
point three.
if he can do it. We could get his permission on this. Yeah, I would, well, actually, you're gonna contact. Yeah, I would, find what other counties do too, you know.
Well, that's why I sent you those emails, because 2 other counties are going,
Hey, this is
establishing.
Jim Gableman. Is the sheriff or the underhandy?
That's only 2 out of 105.
Well,
But there's a reason.
the undersheriff is there, or is Mike? Okay.
I think we should just ask.
What
an
we're
attorney
doing is,
general's opinion.
we're going over the pay and responsibilities of elected officials versus the county commission. And we really need their input because you guys are a special deal. And I sure would like to see either
Well, they're taking a lot of.
Dustin or Mike come over here and defend the position. We're really talking about residency in cars right now. Thank you, bye.
Okay, this is just a case study, but it says the Fluid Township of Lake Shore solicits applications for road maintenance, police, fire, and sanitation on an annual basis. Recently, some of its applicants have come from a distant community heavily populated by recent American and Hispanic immigrants. Lake Shore changes its municipal code to grant preference to residents. At first, few residents applied, then Lake Shore ratchets its salaries and benefits up to create a demand. In the end, only residents are hired. Is this permissible? And it says no. If challenged, the residency requirement would likely fail because it was instituted for the sole purpose of keeping the recent immigrants out. And there's a little bit more to this that I won't read, but this is my concern. Okay, let's say you take the residency away, and the only qualified applicant, and you guys have gone to meetings in which they've said that you have to hire the qualified applicant, comes from Salina, Wichita, whatever. Are you not creating discrimination by saying we will allow vehicles to go home to every other officer, but not to your office, but to you? And so if you have at least the residency policy here, then
No, and I'm gonna interrupt you right there because the county commission owns all the property. It doesn't matter if the sheriff is his own elected official or whomever. If we own the property, the commission actually owns it. So the three of us are responsible for, so if we make a rule that says our county property cannot leave the county, then it's about the property.
I've got a proposed paragraph that I was gonna get to later on. County employees may not take county vehicles out of the county except for emergency use and to attend meetings approved, meetings and conferences approved. You may not take a vehicle to and from work except for law enforcement within the county. We can restrict our vehicles. So you can't, if you lived in Tescott, you couldn't take your police car home with you. And that would be up to, again, the sheriff, and he has some, we need his input on that to see how that's gonna set. Cause that's what started the whole thing with Nylander, is a resident in Tescott, Salina, yeah, out of the county anyway.
I'm just saying, if we do not have the authority to make any determination on who the sheriff hires, the sheriff can hire someone from Nebraska. We cannot control that.
But he can't take our cars to Nebraska.
What we can control is the property, because we own all the property. Every last desk, whatever, belongs to the county, belongs to the commission. So even, everything that's
Take your
purchased
front seat, you might as well just get on in.
for any other elected official is still property of the county. And the only reason why the commission owns it is because they're the elected body, so the people actually own it, so it shouldn't be so.
The representatives of the people.
Right, we represent the people who own all the property, so we make the policies that pertain to the physical material, like owned property.
The two departments that have an issue with this, as far as I can tell, is the ambulance folks and the sheriff.
Well, the ambulance property's always stayed in Lincoln County.
Yeah, but, the residency requirement's what I'm talking
Oh.
about.
they took out the ambulance, we just haven't updated the handbook to reflect it a long time ago.
But I'm just saying, those are
Dawn,
the only two
other than
things.
the vehicle, what is your concern?
I don't have a concern, I won't state it. It's
Well, I understand the vehicle concern, because we're paying mileage and gas and everything else.
The other unstated part is the taxes.
you're
If you live
kind
out of the county, you're not paying taxes, you're not buying stuff in here, you're buying it from somewhere else.
and you're kind of forcing forcing somebody to hire somebody based upon qualifications, because we can't, let's say you have two candidates. Candidate A has not been to the academy, but they would like to go ahead and invest in candidate A because he's a resident and he lives in the county. But candidate B comes from Wichita. We have to hire candidate B because he has all the qualifications of the job. Candidate A would just be looked over. So who do you invest your time and money in? Your taxpayer or?
But this commission has no control over that. If the sheriff's cousin lives in Wichita
But that
and he
is the
wants
one
to,
thing you do have control over,
No.
because after that Ray Nylander case, that is what the handbook came up with. That's what our attorneys came up with to give you the control that you need, and you guys just struck it out, and I just don't really care anymore. It's not gonna be of my concern.
what attorney came up with that?
We hired Shook, Hardy and Bacon to do the handbook in 2012. That handbook is done from an attorney. Sorry, but
That is scary.
an employment law.
Very
An employment law attorney that knows what they're doing.
Well,
Not
I would
somebody
hope
with
that their
hands
grammar
laid
was
out.
a little more legible as an attorney, but that's okay. So, I highly doubt, though, that anybody is gonna want to work from Wichita and pay their own travel expenses to come and work in this county. And if
You
they
should
do,
see some of the
But they
applications that
will
he
in
has.
Lucas, Luray, and Tescott, and Beloit, and Ellsworth. Those are close enough to commute.
what is there like a fear that we would have an infiltration from someone outside that wants to work for
Well,
our
I think
department?
you want them to come. You want them to live here. And
Maybe
be
not.
part of
Maybe
our
that's
community.
not what's healthiest. I mean, we're going eventually in the future, maybe not in your tenure here, but eventually in the future, we're going to be looking at larger borders.
The big-
Lincoln County may not exist as a 720 square mile unit forever.
Okay, let me give you a scenario. What happens if, say for example, you have, of your 9 officers, 6 of them living outside of the county that are more than an hour's distance away, and you have a major catastrophe in which you need to activate those 6 employees. Okay, you're paying them time to drive here, you're paying them time to go home, but you are still waiting on them for an hour to get here. And they are not allowed to run lights, or they would, if they don't have a car, they're not allowed to run hot, so they would have to drive 65 miles per hour. Or if they decided to be one of those people that drive 100 miles per hour in their personal car and have a wreck and kill somebody, then the county's responsible for that from the time that they report to activate them to the time that they get here.
But then you as an elected official need to express that concern to the other elected official. Because as far as I'm concerned, the county commission is never gonna hire or fire a deputy.
You don't
He is.
have
We don't have a
problem
choice.
with the current sheriff.
That's
It's-
not our choice.
That's
It's-
the point of being elected, because it's not all, because the current doesn't stay,
You
it's
just-
not the status quo.
You just do whatever and
But the sheriff can hire
we'll end up
anybody he
being
wants.
liable.
That's my whole point. We can't restrict his ability to hire someone by making a policy that says they have to live.
No, yeah, we
But
can't do
you are
that
forcing him to hire somebody
because
if they are qualified, regardless of whether or not they have any intentions of moving.
Nylander says we can restrict it to residents. So we do have that authority. It's whether we want to or not, that's the question. I'm kinda hoping Dustin will show up here in a little bit and give us his opinion. It's 2 o'clock anyway.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so we'll, table our, handbook issue and we'll go to, the next agenda item, which is open bids for tuckpointing projects, and Tanner is here and Brendan to deal with that stuff. So what do you guys have?
Okay. First, thank you everyone for attending the Lincoln County Stone Bridge Repair bid opening. Got a sheet for everybody here. You, Brendan. There's some extra ones here. So how this works, see, actually, I need to get myself. Here's the bid tab. So you can see there's the base bid and each of that alternates. I put together some estimated costs. You can see in the first column, and then the next few columns are for the contractors that bid.
It is 2:03, so they were supposed to be submitted by 2 o'clock, so I'm going to call it closed for now since it's 2:03. Looks like we have one bidder. So I'm going to open up now and read aloud. Okay, so in the third column here, the top box, you can write who the bidder is. So it is Blue Stem Quarry and Stoneworks. They are located in Lucas. They did provide some project references, it looks like. And the bid right here. Okay, so for the base bid, they bid for the stone replacement, $375 each, and total $37,500. And then for the next item, for repointing, they did $12 per linear foot. So for $36,600, and for a total base bid of $77,700. And so for the ad alternate number 1, do you just want me to read the total?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the total they had for ad alternate 1 was $47,093.46. And then the ad alternate number 2, the bid was $24,940.00.
So what are our totals here?
And then the ad alternate number 3.
Oh, sorry. One more.
Yep, one more. And is $21,189.60. And so they had a total of base bid and ad alternates for $170,923.06. 170,923.06.
Pretty close to your estimate, huh?
Actually, yeah, it was
Yeah, it's
30,000
less
less.
Yeah.
32,000.
But in the ballpark here.
Right.
Yeah, it's less. Yeah.
And then anticipated start date, so it looks like they have about July 31st of 2020
Okay.
is when they would potentially start.
Okay.
And they can be done before winter gets in, I guess.
So we give them 30 days for the base bid, and then each ad alternate was another 15 days. So if we select all of them, it'll be 30 plus 45 working days. So yes, July, August, September, October, yeah.
Do you know anything
It'd be
about?
like October 15th
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah, but you'd be safe to the middle of November, storms and work stoppage and whatever.
Right.
Do you know anything about this Blue Stem Quarry and Stone Company? Do you, Alexis?
I do.
Are they reputable, you think?
He has some references here that we had asked for some references, so we could call some of these people. And
He
just
did
double
the
check.
Carnegie edition here.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, that looks good. yeah.
I'm sorry?
I said, I think he did the addition to the Catholic Church.
I think so, yeah. He did the Denmark restoration project for the historical designation of that little shopping mall thing, whatever that is. Yeah, I mean, a lot of good projects.
Okay.
He'd call me about every day, asking questions and details and stuff.
And this is the only bid we received by deadline.
Yeah, I went over and checked with Hannah, and that's the only one she had gotten.
What are we thinking for a line item?
There's no extra funds especially away for this project.
I know.
The only one that should support this would be our chip and seal or gravel that are above this amount.
Gravel?
Gravel is $250 if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, but that doesn't leave room for the purchasing that we actually need.
No. There, I mean, we set funds aside from last year.
Well, yeah, what are we
For the-
looking at now for our balances with like special bridge?
Couldn't tell you off the top of my head what it's at. And that special bridge, I believe, is what we use for the funds we designated for the KLBFD.
But it should have, well, depending on the project, I guess, it should have, I think we rolled over into that.
That one, I
Or is that the one we only put 2 mills in?
think that's the case on that one.
So
We
special.
put some for special improvement. That was the remainder of the chip sealing budget from last year. And then the highway fund was where we put the capital expenses for the equipment that was not purchased last year that we felt was needed.
So what I typically like to do, I like to go back and plug these into ARC and make sure they didn't do any math errors. And then I can email you and say, yeah, we recommend using the lowest responsible bidder, which is Blue Stem Stoneworks, if it checks out. So if you'd like me to do that, I can do that.
Yeah, I think so.
Sounds
Yeah.
good.
What do you think?
Yeah, he needs to do that.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, we've seen some, we started recommending that because we had some that was,
And we
they
keep
messed their math up and they're low, but really they aren't, so. And I'll keep this and
Yeah.
I'll bring copies to you.
Okay, thank you.
I'll bring these back to you, Don.
All right, Tanner,
Yeah, thank you for everyone for
Thank you.
coming. Yeah.
Thanks for doing all this.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, just for a few minutes and then.
And I guess we'll go back to our, looking at the employee handbook.
I'm gonna run within the Barnard here after a few, so there's just a few things that I wanted to mention.
Okay,
Beverly, sorry.
what area? in that?
For the employment status categories, it says employees working 2,080 hours per year on a year-round basis. Shouldn't that be at least, because the sheriff's department, EMS, myself, and any of my employees working overtime, we are above 2080 for the year.
What page are you on?
Page 2, under employment status categories, full-time
There you
regular
go.
That's
employees.
just what qualifies them. Some years there isn't 20-80 hours in them, but that qualifies them as a 40-hour-a-week employee, qualifies their benefits.
Okay, alright. And then for the hours part, the BOCC, in the next section, number 2, underneath that, BOCC will arrange specific hours of operation for each department with the concurrence of the BOCC. So that was to get to set our hours and agree on our hours. I didn't know if you were gonna either set specific hours with the agreement of department heads, or if the department heads were gonna set hours with concurrence of the BOCC.
The commissioners are setting the hours of the department head is setting the hours of their staff.
Okay.
So that needs to be fixed though, because that,
Department heads in the first BOCC.
you will arrange the department hour, or the specific hours
Yeah.
of operation for the department,
Yeah,
but then the supervisor schedules the employees to
Yeah.
meet the needs of the department.
so what we do is just take out with the concurrence of the BOCC.
Yes. Yes.
And then further down that says offices may be closed for lunch based on availability. Should that be changed to lunch break or as a set time? I know the break section, it talks about lunch there.
Lunch is not really a break, lunch is a lunch.
That's more for the folks in the courthouse that have to keep their offices open all the time.
Okay. So they know if we need to have a set time in there for the lunch time. And then
It's just whatever it is for
Okay.
the department.
page 4, scheduling time off, there's nothing on department heads where they would request for leave.
You're supposed to ask your supervisor.
C, scheduling time, paid time off,
Who's your supervisor?
would that be the board?
That's who you
Okay,
request time off. That you can use that little sheet and let them know. Most department heads, if they're gonna be gone for an extended period of time, will tell the commissioners they're
Yeah.
gonna be gone. Like if you were gonna take a week-long vacation, they'd wanna know that, but.
yeah,
If you're off a day,
Yeah,
just
they
didn't
don't
know
care about
how-
that.
okay,
you don't need permission for that. But yeah, extend it like a long term, like Don said, a week or something.
I think it's just more so that they know and
Yeah.
are aware that.
And if you're sick tomorrow, you know, you don't need to tell us
okay,
that.
I just didn't know if that needed to be further clarified, and that was,
That might be, oh,
those were the main things that I had.
and the 30-day notice is for like planned vacations.
Yes.
Yeah,
It's
plan.
not,
Okay,
you know, like when you're gonna have an employee that's gonna be gone for a week, you don't wanna end up having
yeah,
18 of your employees gone the same day.
correct,
Yeah, that's when requesting planned paid
Yeah.
time off. That means like your schedule of all
Well,
term
that's the
is,
second sentence says, department heads are responsible for ensuring their departments or staff to complete the work required, et cetera.
it just says department heads will have authority to grant or deny leave time. Does
That's
that mean
right.
grant or deny leave time for their employees?
Yes.
Okay,
So like, for example, my policy in my office is that my staff can't take off the week before an election, the week of an election, or the week after. I had an employee that requested time to take a week-long
Yeah.
vacation the week before. I denied it. She tried to go to the commissioners and complain about it.
okay,
I have the right though, and of course I'm elected, but you have the right to say no.
well, in here in the schedule time off, it doesn't say to supervisor, it just says all requests shall be submitted to department head. That was why I was just wondering if we should clarify that. for
I
the
think
staff.
they changed supervisor to department head.
I was trying to clean up some of that language because
Yeah,
it says and supervisor and supervisor and supervisor. I mean, I really think the department heads are the only ones that report to the commission, so
Yeah.
they should have control over the employees' leave time.
I just meant for like myself and the other department heads that aren't elected officials, that the lead time we have, so we can clarify, do we come to you? Does that need to be spelled out in this handbook, or?
What, one of your employees wants to
No,
leave?
if I want to take leave
Where do
time.
the department heads report to?
It's to their supervisor, that's why
Yeah,
I always
it
said
just-
supervisor.
Yeah, it doesn't say supervisor there anymore.
should say department
So-
head. Because you might have a supervisor working for you.
But a
We'll call
department
it.
head, he's saying, who does the department head report to since you took supervisor out? Cause normally the employee would report to their supervisor, you guys are his supervisor,
Correct.
so he would report to you.
Yeah.
So when you took out supervisor and changed it to department head, of course, I guess you guys are kind of a department head. It's just kind of weird department head.
Yeah, that was, I'm like, well, it says,
What if there was a section that's just added that or department
All
heads will
department
report
heads
to the board of commissioners for planned vacations?
Yeah.
But not necessarily a day here or a day
Right.
there.
But that's only for non-elected.
Yes.
Elected people do their own.
But she's saying, just have a disclaimer, all department heads will report to the commission.
All unelected department
Planned
head.
vacations.
All unelected.
But
Unelected, because you're a department
every
head, but
other
you're elected.
department is the department head, the elected official. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, she is her department head.
Oh, yeah.
The sheriff is the department head. His undersheriff is not the department head. He is. Where else are we?
But-
County attorney is its own department head. There is no other.
But they don't come to us for approval of leave.
Yeah.
No, but your department heads is LaDonna and Brendan and emergency
Yeah.
manager and ambulance
Rhonda.
director and Rhonda and.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm saying she's not called the department head of the clerk's office. She's called the clerk.
Yeah.
So all the department heads, which would be the highway department, the health department, the EMS department, all those department heads, she's just
Right.
saying, put a disclaimer that says all department heads report to the commission.
Yeah.
Any other department has its own head with its own name, like attorney, clerk, sheriff,
Unelected.
treasurer.
Unelected department heads, those are elected department heads. That's the difference.
It's implied that the position is the department head and they have their own title. She's a clerk. We
Or-
don't ever refer to her as the department head of the clerk's office. It's the clerk, or
Right.
she's not the department head of
Or
the
the
treasurer,
county
she's the
attorney,
treasurer.
or the treasurer, or.
I'm saying it's implied that they are the head of the department,
Yeah.
but when we call out department heads, it's everybody under the commission.
Okay, then the last thing I had was the
Yeah,
Did he add a line?
accrual of paid time off. Just for clarification, the sheriff's office, if they use week vacation, do they put in 43 hours? And they put in 40? And when EMS takes vacation, it's 40 as well?
It's 24-hour increments.
Okay, they have to put it, so they have to.
They have to use their whole
Whatever their
shift.
scheduled time is.
Okay,
Well, and we need to address that because the department head changed the shift from 24 to 48.
But I think he is allowing them to.
Mix up, like if they
Yes,
switch.
like
or-
if they just need one day off, he's allowing them to do 24. But they can't put anything really in specifics because some of the departments do 36, 48, 36,
Yeah.
48. But they just have to, it just has to say that they have to take off the amount of hours that's.
okay. Then just for like the accrual of it, because I'm the only one in my own department, required 50, I get 25% leave and extended leave time than any one of my employees. Just to, because I'm required 50, so if I take a week of vacation, I have to use 50 hours
No.
leave time?
Well, I
Yes.
mean, technically, yes, because
So-
your week is worth 50.
Yes, but I only earn 12 like my employees do. Well, required to put in 25% more hours.
But that's the same for those other departments as well.
That's,
The 48 and the 43 and the
yeah,
whatever.
but the difference is their employees do the same as their supervisors over there. They're required the same hours. Correct?
Well,
How about you guys reduce his hours to 40 hours?
No, don't reduce my hours. I'm fine at 50, that's just,
well, I think we need to have a whole separate discussion
That's
about the structure that's happening over there with 4-day week,
Yeah.
the supervisor schedule. I think we need to address that separately from the handbook. Right
That's
now,
fine.
I'm gonna say
Yeah.
everybody accrues leave time at the same hours per month.
Yeah.
Because EMS is always getting their guaranteed paid overtime, but they're not gonna accrue more time off because they're scheduled for overtime.
same way sheriff's
Yeah.
Am I
department.
right?
oh, yeah.
That's right? Okay. Yeah, so when the sheriff's department puts in 43 hours without getting paid overtime, they're not gonna get a .25
Yeah.
increase in their monthly allotment of accrual. So let's leave it at that, but we need
That's
to
fine.
have a whole separate discussion with you that
Yeah.
definitely
You're a
needs to-
special situation. You are.
I'm outstanding, I guess. I've heard that word before. No. It's
Okay.
Thank you for your time. I'm gonna go. You gotta
Okay.
go with that road to Beverly.
Oh, okay. May I interject here? I did
Go
get
ahead.
through to Jay Hall. And so, Dawn, yes, you are right. We can have a residency requirement for any elected official's employment.
Yeah.
Okay, that, I'm not saying I want that, but yes. And so when we establish a pay scale, it doesn't mean that the elected official cannot increase their own wages, because they can. But of course, it has to be them absorbing any unused funds in their budget.
It's gotta be in the budget.
So
They
we
get a
do-
budget, yeah.
So in other words, we can decrease a budget based on the fact that we saw that the elected official absorbed $20,000 from an unused line item.
Well,
So we can,
technically, they can't do that because that counts as
no,
a
they
bonus.
can, that's what I'm saying. I just got off the phone with the attorney from KAC,
Jay
and they
Hall.
can very much do that, which is what we just saw happen.
Jay Hall.
But you-
Jay Hall.
You didn't mention the word bonus, cause that's the.
It doesn't matter. What I'm saying is if we give, and I'm just gonna say the clerk, if we give the clerk $40,000 for the year, and she spends 38 and realizes that last month she's got an extra $2,000, she can put that on her own paycheck and just say her wages went up. Now, if she can't afford to do that the whole next year, she'll have to decrease her own wages. We don't have to increase the budget because her salary went up.
That's
You see
what I
what
was
I'm saying?
curious about, yeah.
We are
Like-
not obligated, we can decrease anyone's budget, we actually want to, but
Well, that's what I was wondering, if they, they raise their wages, are we then obligated to keep them there the next year?
no, not at all. So in other words, if an elected official was watching their quarterly reports or their monthly withdrawals on any particular line item, and let's say I got a really good deal on my contract, so I thought I was gonna be paying $500 a month, and I end up only having to pay out $250, I can start paying myself that extra $250 a month, and just make my paycheck bigger for the rest of that year.
you need to call them back and ask them about bonuses.
No, I'm saying any money in their budget, they can absorb personally.
No, they
Yes.
can't, not if you say, not if we don't allow bonuses in our pay scale, they
No,
can't see it.
No, I'm telling you,
What's that?
It's not considered
How would you
a bonus.
consider that a bonus?
Above what you're paid. That's what I'm
But
saying.
is
I
that a
don't,
one lump, a
I don't-
bonus to me is a one lump, here's an extra $500 for this month.
I'm not gonna argue that whether it is or it isn't. It's just that you need to ask the attorney, does that count as a bonus?
no, because what they're doing is they're calculating the,
No,
I'm not
no,
accused, this
you're
isn't
not
accused for,
listening
I'm
to
just,
me. You gotta ask that attorney, is that a bonus or is it not?
well, maybe if you tried to write yourself a check in December for the separate amount of what you have left over in your budget, like, I'll use LaDonna as an example, she's not an elected official, but she had $18,000 to roll over into capital outlay. If she had known that and was an elected official in June, that she was gonna end up, like, let's say you're 50, you're on target for
I
July
understand-
1st and
I
you're only
understand all
spending
that,
40%.
But you need to ask them what the legal description of a bonus is. Is a bonus a one-time adjudication from us for money, or is a bonus count that stuff that they unexpectedly find? I don't know, and you don't
The
know.
longevity check is considered a bonus.
Well, but we
In
need to ask
a
them.
grand scheme of things, except for you guys are giving it as a pay instead of as a lump sum, I'm giving employees X amount of dollars, you're giving it as a pay based upon the employees' years of service and their current rate of pay. So
Agreed.
it's not really considered a bonus, but it is considered a bonus under Fair Labors and Standards.
But
And that's where everything is confused.
well, but you need to ask that attorney about the definition of a bonus as far as this is concerned.
There are different tax laws for that too then, right? That bonus taxed is different than regular pay, right? Or that lump sum.
You know, you guys call the Christmas gift, I've heard it referred in here as a bonus before, even though it's chambers bucks. It's really not, we're not counting it as a bonus and it's not getting added to their W-2 that you're giving it.
Yeah.
But it's a gift. Any entity is allowed to gift, I think, up to $1,500 per one individual in a given year without it being taxable. So
But
we
how
can-
many times have you called it, you're calling it a gift now, but how many times when you were explaining what it is at Christmas time, did you say it was their Christmas bonus?
Well, you're trying to use the jargon to justify whether or not it's taxable. It's not taxable because you're allocating it as a gift on your forms. Whoever wants to look at it as an end of the year extra $25, it's $25 then. Call it dollars because that
But
is.
sometimes bonus and gift kind of mean the same thing.
It all depends
not
on whether
legal-
you're
not legal.
taxing it.
Now, when I worked for Mighty Bar, I got a bonus. Either I got X amount of dollars per quarter, and if I met so much sales, then I got a percentage
Right, they're usually
of-
contingency.
Those are, yeah, true
Okay.
bonuses.
Yeah, that's a true one.
Well, but you can definitely justify longevity pay as a bonus because it's in lieu of increased vacation
Well,
time.
that's what Jim was thinking, and I think, at least my opinion is that, somebody raises their, like an elected official raises their wages, that's every month, you get paid that much more. But bonus, Jim's saying, at the end of the year, we got, like you said, another $1,000 left over in the budget, I'll just give myself that, that's a one-time thing. Now, that's a bonus, right? Now, is that
That's a
legal?
bonus in our language, but
In
is
our
that a
language.
bonus in the legal language?
Right, in the legal language, see, it all has to, you gotta be legal
If the elected official has brains enough to calculate out the exact dollar amount before the last pay
Let me-
period
let
and
me
turn
read
it in
from-
as their check.
Let me read from the land. The title is Budgeting and Power of the Purse, Budgeted Funds. When elected official submits a budget for the financing of the operation of the elected official's office, and the budget for financing the operation of the elected official's office approved by the Board of County Commissioners, the elected official is free to spend that budget, period. No restrictions, whatever you want to do with it. What I'm saying is, we don't know if that extra money that they find is a budget or not, or is a bonus or not. And that's all, we just need to have your attorney say bonuses do not include this extra money she found or whatever.
I'll ask. I have no problem.
You could ask
asking.
Jay all that.
And
Yeah,
the
but
reason-
if, what's a bonus, what's the legal definition of a bonus, and, can we do it, or
I think the idea is if it's already been budgeted, the 40,000, I'm gonna go
I
back to just
agree,
a round
and
number.
that's fairly clear in there.
Yeah,
But I just need somebody in the money business to tell us, because it talks about bonuses later on in here, what you can do and what you can't do. And if you don't use the term bonus in your pay, budget, then you can't give bonuses, and we need to know if that counts as a bonus or not.
yeah, I think there's confusion between what's a bonus and what's a regular pay.
This is pretty clear. We give her this much, she comes in and says, I want $127,000 to run the treasurer's office. Good, you got it. She can spend it any way she wants. As long as you get your job done, but you gotta do your job.
Well, even if the job isn't getting done, there's no commission response to that.
Yeah, there is if she doesn't follow her budget. Only in the sheriff's office can you get away with doing whatever you want. The sheriff's office ought to be funded by the state.
But we're getting to
No, technically, if she never wanted to show up another day this year, nothing has to happen unless she gets recalled.
That's right.
I mean, we cannot do anything.
My office is the only one that there's been a court case on, and the court case ruled that there is enough work in the county clerk's office that the county clerk must be present 40 hours a week. And that was in Ford County, I believe. Because the clerk had resigned to accept a city clerk's position, and she was working both jobs.
And kept
Not
her.
really, and she kept her county money, and she planned on through the rest of her term.
Wow.
And so
I thought
the
there's
county
already a
insurance-
statute that says as an elected official you can't run for another. Oh, she wasn't
It's
elected.
appointed.
It-
It's appointed.
It's appointed in a city. I'm pretty sure that's what she had done. It had made state.
Was that
news.
legal?
So the
No,
court
they-
adjoined
she had
her
to
or
be-
something to that extent, whatever the legal jargon is, and basically the judge had ruled that.
You have to put in 40 hours. Huh.
Did you ask Jay Hall about our, pay scale, how
We-
that affects, elected officials too?
Again, we can establish a pay scale that does delineate each elected official's dollar amount, but that happens in the beginning of the year, or when you budget for the beginning of the year.
And
If
they
they
can-
come in February and say, I want a $500 raise on my,
They can do
Check.
it, they can do it.
they can get their $500
But they
raise on
have to
their.
take it out of their budget somewhere, unless you're a sheriff.
Well, even if you are the sheriff, you have to justify the funds. I mean, we don't have to just give them more money because
They want
they
it.
spent.
Pretty much the sheriff you do.
Well, that has to be justified to some extent.
That's what was hard with the regulator case, because he had $37,000 over budget.
Yeah.
And that can hurt if you continue to do that. So there's either a choice, the commissioners need to fund it at the level in which they're spending, or they need to do something different.
When you get to the mid-year and they've spent 75% of 50% available funds, I mean, it's.
And I think, like with them, the reason why I know that there's a statute, but I could not find it last week that specifically exempts them during emergencies, because you have to fund an emergency regardless.
You gotta
So it
fund-
allows them to be able to
You gotta
exceed their
fund law
budgets.
enforcement or whatever else the sheriff says he's gotta have.
And county attorney too, but that's part of that, isn't it?
No.
But that's not necessarily true,
Just the
because
sheriff.
you can still restrict the budget. We don't have, just because they come in and ask for a $700,000 budget, doesn't mean you say yes.
For the sheriff,
Yeah,
pretty much. you
no,
do
it,
the sheriff.
no,
He
you're
has to
wrong.
adequately prove to you that he needs it. So he would have to bring
But
you
let's just use
itemized
them as an
expenses.
example. So in 2019, both the sheriff and the undersheriff got a substantial raise. I wanna say more than like $1,000 a month. So that $1,000 a month times 2 is $2,000 a month for however many months out of the year.
Yeah.
If that is the extent to which they increase their budget for the next year, that's the justification, cause they
Plus-
gave
Plus
themselves.
he needs a new car and he's gonna have more gas and this and that and all that, but that's
But
all
I'm
the
saying-
justification in the budget.
But just because they have a budget request does not mean you automatically approve it. It's, if you're getting through to the last part of the year and something happens where they've spent all the money that they have, then you have to keep funding it, which you're technically supposed to pull from the general fund. You don't have to just say yes to whatever the budget request is.
As long as he has a valid reason for that budget, you pretty much do.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't have to approve anyone's budget request.
Mr. Chairman, are we
Yes.
going to work on the handbook or not? If we are not, I do have somebody in my office, and I do need to do that, but I would like to be here for the handbook, and we haven't addressed anything, and I'd just like to know if we're going to do it or not.
Do you have edits?
You're not Mr. President, he is.
Yeah, we'll
You
get
are
back
not
to
the chairman, I address the chairman, not you.
it. Okay, well, do you have edits or input?
Well, I was just curious while we were.
Well, we were discussing the handbook.
No, you were discussing what the sheriff can and can't do.
Well, we deviated somewhat, but the whole issue was started from the handbook on employment and on whether we can, the budget and how if the commissioner's overcharged of the budget. This is part of the handbook. Now, where are we at? Where do you wanna go? Jim, you wanna start over again or where we're at?
I started at the front.
We've been through this twice too.
We've been through it.
Do you have anything up to where we quit the last time?
I wasn't down here for the endeavor because I had work to do, and I've had a funeral Friday, so I just got this
But-
today.
From the original, first time we passed it out, have you got,
I haven't had time because I have been busy because
not
remember,
this one, this is a third rendition.
Jim, I have not had time because I'm a one-person office and I have to do
Okay.
my work because that's what I am elected to do.
Oh, well, I hope I don't see any more library books in there then.
But,
What did we end with last on Monday?
let me get back here.
I know we got to administrative leave,
Yeah, that's what I was
We
and I
had-
think we were on other benefits.
Yes,
Okay.
that's where we quit.
okay, that's what I thought, okay.
Well, are we putting in the residency requirement or not? Because that's where we've been stalling every time we go through here, so.
I vote for a residency requirement.
Well, you
So-
talked to Jay Hall, right?
We can. It
Yeah,
is
I think
established
we
that
ought to too. That's what we've had, right? And
That's what
because-
was in there.
and
We
because
took it out.
We discussed why it's, I understand your position too, but I think we should. Isn't that what you was recommending too? Leaving it in there?
Where was that in?
That was clear back in,
It's going in this one.
Okay, that's what I was gonna say.
it was after nepotism or somewhere in there.
My only thing with it is I firmly believe we don't have the work staff. If we were the city of Salina and we had 300 officers, it would be completely different. But I just think of all the emergencies that could occur, how many times that some of them have been paged out or asked to come out to help. And I just can't imagine them, say somebody's holding somebody at gunpoint, might you even say, you know,
And it'd be an hour or
to
something.
wait an hour to get somebody here. And that's like really rare, I get that, but that's what I think about, is the worst case scenarios, not necessarily the average daily workload that they do.
But unfortunately, you have to think of the worst case scenarios nowadays.
And I know KHP normally responds as
But you
soon
never
as we
know.
have anything, but you never know where
Where
their
you're at.
officers are at.
It's probably in here somewhere around nepotism, which they don't have to do either. So that's what confuses me. How do they have to abide by a residency policy, but they don't have to abide by the nepotism policy? I don't understand that. There's another question I'll ask him. It has to be before leave and all this stuff. It's, Mr.
It was in the
Gableman.
old handbook, is that,
Well, I'm not looking at the old one, I'm just saying it should go under employment status, equal opportunity, hours,
Yeah,
somewhere in
I
there,
agree.
figuring time, work breaks, resignation, termination, somewhere before termination and after employment status. Does that make sense?
it was between pay rates and ranges and employment of relatives.
Which is the nepotism thing, so.
Employment status right before employment status.
Yep.
That's where it was at.
So I'll just put residency under employment status. Are we residing or not residing?
I'd say we resign, my opinion.
I'll put a paragraph in on that.
Of course, we have many employees right now, like,
How many do we have live out of the
well,
county?
the EMS, I think they got someone elsewhere. They're not, what are they gonna do? Have to get rid of them?
No, you leave it EMS, you don't.
She's saying for sheriff's office only.
Oh,
All sheriff's department employees must reside within the county. That's the
Okay.
residency requirement.
okay,
It doesn't apply to anyone else.
When we went to 24 hours,
okay,
for her ambulance, they took that out.
all right,
Partly because they couldn't find staff.
Well, yeah, and they're difficult to find, the EMSs and paramedics. EMTs, I mean.
Well, deputies maybe eventually too, is my
Yeah.
whole point.
Oh, I
So,
know,
I mean,
yeah.
and I really don't see the disadvantage of having inter-community communications, which we definitely don't have in an isolated system where you require them to live here, but it's okay. I mean,
My biggest concern is the liability, so what happens when that officer chooses, okay, so you haven't provided them a vehicle, but they choose because of the situation.
are they on call?
choose
Are they on
100.
payroll? Are they
Yeah.
working? Is it
And they
workers?
choose to drive 100 miles to here and they rear end somebody and kill an entire family.
But
whose
so
liability, it's our
so
liability.
can the EMT. I mean,
Yes.
it's,
But the EMT, you already have people on staff.
we already have people on
24.
staff with these guys all the time.
I get it, but when we have an emergency for EMS, if the second ambulance can't go, the second ambulance can't go. They're not going out.
And
If
there's
they don't
times
have
I
staff
know
to
the
run it.
sheriff's office only has one deputy out at times.
No, they have 2 people on staff.
They're not always, they're two out all the time.
Yeah, that's how they're scheduled. They have to have one 24/7 in the city of Lincoln to abide by the contract. And the other one is they get paid by the city of Lincoln to have that.
I know that.
Okay, so unless someone like didn't show up for work, they schedule 2 at a time.
Okay, other benefits. Did you have anything before that? Or you haven't looked before that?
You didn't put in, we talked about changing the longevity after 5.
No, because, yeah, you wanted to put the 3, 5, and 7 thing in there.
We talked about that. I didn't know if you wanted
I
to.
thought
or not.
I'd wait
Okay,
until we did the pay scale,
okay.
which is why that's not in there. I could've put some in, but that's,
I see you did the Kansas state rate, Dawn, so we need to do that resolution. If you could remember to put that, or we can,
We're gonna rescind the one and just adopt a new
The go-
resolution that says that you'll go whatever the state rate is, and I'll
Yeah.
find the entity
Isn't
that
that in here?
certifies.
yeah, you did, but we need to fix
Oh,
our
okay.
county resolution for that. Does anyone have any other edits that we need to be specifically looking at?
I put mileage reimbursement be in accordance with the Kansas state rate.
Have any of you downloaded the sample handbook from KCAM?
I got it.
Okay. All I'm gonna say is the cell phone usage, maybe we should put whatever their language is in the handgun language, because I think at the time we did this, handguns were banned. Technically, I've never taken the signs off the doors, but I think now people can conceal carry and open carry.
Yes.
See,
I'm not
I did
sure.
make some changes on that.
Yeah, and I
Okay.
wanted to point that out too. On the website, it specifically says about getting concealed carry permits from the sheriff's department, which I think
Somebody said you can still get concealed
you
carry.
can opt to get one. It's just the way that it read, it just didn't address the state change in the
Yeah,
law.
you don't
I
get
just
it
wanted
from
to
the
bring.
sheriff, they
I
take
just
your
got
picture
one.
and
You need
fingerprint.
You don't need one though.
I know,
in Kansas.
but I want from going out of state, maybe.
Yeah, because they are reciprocating laws for different states,
Right.
but I just wanted to
I
point
No.
just know that those two policies for sure are probably antiquated.
Page 11 is where the cell phone stuff is.
There's still this word revise under time clock and procedure.
That's because I haven't seen anything like that, and I'm not smart enough to do that. Where do we get those procedures? You've got them written out somewhere.
We
do you
have
not?
an entire, why don't we just
I was
see
supposed
time,
to email the policy.
we have an entire
Send
time
that
clock.
to me and I'll stick it in.
I forgot to do that, sorry, Jim.
I did revise the handgun stuff though.
The only thing I wanna say is, do you wanna re-look at the time clock policy to make sure?
Yeah, because we never,
We have ebbed and flowed, we've discovered a few things.
Trial and error.
Okay. I've
can
got
we
my
strike
stuff.
this last sentence under B, attendance, Employees must always notify appropriate supervision no later than 30 minutes before their scheduled starting time if they are unable to report for work or will need to be late. We already have a bunch of stuff in there that everything has to be pre-approved. If they're not reporting to work, this basically says you can be late anytime as long as you report 30 minutes ahead.
I think that's for those people that are sick and they don't wanna notify the department heads as soon as they know. Like, Hannah will normally call me at 7 AM, but some people, you know, I've always told her she can call me, I'm up at 6.
What paragraph B are you on?
But if they are
Page
at
7.
6 o'clock in the morning,
Way
it
left
may be
on there.
hard for them to
Attendance and
call somebody
punctuality.
at 4 o'clock in
To
the
the
morning.
left,
I got it.
bottom.
Yeah.
I think that's what that's for, is to get those emergencies.
But I mean, it's not even, putting that 30 minutes on there, it's not even attached to a disciplinary measure. I mean, I just think it's, I don't know.
What would you like to see there?
Nothing. We've already addressed it 16 times. You're supposed to schedule your time off, or if you're sick, obviously I think you'd be calling in. If you can't get a hold of your supervisor on their person, let's just say it's EMS, you have to find a replacement. What if you can't get a hold of your supervisor because they're working another shift somewhere? I mean, I don't know. I just feel like it's extra wording that, the way I read that, I can be late anytime I want as long as I notify my supervisor 30 minutes ahead. That's what it says to me.
And he approves it.
It doesn't even say that. It
I
doesn't
can see
even.
that. I think it's more so, like, what is the
I know what it's
amount of time
intended-
that an employee needs to call
So they can try to find a replacement or know ahead. No, I get the point of it, but really the way it reads, employees must always notify if they're going to be late. It doesn't say, there's no, it's not even negative.
Out it goes. What else you got? The bad sentence is your employees are expected to use caution and good judgment.
Well, that's kind of a common sense thing, but you put it in there anyway.
No, that's under the accident. I just read you part of the sentence.
That's like when you buy a pocket knife and the handwriting says don't cut yourself with it.
Okay,
You know?
so,
Can we just stop this? Employees may not text or send or read email while driving and are encouraged to use hands-free mode to make and receive phone calls. Can we just not even address that? Because I feel like then we're saying, yes, use the phone.
okay, so let me tell you the scenario I had last week. I had employee A come to me and say, well, I am required to attend 3 meetings, or 3 of the 4 meetings for this particular whatever, and I have a transport to Salina that day, and, you know, by national guidelines, as long as I have my phone on hands-free, I could have this meeting, but the policy in the
Oh, like doing over
handbook
the phone
says-
meeting.
Yes, and I said, how can you pay attention to the meeting and pay attention to the road? I don't think that's appropriate. Hire your part-time person and tell them to come. Well, it would cost $86 to pay them. Like, seriously, I feel like people should be pulling over.
Well, that's
Because
what
we're
I'm saying.
liable
Can
if
we
they
just
have an
strike?
accident.
Can we just strike and are encouraged to use? Let's just strike that. I don't think we want to encourage them to use their phone.
Yeah, because if you say that, that's
Just
almost
say
a liability.
employees may not text. It is. I mean,
What's a liability thing?
well,
then?
according to the handbook, I'm allowed to be on the phone.
Yeah, and then if you
It
get
is-
in a
you
wreck,
are.
if you get in
You're
a
just
wreck,
encouraged.
It just says, well, the old handbook said, if it's an emergency situation. And I said, I'm not sure how attending a meeting online is an emergency.
right.
That's not an emergency, but.
No, I'd strike that too, that encouraged to use.
How about
hands-free
refrain from using the phone?
when you're driving?
Yeah, I mean,
What paragraph? I'm not finding. the
I
phrase.
plug mine into
Under
my car and it
safety,
comes through
it's
my
the very
speakers,
last
but
sentence.
Under, right above reporting accidents or injuries, right above that, Jim.
What?
What page are you guys on?
Page 7.
7, second column,
Above A.
second column, page 7. Reporting
This is
accidents
right
or injuries,
above
right
section.
above that, about
Oh, reporting accidents.
3 lines, 4 lines.
Most county and most employers are saying pull over the side of the road.
I would almost not
Or
even
nothing's
talk about
happening.
it.
How about refrain from phone usage while operating county equipment, period?
No, employees shall not.
Sure.
Period. Put some bite into it,
Sure.
period. And delete the last,
Okay, and then the next response from that person was, well, but what happens if I go over budget? And I said, then I'll give you the budget to pay for it.
and we'll put you in the unemployment check.
Comp time. Can't they comp their own time as a department head?
Well, they have to have somebody replaced to take the run, so they'd have to pay a part-time person.
Oh.
I think that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever.
A lot of that paragraph could go, employees are expected to use caution and good judgment to avoid accident, and get rid of everything down to employees shall not text, because the rest of that's just restating state laws.
No, but I think it's important that it be there
Okay.
because if
They
you
have to
remove
sign off
it-
that they read it.
Yes,
They have
and
to
if
sign.
they remove it, and let's say they remove a guard off of a grinder and they send a finger through it, or their shirt sleeve, we're liable, so at least this, we have something to say.
Right, no, I agree. Yeah,
That
it seems obvious, but you still should have it for liability protection, yeah.
And I apologize. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. I knew what you were talking about.
No, I wasn't talking about you. I'm at the highway department.
Oh, that kind of grinder.
Did you grind,
Yes.
did you grind your hand off around it, or what?
6 years ago,
Oh.
my finger went through the meat tenderizer.
Oh, well, there you go, that's okay.
That's not what I meant.
I
You
know.
know, like the highway department, we're constantly getting in trouble,
Oh, I remember
when they
that.
audit us because they'll take the guards off of some of that equipment down there. Well, there's guards on there for a reason, so you don't.
Yeah.
Lose
Okay,
an eye.
can we
Those
jump to
grinders
page
that throw
11
stuff up in your eyes
quickly
and
and just
everything? I know
go
what you're
to
talking
That's where I
smartphone
was, yeah.
policy? Because I want to strike all that. It's basically saying, use
Okay.
discretion,
We're going to page 11,
yeah.
smartphone policy, and left column, bottom down there.
I don't
So-
understand this. It says, while at work, employees are expected to exercise the same discretion in using personal cellular and smartphones as is expected for the use of county phones. How does that make any sense?
Okay. Well, I don't know if it makes sense, but this is why those policies were added in. So, you know, a long time ago, people, when they first got camera phones, would start taking pictures and they'd be underneath the bathroom taking pictures of their neighbor using the bathroom.
Like
It
don't
was-
use your personal phone.
It was to
inappropriate-
protect
yeah.
us, so then that way, if you have an employee that violates that, we have a policy that says they weren't supposed to do that, so we're not liable.
Yeah, okay, so no personal cell phone usage except in the case of an emergency. They have, every break you can be on your phone, every lunch you can be on your phone. I mean, this sentence is asinine. Excessive personal calls and texts during the day, regardless of the device used, interfere with employees' productivity and are distracting to others. Like, strike all that. That is just, that's that attorney for you. Employees are therefore requested to engage in personal calls and texts during non-work time. Right, so like breaks, lunch, where possible, not where possible, during non-work time, period. And they don't need to be telling their family and friends about the policy.
Yeah, you do, because you don't want family and friends calling in.
Turn your phone off.
No, they can call on the government phone too. You
But
know-
I would want them to call me if something was happening. Like
Yeah,
if
but
you had an
don't want them to call
emergency,
and say you're
you
gonna
could,
be home
if they
or
couldn't
bring
get you
milk
on your
home.
cell phone, they'd call your office. I think that's okay though.
That's why that's in there though. Don't take it out.
But after, yeah, take that whole sentence out, and then after that, I mean, listen to this. Due to the nature of our work, only employees pre-authorized to use cellular or smartphones for business purposes may do so during work time. Then what is all this other baloney about being discretionary while using your personal phone at work? I think strike that whole thing. Other employees may only use their cellular or smartphone during non-work time. So it's saying if you have a county issued phone, that, I don't even think we need to address
This,
that.
this is personal phones, the paragraph you're in. County issues the next one down.
But listen, other employees may only use their cellular or smartphone during non-working time. So that's basically saying the first employees that you're referring to are allowed to use their phone. But I think it's saying if you use your phone for work,
I
like,
have to tell you, I text Hannah from my phone to her personal phone because there's no way to text her to her email and get her
but
to
that's
send
not,
it.
but that's not you being on the phone for not work. I mean, I see what you're saying. You're saying,
You're using a personal phone for work.
I
A lot of people do,
and,
yeah.
and for convenience, instead of me having to run upstairs because.
And I
it's
think
not
we
like-
should still provide, you know, we need to have some common sense here where everybody has a cell phone now, a smartphone in front of them, and we're all talking and texting especially. I know you want to prevent it so you're not playing on it, but, you know, if,
well, I'm not saying don't use it for work. If you
No.
want to use it for, the sheriff's department opted to put, no, they didn't opt to put on their personal phones the application. So it doesn't even matter. They're calling in, they're using
they
their
didn't
phone
want it.
to call in to clock themselves in, whatever. But you don't have sentences like be discretionary with your usage, just don't use it. And if you have an emergency, of course, no, I don't think anyone in their right mind is gonna say don't pick up a phone call when your daughter's in labor.
Now,
But
how would you know that? If your daughter's in labor?
I would hope that you would know that it's.
Yeah, but they gotta call you, tell you I'm in labor.
If I picked up the phone and someone just wanted to chat, I better be on a break.
Well, but
If it's important information to my livelihood or something.
what
or
happened,
some-
what happened if there's an accident out there, they're gonna call you, and you don't know that coming in ahead of time. So sometimes, you know, it's just common sense to me. Yeah, you don't wanna abuse the policy of being, getting on
I'm saying you're better
Amazon.
off in the handbook to say don't do it.
Well, that's probably
Then
true.
in real life, whatever happens,
Yeah,
happens.
what they
You don't
do-
say in
yeah.
the handbook, well, you can, but you can't. But
Yeah.
if you want to use your own brain,
Be-
then you can.
But don't do it too much.
Right. That's in the
I agree.
in the actual policy. It should just say no.
I agree.
No one's gonna be out there looking on people's personal phone
I
logs
kinda
that-
agree. We need to be strict here in the handbook, and of course, in real life, they may not operate that way.
Yeah. I mean, if you're
One of the first things that they do now for a car accident is they take your cell phone and see if you were using it at the time of the accident.
absolutely.
Yeah, and they say, oh, right, you crashed at 511.
And
You were talking to somebody at
Here's a
511.
text message from 510.
So that's dangerous. It's like drunk driving now almost. You're almost,
Yeah.
Well, there is a state law now that doesn't allow you to use your cell phone or to text and drive. I mean, that is a state law.
well, some cities,
It wasn't.
And
Well, I
I
think
wonder
it-
if that applies, because if you do talk to text, you can just like if I plug my phone into my speakers, I can just have it sit in the middle console and say da 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 da, you know, and it'll.
yeah, talk
I
through your
think
phone.
hands-free is exempt, but I'm not, I can't remember that.
So you
statute.
talk through your car now, you know, a lot of them, you hook it up and you gotta,
Well, I don't have my car's older than that, but this still picks it up. But then my connector cord just goes
Yeah.
into my radio, and it plays
Well,
whatever
now,
I hear through the.
in some
speaker.
cities, in some states now, if they see you talking on them, they can give you a ticket for it.
They can do
Manhattan
it here.
Rest-
Kansas, if they see you on the phone, they can stop.
Using it at all.
I don't think Kansas is that way here.
Yeah, it is.
Manhattan
Yes.
is.
Manhattan?
Kansas is.
I don't think
Salina is.
Salina is?
Anywhere you go, if they see you
Oh,
talking
I
on
didn't
the
know
phone.
Salina was.
they
I
can
didn't know
stop you.
Salina. I thought it was up
Manhattan,
there.
you get a ticket,
Huh.
they can stop you.
Anyway,
Okay. Okay. Did you strike all that?
Yep.
Jazz?
yeah, I would make it strict, Alexis, you got a
I
good
just
point.
think it needs to say don't do it.
Yeah.
You have breaks, you have lunches to be on the phone. Now,
Yeah.
obviously, if you're doing something for work,
And
that's
it's
expected.
common sense.
I left the first sentence in. And then I went down to, only employees authorized to use cellular smartphones for business purposes may do so during work time. Other employees may only use their cellular smartphone during non-working time. The county will not be liable for loss and so forth.
What about engage in personal calls and texts during non-work time?
I threw it all out.
Well, that's the only part I liked.
That's why I threw
What
it
is
out.
that?
Engage, it says employees are therefore requested, so just say employees must engage in personal calls and texts during non-work time. I think that clears it up. It's like, if you're using your phone to contact your supervisor, that's work. If you're on a personal call, it needs to be on your break and just talk away. You're on your break.
You wanna leave the family and friends in or leave that out?
I would strike everything until it says employees. strike are therefore requested, put must, strike 2, engage in personal calls and texts during non-work time. I think that explains the whole thing. You must, it says part A, personal phones. Employees must engage in personal calls and texts during non-work time. Then jump down to, the county will not be liable for loss or damage to personal phones. I think that's pretty clear. That way, we're not talking about anything you're doing for work. It's not even mentioned. This is all
So
under
you only
personal.
have 2 sentences in that paragraph.
Yes, sir. And then employees provided county owned, now we're under county provided phones.
Yeah.
Now see, this county issued cellular phones may be used by employees for occasional personal non-business. No, strike all that. I don't see the purpose. Do you see the purpose there?
Well, you're making exceptions again.
No, yeah, just no.
We're telling them above not to do it, and then down here we're saying, well, it's okay once in a while,
So,
maybe.
Mr. Gateman, strike from the second sentence, county down to purposes. And then it goes on to say that you'll have to reimburse us for personal use. If we ban personal use, isn't that strange? If we ban personal use of the county phone, we don't even have to address this. Let's just strike all of that. Don't use it for a personal purpose. If we see that we're getting additional charges on the line, there's got to be something wrong.
Well, you won't see it because you have unlimited calls probably.
So then just strike all that.
Yeah.
Strike.
Yeah, that, nobody's charging extra anymore.
Now, upon resignation or termination, or at any time upon request, an employee may be asked to produce the phone for return or inspection. That's fine. Let's leave that in there.
Yeah.
Employees unable to present the phone in good working condition within the time. Okay, take out within the time period requested, generally 24 hours. Just employees unable to present the phone in good working condition. Why would they not have it on them right then and there? Why do they need 24 hours to purge it?
This is when you're leaving. You left your phone at home or something.
Either way, just take out the time requirement.
Yep.
Will be expected to bear the cost of replacement. Absolutely. Then the county at all times maintains ownership of any county paid or provided cellular phone number. Yeah, there was too much in there, like using it, work at personal. It just, I think we can strike all that.
I'm
Yeah.
getting paid by the word, you know.
No, you're not. You should be happy to delete.
Yeah, make this half as big.
Okay.
Well, you can start deleting a whole lot of that safety stuff.
Yes,
Yeah.
strike all of that. That is the most redundant, ridiculous. And here it says, use of a cellular smartphone while driving is illegal. But up above it says, we encourage you to use hands-free mode.
Well, right down there in the middle about says safety comes, or no, it says, safety comes from other concerns. Employees should pull over to a safe location and stop the vehicle before placing or
Well,
accepting.
we just say you can't do it while you're
That
driving,
might
period.
be where you wanna get that KCAM policy
Yeah.
out, because laws have changed since 2012 in this last
See,
one,
here it
so-
says employees are expected to keep the call short, are encouraged to use hands-free, and refrain from complicated or emotional discussions, and keep their eyes on the road. Can we please just nix that whole baloney? That is so... I can't stand it. Okay.
This credit card policy, I'm unsure, and that's taken by and large out of the old handbook.
Could we still see, let them to come pull over the side of the road though?
I threw that whole paragraph C got thrown out.
Yes, just
The whole time?
yeah.
Yeah.
We addressed the safety issue by prior saying don't use in a county vehicle. What you do in your own time on your own property is yours to deal with.
That still all makes sense.
Yes, if you do not return a receipt with your credit card charge, then you are responsible for the charge. Good.
And do you have a minute just to talk about the credit card policy?
Yeah.
So when we finally found a company that was willing to give us a credit card, actually, the Sylvan State Bank is who helped us manhandle it. We had an option where we could directly issue a card to an individual employee, and that's how they suggested. So then that way the individual employee was liable for all purchases in not Lincoln County. The commissioners at the time did not like that, so they chose to do generic cards where they say Lincoln County on them. Well, with that, then we had to sign off of our responsibility that we will be liable for any fraudulent charges regardless of who the vendor is or what employee had it. So that is kind of why we make them sign it out and check it out and not just give free for all. Now, I will tell you, Ladonna had asked for a credit card and the commissioners had approved. Emergency management had the highway department, and Mike did request one for the sheriff's office because they were having a terrible time when they were transporting people not having enough money for gas because those cruisers don't make as good a gas mileage. So we did that. So that's kind of the departments that have them. I have been making them utilize them. So they can't just come out and check a credit card for me if they have a department credit card. They have to use it. And so then that way the department head's a little bit more responsible. But just so you guys know, ultimately, if ever one of our cards is stolen, we're liable for the charges of whatever employee takes that card.
Because it's not in that person's name, it's in the county's name.
Yes, so like if you had a rogue employee that went down, similar to the Marshall County clerk that charged a whole bunch of stuff, the county's liable for it, and we don't have any kind of back insurance. I just thought,
Who, you said health department, emergency manager, sheriff.
sheriff, highway department, you know, and I hope that they're taking responsibility. All of these people know this, and they're supposed to be requiring their employees to sign out their credit card, because
What does the highway department need a credit card for?
sometimes they purchase things online that, well, they used it to charge their CDL class, and they are close to reaching their limit, when they could have just called up and asked them and they would have direct billed us. So some of it is just convenience.
Convenience.
Is there like a cash back or anything on it?
No,
And when Brennan went to Wichita for the convention, he probably used it, huh?
yes, yes. And more and more
That's
hotels won't direct bill us.
Yeah, well, in a lot of hotels, you gotta book it with a credit card.
Okay, jumping to voting, please. I don't see a problem with the credit card policy unless someone else did.
Do you see any,
I think it's
any
pretty
additions
clear.
to it, Don?
No, I think it's okay. I just wanted you guys to know
Yeah,
this about how the credit card.
Have you ever had
system.
any abuses of it? Oh, really good.
Okay, so I'm gonna suggest under B, voting, strike the whole second sentence. We don't need to give any explanations. I do agree with the first sentence. And then strike however and start, should an employee's work schedule interfere with his or her ability to vote, adjustments to the working schedule may be made by the department head, period. If your department head wants to let you go down, go to the polls, take a half an hour, do whatever, I think that's up to the department. I don't think we can have, this doesn't even say who approves it or where you go. I think, and then it has something about 2 hours. Let's just strike all of that and say, should an employee's work schedule interfere with their ability to vote, adjustments to the working schedule may be made by the department head to allow voting participation, period.
Sounds good.
It's only 1 or 2 days a year. I really don't think it's that big of a deal, and we
And
all,
most of the people can go,
Before or
before,
after
after work, or,
in other words, you would have to ask your department head, hey, since we're starting at 6 today and the polls don't open until 6 or 7 or whatever, yeah, can I,
only issues it may be with the highway department, if they got 10-hour days, they may be
well, or if
They
you work
won't have the
way,
problem. It's like EMS that might.
EMS, yeah.
But most people know that they can advance vote now, so.
And those people could pre-vote
I guess
early
I just
and-
wanted to make it clear that the department head can excuse you to go vote.
Yeah,
It's like a break or
Sure.
whatever. I don't really think
I
it
agree,
needs all that other explanation.
and it probably won't rarely happen anyway.
I would think Charlie could be dispensed with entirely, telephones.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep, we already addressed that. Personal mail shall not be run through the postage meter. Who does that?
They don't, but you probably should leave it. Honestly, You would not believe how many personal mails we get through banks.
Really?
To who?
Banks.
Just
Oh.
because they have their address
They-
registered, or they have their
well,
workplace
They
registered.
use their envelope, they use their postage stamp, and then it
Oh.
contains personal items. I think it's just a good thing to.
Okay.
Man, just comps in that, probably.
Well, if you catch them doing it, you can fire them, and it's grounds for termination because they can't say, well, I didn't know I couldn't do that.
Kansas statute allows 2 hours to go vote during your workday. Kansas statute ANN 25-418, 2 hours or as much time as will add up to.
That's
2
why it's in
hours
here, it's probably a
when
law,
Combined with non-work.
the 2-hour voting thing.
But it's saying only in the case of you can't get there before or after work. So instead of us trying to determine that for someone, let the department head deal with it. If you know that that person is working a 24-hour shift on voting day, tell them they can go vote.
Bottom line is we'll give them every opportunity to vote.
Yeah, and it's paid. It's not even unpaid.
That may be a law, that 2-hour thing, but I agree with it, it's just, we don't need to have it in here.
Mm-mm.
Yeah,
Do we need an appearance
It's not,
paragraph?
it's that the employer can't stop you from going to
Yes.
vote.
right. That's fine.
But what this is all explaining, it has this whole paragraph about because the polls are open in the morning and late in the evening, employees are ordinarily expected to take advantage of those hours, blah, blah. We don't need any of that. Just, if you need to go during working hours, just get your department head's
So
permission.
Don, do you think we should leave that personal mail in here with that meter thing?
I think so.
Just a liability deal?
This is my thing. Okay, what if somebody mails their personal mail and you don't have a clause in the handbook, and you find out that they've been doing it for quite some time, and you try to fire them?
And it's not.
Those-
And all they'll say is, well, I didn't know I couldn't do that.
Mm-hmm.
That's
And
true.
now I know that, and so you really have to give them a
So we should,
warning.
yeah, we better put that in there, that's right, so that for every exception, you need to have, put this in here.
I know it seems stupid, but
Well, it seems, but that's what this handbook, we have to,
Okay, so strike under appearance, strike the first two sentences. That is totally unnecessary. Replace with employees are required to dress in appropriate attire, period.
yeah, that's fine.
Then employees provided with uniforms and all required safety equipment must wear both as directed by supervision. Okay?
Yeah, I admit.
Mr. Gableman, are we on track there? Employees are required to dress in appropriate attire, period. We don't need a big explanation as to how it's courteous to your working neighbor.
it'd just be nice if you put on it that they didn't wear it after hours.
Wear what?
They're provided outfits.
Oh.
Oh, you mean
Well, we
like,
can't stop them from doing whatever they do in their personal time.
oh, you mean wearing their,
But
Scrubs.
they're county supplied coats and
Well-
shirts and et cetera. I
So
mean,
they're wearing them after hours on
and
weekends.
wearing them out so that they have to have more purchased. It just,
I don't
They're
think
it's
wearing
over
them.
myself.
Okay,
Like
they're
a highlighter.
they're
Has
not
been
wearing them strictly
challenged
for work, they're
in
wearing them
court.
for work at home on weekends, and
They're
their
wearing
clothes are
for
I
wearing
know,
out
but what do we
faster.
say?
That's what you're.
you gotta go home and change your coat because,
I mean,
Yeah.
that again,
that
that's the
doesn't-
department head.
That
If,
doesn't distract from the work, usually.
But-
They use that.
but that's all
Because-
discretionary. If you have a bunch of
It
males
is.
and one female, it doesn't matter what they wear.
I can tell you this, that we've had instances where highway department employees showed up in shorts and they were told that was inappropriate
Yeah.
because it's a safety issue.
Yeah.
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 So,
So it's, I think it falls on the department head.
yeah.
Well, some of those construction jobs required boots, steel-toed boots and all that stuff. I don't know if we do here, but.
But the departments can have their own expectations. We
Right.
just want an over-encompassing
Overview.
statement that says you can't wear whatever you want. It has
Yeah.
to be appropriate. And like you said, we can debate over appropriate
So
all
you
day.
can't
but-
wear a teddy to work.
Who said? Why not? Why? I don't have a problem with that. Hell no.
Okay, I think her face is redder than yours.
Let's put that to a vote.
You caught me.
I'm so sorry.
Totally politically incorrect. That's
That's
okay.
good though, Don.
I'm gonna file a complaint.
Can't smoke
Oh,
anymore.
sexist
Okay.
to wear the teddy.
I have a little bit of an issue with the use of tobacco products because I do believe that we have people that are using tobacco products on our property, and they're also using those.
Yeah, and I thought LaDonna had
Favors,
LaDonna had requested that we put up those signs, which she did, about no tobacco on her campus. But I thought when we had that discussion, we said, well, all county properties are,
They are
Tobacco.
supposed to be tobacco-free, and,
How about those
So
vape?
see, this
you were
BOCC
sitting in on an interview with me in which your person right next to you was spitting into a bottle the entire time. Did you not notice that?
Oh, Brendan? Yeah. I guess so.
Are you kidding?
That's a tobacco problem. What a
Sorry.
product.
I know, are you kidding? I'm sorry.
But I think, I don't think that people realize that chewing tobacco is a tobacco.
okay, excuse me,
Well, how
let me
about
ask this, let me ask this.
It is.
Let me ask this,
Okay.
do we have designated areas located outside of county buildings? Do we or do we not?
Yes. They
Well,
have
I
to
would-
be so many feet from the door, and most of them used to be painted.
Well, I'm gonna say, I don't know who it is, so it doesn't matter, but in front of the EMS door, right on the sidewalk, literally overflowing are cigarette butts.
Yes.
And like everywhere.
Grotesque.
Well, I would like this policy to say no tobacco use on county property, period.
You know, I
Why
like
can you
that.
not walk across the street on your break to go smoke your cigarette? I don't understand that. Can you not be, I guess it's public property though, that's hard
No,
to say.
well, you can do it off, but we don't have to have it on any county property at all.
They're supposed to be so many feet away from the entrances of doors.
Outside of it.
I will tell you that, like, for example, we'll just use dispatchers, cause they're a good example. If they're by themselves, you don't want them too far away from the radios. Not that I'm not sympathetic to tobacco users, so like
No,
they
but
have
they're
a
entitled to
thing.
their break, and that's 15 minutes or whatever. So if they're gonna smoke on their break, that's fine. But I don't understand why it has to be on county property. Although if the
Well,
city
because-
said not on city property either, then you can't go anywhere except for your personal.
I
I
know the school
think it
locked
ought to
in.
say.
Well, I think if they just get out of
It's
the
not-
building, like outside here and smoke a cigarette.
But I'm saying there are
All
literally
Lincoln County
handfuls of
buildings,
cigarette
vehicles
butts.
and equipment,
in
front of
they
the
need to be
EMS door.
smoking tobacco free,
Yeah, they
including
do
vaping.
smoke.
That's
in there.
embarrassing.
That's a new thing since 2012. They didn't have vaping.
Yeah.
But I
The vape
have a
pens,
lot of
yeah,
people say
vaping
that
now
more and
is
more of
going
our
on.
employees are vaping.
I'm chewing
And they
them
don't-
guys.
The Attorney General has a,
It's
he's
awful hard
trying
to-
to push
How are you
through
gonna enforce that though?
ban.
But there
I
are
mean, you
even
can't.
becoming.
So again, I'm gonna
communities
suggest that the
outlaw
policy just
tobacco
say,
use
no
within the
tobacco use on
community.
county property, boom. And then whatever they do and whatever their supervisor catches them doing is up to them. I think the commission policy should just be, don't use tobacco products on property. Why is it that hard to get away from the property to use it? Unless the city bans it altogether. I mean, you're on city property when you're on the sidewalk or whatever.
That's what I did. I put a period after free. Except I put another sentence, this includes vaping.
Yes, perfect. Okay,
It's prohibited in all government-owned or operated or occupied buildings.
well, in the building, but I'm saying,
Oh, yeah.
and she's saying you have to be
And
so many
there's
feet away from the entrance, can't we
It
just
is.
say it's county property? I don't know,
I've
maybe
seen
that's
them-
not
I've
fair
seen
because
them
it's publicly
all
owned.
place and remove them from the city county building.
Well, some people are gonna complain about that because they'll say if I,
Where can
like,
I
well,
sit?
they're at the shop, at the highway department, they say they step outside the shop
No,
and
we
everything.
want them off of the property,
Yep.
across the street.
Oh, well, yeah, that's gonna be awful hard to enforce.
Well,
I
You
feel
gonna
like it's
fire
not
them?
fair
Yeah,
because
you
it's
can if you
publicly
have to.
owned.
you can take a quarter out of his pay. It's plain that you're not supposed to be smoking. One, it's hazardous to your health, it's gonna cost us money in the long run. Two, in the county shop, that oil and grease on the ground and everywhere else, you can set that whole damn place on fire and the lot will burn in 2 hours.
Well, that's.
Oh, it should definitely not be happening in the buildings, but I'm saying, obviously, having a footage requirement isn't working because right at the entrance of the EMS station is an overflowing butt can.
Well, it's not being
So-
enforced. It needs to be enforced because they are smoking where they're not supposed to be smoking.
Yeah, so now if they're within range of the entrance of the building, they're totally
Well,
ignoring the policy,
make
so.
a point here to explain to folks that we are now enforcing the no smoking policy on county property, period.
Trying to look for the
Okay.
How about employee solicitation? Can I sell you raffle tickets for a Lions Club?
only if you're wearing a teddy.
Hey, I can do that. Now, I'll make a deal with you. If you promise not to wear a bikini, I promise not to wear Speedo, all right?
Oh my word,
Got
okay.
a deal.
Let's cut out the whole second sentence here. Why does the county need to approve any solicitation? You either are allowed to solicit or you're not. Why do we have to have all these exceptions to the rule?
Well, so some So if you're coming in and you wanna sell Girl Scout cookie for your daughter, that's illegal?
It says not-for-profit fundraising activities, such solicitations by employees are allowed only during non-working time. So if you come early and you haven't punched in yet, you can say, do you wanna sign up for my daughter's cookie sale? Or at the end of work, when you're walking out to your vehicles, you can say, would you like to purchase for my sub sale?
In 14 days, you're gonna have no Girl Scout cookie. Why don't you take not-for-profit off?
Yeah, fundraising activities, capital F, fundraising activities. Take out such solicitations and by
It's
employees.
At least 10 feet from a doorway.
10 feet.
Fundraising activities are allowed only during non-working time.
Period.
Okay.
Done.
H, change of status.
Why don't we send them to the HRO? Skip the supervisor.
I'm sorry?
Why don't we just delete, notify their supervisors and let them notify the HRO?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, they should notify both, but yeah. That's kind of like that circle we were talking about before.
Yeah,
They
but-
need to be able to go to the supervisor, but they should always go to the HR, in my opinion.
But because of the paragraph in front, you can't collect for a baby shower now, though.
Don't look at me. That's not happening. Equipment app looks fine. Employee handbook. Can we omit this entire J and put that to the front of the book? I think it might. I thought it was too, maybe.
Well, look at the very back page and see what it says about receipt for employee handbook.
Okay, so let's just X this. Can we just delete this paragraph? I feel like it's very redundant.
Yeah.
Superfluous, too.
This is the one that I thought was funny. All handbooks must be returned to his or her supervisor. It never happens. I think I was telling you guys about that last week.
Yes.
Except that, the second sentence.
Okay,
doesn't
now
apply.
personal article. Where are you at? Where are you?
Okay, personal articles.
Okay, what were you gonna say to me?
According to Nylander and the other opinions, you cannot inspect or look at an elected officials, period. You cannot submit them to a drug test. You can't submit them to a search for weapons or anything. It's in Nylander's thing here.
Oh, you mean like
Well, good.
they have a private locker?
So, well, I was going to go to the point of what does county mean? Because to maintain security, the county reserves the right to inspect.
Well, I've been
Who?
changing that to be OCC in a lot of places.
Well,
Yeah.
I wonder though if that is, if you have a situation with an employee